The last thing I learned before I died was that the water was salty. That is not a metaphor. I was 55 years old, standing at a window on the top floor of a building in Shanghai, holding a glass of wine I had not finished, and the horizon stood up. That is the only way I can describe it. The line where the city ended and the sky began simply rose, black and even, higher than the skyscrapers, and it kept rising while my brain sat there filing a complaint about physics. Then the glass came in. Then the cold came in. Then my mouth was full of ocean, and I had exactly enough time left in my life to identify the flavor. Salt. Seawater. Not a river, not a burst main. The sea had come to the 11th floor. And here is the part that ruined me, and I mean ruined me, not scared me. As I went under, I was not surprised. Some quiet clerk in the back of my skull pulled a file and said, "This again, 48th time." Because it was not the first time. It was not the 10th. The first time I lived, I was nobody. Born in a mountain village in 1995 to a couple who fought about money the way other couples breathe. My grandfather let me pick my own name off a table at 3 years old, which is a wonderful tradition, right up until you realize the 3-year-old is choosing the rest of his life with a hand he cannot fully control yet. I slapped my palm down on one, and the adults cheered, and that was that. I grew up, went to school, got a job, got married, had a son, watched my son have a son, and then I got old, and I died in bed with a room full of crying relatives, which everyone tells you is the good death, the soft one, the one you want. I woke up 3 years old in my father's arms, at my own naming ceremony, with all of it still in my head. You want to know the first thing I did? I looked for the cheat. Of course I did. I lay there in a man's arms with the mental age of 70-something, and I thought at the ceiling very clearly. System? Nothing. Panel? Nothing. Anything? Anything at all? A quiet room. No blue screen, no bald old man in my soul, no golden finger. Just my aunt telling my father the baby looked constipated. So I did the only thing a man with 60 years of memory and no superpowers can do. I got rich. I knew what was coming before it came, and I rode every wave. And by 30, I had 2 billion and a personality problem. Second life. I was flashy. Second life. I was proud. Second life. I was standing at that window with that wine glass on the 9th of September, 2050, because it was an anniversary I liked to mark privately, and the ocean came through the wall. Third life, I understood the date. I took my whole family to Tibet, as far from any coastline as a man can get, and I stood on a mountain on the 9th of September, and I survived. I actually survived. I remember laughing. Then I found out the wave had not been a local event. It had been global. Island nations were simply gone. Coastal nations were gone. The financial system I had built my entire second and third existence on turned into paper within a month, and I, a billionaire, died in a fight over food. Fourth life, I studied the ocean. I got a doctorate in marine physics, and I chartered a plane, and I flew out over the Pacific to look at the thing that kept killing me, and the plane failed and dropped me in it. Fifth life, I bought a submarine. Fifth life is where it gets strange, because I went down. Under the swell, under the dark, and there was a light. A pale green glow rising from a stretch of seabed the size of a province, and the deeper I went, the brighter it got, and the brighter it got, the sleepier I felt. My eyelids came down like someone was closing a shop. I do not know what killed me that time. I just know I went to sleep in the light. Sixth life, I did the sensible thing and studied high-energy physics, and I went back with instruments, and 2 days before the wave, I read the radiation numbers and found they were fluctuating in a pattern. Not decaying, fluctuating, like breathing. I spent a full day trying to decode it and got nowhere, and that evening I looked in a mirror on the ship and did not recognize the man in it. White hair, loose skin, liver spots on hands that had been fine that morning. I was 55 and the mirror said 75. That is when I stopped calling it a natural disaster. I put on a suit and took the submersible down anyway, because at that point, what exactly was I saving myself for? And at 11 at night, on the 9th of September, I saw the shape. I cannot tell you what it looked like. I want to be honest with you about that, because I have had many lifetimes to find the words, and I do not have them. It was enormous, and it was wrapped in that green light, and it was moving in a way that my brain kept trying to file under dancing. And then the light noticed me. It looked at me. Sixth life ended there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. I stopped counting the way you stop counting laps. Every single one of them ended on the 9th of September, 2050, and every single one of them I learned one more piece, and the pieces kept telling me the same thing in different handwriting. Something under the ocean is going to wake up, and when it does, it will not even notice killing everyone I have ever loved. By my 49th life, I had a plan. I had many plans. I had, in a very specific and extremely annoying sense, a career. But the day it actually started, the day the whole thing cracked open, was the day I woke up in a forest with trees that had a figure. I do not mean shapely trunks. I mean the trees were built like women, and the resemblance was not accidental, and every instinct I had was screaming at a frequency I had never heard before. I was not alone. My submarine crew had come through with me, 6 men from a ship in the Pacific, standing in a forest that did not exist on Earth, except they were not thinking. They were standing there with their mouths slightly open, like men waiting for a bus. I was the only one home. So I did something I am not proud of, and I want to be clear that I am not proud of it, and I did it anyway. "Li Hong," I said, and I pulled a man over by the sleeve. "Go touch that one." He went. He put his hand on the tree. The tree moved. It took him in the way you take a drink, and something white came out of him and went into it, and by the time I could breathe again, there was no more Li Hong. There was just a man-shaped stillness standing in a woman-shaped tree. I did not move for a long time. Then I got the rest of my crew and I walked us out of there. That is how I met the dream world. It is a place, and it is real, and everything in it wants something from you. Over the next weeks, it took my crew apart one at a time, because they could not think and I could not carry them, and every single one of them died for me in the dumbest way possible, walking into things I told them to walk into. The last one went into a flower. And when I was finally alone and cornered by something skinned and hunched that was pleased to see me, a black cat walked up and sat down next to my foot. I want you to understand that at this point I had died 5 times. I had a doctorate in 2 fields, and I was ready to be led anywhere by a cat. It walked. I followed. The world folded and unfolded, and I was standing outside a stone building with pillars carved in cats, and cats of every size lying around it like a heat map. One of them was a Siberian golden shaded that raised every hair on my body when I looked at it and then went back to grooming itself, having decided I was furniture. Inside was a temple. Inside the temple was a woman with a cat's head, and I have read enough to know a moon goddess when I trip over one. I got on my knees and put my face on the floor, because that is what the Egyptians did, and I did not have a better plan. "Ape man," she said, and her voice was lovely, which somehow made it worse. "Raise your head." "Ape man," I filed that. "I have been called worse by tax authorities. Tell me your purpose." "Your Majesty," I said, "I want to know why my world drowns." "I am not the god of wisdom. You have asked the wrong god." She tilted that beautiful, terrible head. "This must be your first time here, so I will simply ask, do you need protection or moonlight?" I did not know what moonlight meant, and I have never entirely stopped wondering. I said I needed the answer. "Then you want the god of wisdom. I can arrange it. Have you prepared the offerings?" And this is the moment I want you to hold on to, because it turns out to be the shape of my entire existence. Offerings? It is a promise. I ask according to the weight of what you ask. She considered me. "For this, you need only raise a cat until it dies of old age. Then I will consider the promise kept." A cat. The moon goddess of Egypt wanted, in exchange for an audience with the being who knows how the world ends, one cat, well cared for, all the way to the end. "I will prepare the offerings," I said, with as much dignity as a man face down on a floor can manage. She was generous about it, too. She showed me how to come and go from her realm on my own. One gesture, a hand on a cat's ear, and something clicked into place behind my eyes. Then she called a pear-colored cat named Kiko, told it to take me to the Tree of Wisdom, and turned to the black cat and said, "Pumpkin, next?" The black cat nodded and went outside and came back leading in a thing that was absolutely not a person, and I heard her ask it, in the same warm voice, whether it had prepared its offerings. She was running a counter, a goddess with a queue. The Tree of Wisdom made the temple look like a shed. Other trees looked like moss beside it. Inside it was hollow, and inside the hollow was a library, and in the middle of the library sat a 2-meter old man with a human head and a lizard's body, turning pages, with a bookmark and an oil lamp and the whole domestic setup of a man who reads a lot. He looked up. His mouth did not move when he spoke, which I appreciated as a piece of showmanship. "Ape man, tell me why you have come." "Your Eminence," I bowed. "First time here. What may I ask, and what does it cost?" "That depends on what you want. As for the price, I only want knowledge." "Only knowledge." He says that like it is a modest fee. I want to know the cause and effect of the flood that keeps ending my world. He was quiet for a second, and then he said, "This is no small price to pay," which, from a lizard librarian, is genuinely alarming. And he took a crystal ball the size of a human head out of a cabinet and set it on a cushion and tapped it. And I saw it. The year is 2020. I am 25 years old and busy making money. And on an island in the South China Sea, two groups of strangers appear out of nothing. 10 and 10. They move like soldiers. A pharmaceutical company from America has mercenaries on that island already, and the moment they seal it off, the two groups meet, and they fight. And it is not a fight I have any framework for. Ice and fire, iron and sand, sword and shield. Two bodies on the ground when it is done. Then one group takes the company's money, and the other group goes and finds the locals. The locals are not people. Under the skin, they are fish, gray-green above, white below, webbing between the fingers, gills in the throat, and eyes that never close because they have nothing to close with. They shed the human shape and fight with real weapons, and they are very good at it. Mercenaries and 10 superhumans against the fishmen and the other 10. It goes on a long time. The fishmen win, barely, and their superhumans vanish afterward. The beach is full of dead fishmen. And then, in the wreck of all of it, a 16-year-old half-blood fishman with a face full of hate takes a round gray stone, the shape of a knot of tentacles, and he performs a ritual, and he offers up the corpses, the superhumans, his own people, all of them. The crystal held on him and gave me his name like a caption. Ethan Croft, hybrid merfolk, age 16. 30 years later, the sea glows green, and a wall of water goes through Shanghai at the 11th floor. I had been dying for 30 years because of a ceremony performed by a grieving teenager in 2020 that nobody on Earth even noticed. "Holy crap," I said, out loud, to a god. I have made a lot of mistakes across a lot of lifetimes. I have never once been angrier than I was in that library. Superhuman turf war on somebody else's island turns into the end of the world. What kind of accounting is that? I looked at the stone. The crystal obligingly zoomed. Great Dream Master Sculpture, sea stone, dark gray. Touch it with an open wound and you start turning into a pureblood fishman, which is irreversible. Recite the prayer at it and it runs a ritual and grants you blessings. And I noticed how carefully the description avoided saying who was doing the blessing. "If I go back and steal his stone," I said, "does the flood stop?" "You cannot go back," the God of Wisdom said, "and even if you could, the cost would be unbearable." Which, if you have ever spoken to anyone in authority, you will recognize as an answer. I left, and I died on the way home of causes unknown, and I came back at 3 years old in my father's arms. And I had forgotten something. Not much, just one thing. The gesture Bastet had shown me, the hand on the cat's ear, the way in and out. Gone. That was my 7th life. And the 7th life is the one where I learned the real rule of the whole game, which is this: rebirth costs. Before I mastered the martial way, every single time I came back, I lost about a fifth of everything I knew. Not evenly, not politely. It just took a fifth, like a landlord. So I did what I could. I made money, I found the island, and I had a forger make me a copy of that gray stone, and I swapped it out years in advance, and I sat back and waited for 2050 with a real feeling of accomplishment. The sea glowed green on schedule. 8th life, I went and asked the God of Wisdom the question I should have asked the first time, which is a sentence I could staple to my forehead. How many of those sculptures are there? There are dozens, he said, and if they are gone, they can be made again at any time. Fine, fine. Then what is the actual key? The corpses of those with special powers can pry open the seal. He let that sit. The Great Dream Master's seal. In 2050, the stars return to their positions and the seal enters its weakest state. It is only natural that he would be freed. The stone was never the point. The bodies were the point. 20 superhumans die on a beach in 2020, and that is the crowbar, and 2050 is simply when the lock is loosest. So in my 8th life, I planned properly. Wealth, positioning, agents, a decade of setup. And when 2020 came, I let the fight happen, and I collected every single corpse off that island myself before anyone else could. And it worked. For about a minute, because something came out of a green mist. His name, insofar as that word applies, is the Dream Eye, and he is the great Dream Master's son, and every living thing that saw him had its spirit pulled straight out through its face, including me. I had a few seconds of body left, and I spent them saying yes to a voice that had been talking to me since I was 11. Mechanical systems are rigid, spiritual energy is unstable. Only martial arts endure forever. Chosen one, shall we enter the martial god realm and walk the road to godhood through the martial way? Yes. Obviously, yes. Yes to anything. That is how I got the job. Now let me tell you about my 49th life, because that is the one that finally went somewhere. I woke up at 3, as usual, in my father's arms, at the naming ceremony, as usual. My grandfather had 4 names ready. My father, who dropped out of school on his own initiative and never forgave anyone for it, was not permitted to choose. Neither was my uncle with the master's degree. The old man's right, the old man's gift, and the old man gave it to me. I slapped my hand on Gao Ming, ignored the entire room, and got back to thinking. Here is what 48 lifetimes teaches a toddler. Number 1, the brain of an infant is a bad computer, so do not try to do serious work in it. Number 2, martial arts are the only thing I have ever found that stops the memory tax at rebirth. So martial arts come first, before money, before everything. Number 3, my village is going underwater in 2006 when they rebuild the reservoir, so enjoy it. I enjoyed it. I want to say this plainly because the rest of the story is going to get very loud. Those years were the best part of every life I have ever had. A colored television in my grandmother's room, and half the village crowded in after dinner to watch a Hong Kong wuxia serial for the 4th remake in a row. Me at 4 years old doing the 18 dragon subduing palms with total commitment and terrible form, while a young aunt laughed and asked what I was practicing. The 18 dragon subduing palms, I said, because it was, and because I have never lied about the important things. My grandmother rapped me on the forehead. In our family, that is called giving someone a chestnut, and it is named for the sound. What are you practicing? Here's a chestnut. Go take your cousin. That was Ma Guang, 2 years old, from my aunt's family, the most left behind of all the left behind children in that village. A boy who saw his parents once a year and had decided as a policy that he would not be picked up and would only run. You call him. He looks. He runs. You catch up. You call him. He looks. He runs. So I did what any reasonable child martial artist does. I bribed him with a performance. I did the whole palm set, badly, and his eyes went wide. And then I took him to the cabinet where my grandmother kept the sugar cake, and I jumped 3 times. First jump, got the latch. Second jump, got the door. Third jump, got the cake. Dark red, packed with sugar, studded with fried peanuts. Eating this gives me at least 1 extra day of power, I told him, and I gave him 1 small piece that could not choke him, and I ate the rest myself. I was 110 years old. I have no defense. By 2006, my inner strength was 40 years of accumulation on a cultivation method called free and unfettered roaming, which is the improved descendant of a technique that combines yin and yang, ignores poison, and can drink another man's power out of him like a straw. That last part is going to become a problem, and I want you to remember it. 40 years of true qi in an 11-year-old body means a punch that lands at about a ton. That is a cow, 1 strike, no follow-up. And then the summer came when the reservoir upstream was finally scheduled for demolition, and my whole village, which my family had lived in for dozens of generations, was to be relocated so the water could come up and take it. Last summer at home, I walked those hills with more grief than the actual old men, and that night the martial god found me, late as usual, and made the offer. Mechanical systems are rigid, spiritual energy is unstable, only martial arts endure forever. Chosen one, shall we enter the martial god realm? I thought, very quietly, agreed. And I opened my eyes in Shanghai in 1921. Now, a word about the job, because it is the strangest employment relationship I have ever had, and I have been a landlord. The martial god is not a system. He is a person, in the sense that the word person can be stretched to cover a figure the size of a landscape leaning on a cloud at the end of a road paved with broken weapons. He sends people like me into other worlds. We stay 10 years, we break things. That is the entire product. He plants us like seed, he lets the world grow around the damage we do, and he harvests the difference. The choices we make create new timelines, and in whatever dimension he actually lives, new timelines are money. He pays us in karma points, and he takes 70%, and he tells you so up front, which at the time I considered admirable. Remember that too. The world he dropped me in was matched to my 40 years of strength, and the matching algorithm had made a mistake, because the strongest people in that Shanghai were not close to me, and I knew it within an hour. The old city. Trams, foreign signs, cheongsams, suits, cement worn smooth. A newsboy running with a paper over his head shouting about a province declaring independence. A man in a suit waving at him from a rickshaw, and under all of it, a second city. I walked off the main road into the alleys, and the alleys got narrower and worse smelling, and an old man in a long robe called out to me and dropped his voice. "Boy, don't go any further." I smiled at him and kept walking, and behind me he stood in his doorway with a face full of conflict, and then he pushed his door most of the way shut and followed me anyway, which told me everything I needed to know about the old man, and I filed it. The sound I was walking toward was a hand hitting a child. There was a courtyard, and in the courtyard a middle-aged man in filthy clothes was slapping a boy across the backside 3 times and saying in a bored voice that if the money was not there tomorrow, he would stop supporting him for nothing, and then he would have to make him into something like Little Six. Little Six was a child in that courtyard whose eyes had been taken out with a spoon. He could not speak. He did not earn well. He had been killed for it. I am going to say the next part once and then move on, because I have never enjoyed telling it. In that city, there were men who made a business out of pity, and the raw material of that business was children, and they improved the product by damaging it. There was a word for it. Everyone knew the word. I knocked on the gate. "Who is it?" I knocked 3 more times. He hissed the children inside, told them he would kill whoever made a sound, and came and put his eye to the crack. Then he saw a well-fed boy of 11 and relaxed all the way and opened the door, smiling. "Kid, who are you looking for? Where are your parents?" "I'm looking for my sister," I said, pointing past him into the house with the sweetest face I own. "I saw her come in here." "Your sister?" And I watched him think, wait, little Seven's parents are dead. I hit him in the stomach. I had pulled it a lot. Genuinely, I had. It still nearly knocked the soul out of him, and he went down making a sound like a kettle, and 7 children opened the window a crack and looked out. I walked in, closed the gate behind me, and strolled over. "I don't remember my punches being that heavy," I said, honestly puzzled. He came up off the ground with a fistful of dirt to throw in my eyes, which I saw coming from about 4 muscles away, and I kicked him in the chest. "Hero, spare me! Hero, spare me!" "I'll spare you, but I'd like to borrow some money." "How much do you want, sir?" "All of it." I put a fist into the packed earth beside his head and left a print in ground that had been walked flat for 30 years. "If I find out you kept any, I'll tie a stone to you and put you in the Huangpu." He led me inside and took 2 paper packets and a jar down from 3 high corners. Banknotes in 6 currencies, coins in 6 more. This man had been doing this since he was 22. He was 48. He had 3,600 yuan saved, which in that Shanghai, where a male textile worker made 28.5 a month, was a house and land back in his home village and a comfortable old age as a small-town rich man. It took me 4 minutes. I kicked him out the gate, and he thanked me, sincerely, on his way out, holding his stomach. Then it was me and 7 children in a room, and they had watched all of it, and they did not run, and they did not attack, because they had learned what happens when you do either. Filthy, thin, silent, huddled in a corner. I ignored them and went to the stove. Country boy skills. I cooked. I cooked everything he had, and he had kept himself very well while they ate air, so there was a lot of it, and the smell went around that room and I could hear 7 throats swallowing. I sat down and served myself and looked at them. "Do you know who I am?" Small head shakes. "I am your master." I tapped my chest, then pointed at them. "Yours, understand? Do you have names? Oldest first." The oldest was 10, 1 year younger than me. He looked 3 years younger because of what he had eaten his whole life. "Wei Fan," he said, terrified. "Remember that name. That one is going to cost me." "Wei Fan," I waved him at a bowl. "Rice, eat, you, name." "Yang Lei." "Bowl, eat, you." "Long Chi." "Go Dan." Somebody had named this child Go Dan. "Dogs don't lay eggs," I said. "From today your name is Zhao Xin. Zhen as in real. Go eat. You? Little Bao, I don't have a real name. Now you do. Long Shan. Go eat. Wei Kai. Sixth son. That was the blind one. From today, your name is Qin Yu. Come eat. Where's the girl? Xielan. I watched them sit down and eat only the dish directly in front of them, because taking from another dish was not a thing they had permission to do, and I put my chopsticks down. Every one of you eats from every dish on this table. I want you fattened up so you sell well. Do you understand? I heard. I didn't hear you. All of you. Did you hear me? I heard you. 7 voices, and there was something new in a couple of them, which is what I was listening for. Very good. Keep eating. Leave nothing. I said sell because it was the only frame those children had for being valuable, and I needed them to eat tonight, not to trust me tonight. Trust I could build later. Calories do not wait. Then there was a commotion at the gate because Yang Ergo, the man I had deliberately let walk out alive, had gone and rounded up 16 of his colleagues. They came in loud. Somebody started to mock him for getting worse with age. I let you go on purpose, I said, walking out to meet them, but I didn't expect you to bring me so many presents. 17 men on a narrow street, and the ones at the front had that animal moment where the body knows before the brain, and then I was in among them. 1 breath. That is not a figure of speech, that is the actual duration. 17 people lost control of their bodies. 14 of them were still alive. Yang Ergo, you set us up. Why are you shouting at him? I said. He's dead. Heart-shattering palm. I picked one of them up at random. How much have you saved? He was under a technique out of the 9 yin manual that turns a man's mouth into a faucet, and he said, dreamily, 2,341 yuan and 7 jiao. Down to the jiao? I count it every night before I can sleep. Very good. I dropped the technique, and in front of all of them, I shot a thread of white into his chest. Tomorrow morning, I want to see your 2,341 and 7. Otherwise, do you know what I just put in you? That is called a life and death talisman. It is worse than opium, because opium you can quit. This one stays. It starts tomorrow at noon as an itch. Then it becomes an itch you would take your own skin off to reach. Then you scratch until you die. He ran. I did it to the other 15 and sent them home one at a time. Then the alley was silent. The neighbors upstairs had watched every second of it and had all quietly closed their windows, and Yang Ergo lay in the street going cold, and nobody came for him. Nobody came the next morning either. The police did not care. A man like that dies in that city every week for 100 reasons, and everyone was used to it. The 16 did not come in the morning. They came in the afternoon, sweating and shaking and half undressed, and stood in my courtyard. I counted my new capital, 32,000. Then I looked at them and picked out 6, because 6 of them had made their money exactly the way Yang Ergo had. I activated the talismans. They died where they stood. Great Immortal, spare us! The other 10 went down on their knees so fast their teeth clicked. I told you to come in the morning. You made me wait until the afternoon. That is what happened to those 6. As for you, relax. You are still alive, which means I do not want to kill you, and I still need you. Stand up. They stood up on legs that were not really working. You all know those 6. There will be more children in their houses. Bring them. Understood. Take this. 300 yuan on the table. 30 each. That is your food for a month. An hour later, they came back with 40 children. Some whole, some not. I put Wei Fan and the other 6 in charge of them, and I went and knocked on the door of the old man who had tried to warn me, who was now hiding inside, pretending not to exist. I'm going to break the door. Coming, coming! I did not go in. I stood in the doorway. I need 2 women who can cook and wash, 30 a month. You finish this job, 10 of it is yours. I put a note in his hand. That was Old Wei, and Old Wei turned out to be worth more than the 32,000. Because Old Wei knew everybody, and by the next day, Old Wei had found me a courtyard in the south of the city, across the river where the land cost 5 a square meter instead of 56, and I bought a full mu of it outright for 3,000 and told him to keep the change. 2 women in their 40s came with him. When I said 30 a month for cooking and laundry, groceries separate, their eyes lit up like wolves because a woman in a textile mill made 15 and slept there. I brought them inside and showed them 47 children. These are my goods, I said. Goods like these don't sell. I need them fattened up. Do you understand? Then I looked at Old Wei. Old man, have you forgotten your surname? My surname is Wei. Old Wei, I don't think you explain things to them clearly. But it doesn't matter. You've taken the money. There's no going back. If you wanted to back out, I smiled and did not finish the sentence, and everybody in that courtyard understood the grammar. By May, I had bought 10 more mu next door. Half my money was gone, and I did not care, because the biggest cost was now behind me, and everything else was small. 47 children. Some kidnapped from good families, some sold by poor ones, some orphans of the ordinary kind. It did not matter which. Once you came into the Gao courtyard, you did what Boss Gao said. And Boss Gao said school, both kinds. Letters, because an illiterate man cannot go far in martial arts, the terminology alone will stop him at the door. And fighting, because in that city a man who cannot fight dies before his education matures. I paid for all of it by taking over a gambling den. Not buying, taking. I went in at night and removed every enforcer in the place without waking the neighbors and left a transfer deed on the boss's desk. He signed it the next morning and was out of the city with his money by the third day, which I respect. Because the den kept its old ownership on paper, I kept paying the same tribute upward as before, and nobody higher up ever had a reason to look at me. Then I turned it into something Shanghai had not seen. In my second life, I was a businessman with 2 billion. I know what a room is supposed to feel like. We took every customer on that street inside a month, which is when the other houses came to have a word. 2 crowds of tattooed men with knives and clubs on the street outside, my pretty boy going to pieces, my hostess shaking, and me on the sofa with a candied hawthorn skewer. I stood up and walked out. Are you all here to visit my shop? Screw your mother, you little brat still on the tit. I don't know who's behind you, but the Dream Pavilion closes tomorrow. Otherwise, missing limbs will just be the appetizer. Zhou Wufu. Biggest house on the street, enormous face on him. I ate the last hawthorn off the stick. I hate people who keep saying your mother, I said. My mother nags, sure, that doesn't mean you get to talk about her. You little bee, he touched his throat because there was a wooden skewer through it, still dusted with sugar. Boss, I went into the crowd. There is a thing that happens when you move at a speed people cannot resolve, which is that they do not scream about you, they scream about ghosts. When it stopped, about half of them were on the ground and would not be getting up, which is somewhere near 30 men. The rest were frozen or crying. Stop crying, I said. The neighbors are asleep. What are you yelling about? I sighed and waved them in. You know how it is. People just cannot hold their drink. They get delirious and end up asleep at the roadside catching a cold. I looked at the ones on the ground. Your bosses are drunk. Aren't you going to carry them home? What are they doing, sleeping in the street? Yes. Every living man on that street had just personally watched a living Yama, and when Yama makes a suggestion, you carry the bodies. Before long, the road was clean, except for the blood. I went back inside, and everybody was still white. What's wrong? I said. They're gone. That cost me a fortune. Well, business is off for tonight. Everybody go home and rest. Then I turned to a young man who had always behaved well. Akai. Some drunk out there ate watermelon and drank on top of it and threw up all over the street. Get water and wash it down, so the neighbors don't think there was a fight tonight. Bad for the shop's reputation. Okay, boss. And Akai went out alone into a very quiet street with a bucket and a broom and washed the blood into the drain and stood there afterward, looking at all the shops that were normally open and had closed early, and thought, it's too quiet. Within a year, that street was mine, and within 2 years, the operation was 3 times its size and did food, drink, foot massage, and back scrubbing along with the tables. I did not sell opium. I had something better. Medicine and martial arts share a spine, and my head was full of formulas, and 2 of them sold like nothing else in that city. One was a tonic for men. The other produced a feeling of ascension with no addiction, provided you drank it with a wine I also sold, because the wine put back exactly what the powder took out. So the customer got the whole ride, paid twice, and woke up fine. I want to be honest about what I built. Gambling, drugs by another name, and the trade in women, all 3 under one roof with excellent service. 2 years in, the Dream Group was a major taxpayer in 2 districts, and the police station was careful about my mood. Shanghai had 5 tigers. 4 of them ran opium and casinos and had generals and secret police in their pockets. The 5th was me. Those 4 thought of themselves as the real tigers and of me as a small fox that the real tigers had pushed out front. I thought of them as 4 old dogs and myself as a dragon crossing the river. We were all polite at dinner. But I did not enjoy the dinners, and what I actually did with my time was teach 47 children. 2 years of it, and honestly, they were not much use yet. I did not know how many years it would take to get them where I needed them, and I only had 10. So I stopped expanding, deliberately kept the operation smaller than the 4 old dogs, and turned inward, flattened the management, put in a bottom-ranking system so that anyone without discipline sank, made the best use of every person and every UN. And then I started collecting people. In that city, every day, some man gambled himself into a hole and had to sell his wife or his daughter. When that happened, I did not simply take the money. The man went out as a low-grade informant, the kind who lives in bathhouses and hears things. The woman was trained and placed as a servant in the upper city. The children came to me the way the beggars had, which made them hostages against the mothers and against the few fathers who were worth anything, and for the fathers who were not, there was violence, which they understood. By the 4th year, the Dream Group's profits had barely moved, and its reach had gone somewhere the other 4 could not follow. If I had needed it, the heads of those 4 tigers would not have been on their necks in the morning, and it would not have been me who took them. It would have been the organization. And then Yang Lei came to find me with a face I did not like, and took me to a hospital on Yunqing Road, and Wei Fan was on a table, cold. My first disciple, the one with letters, the best of them, shot dead. I stood there for a quarter of an hour, and I did not have an expression, because the expression I had did not have a name. I wanted to laugh, and I wanted to break something, and both impulses were arriving at once and canceling. How did this happen? Who did it? Yang Lei did not answer. I went back to the courtyard and straight to Wei Fan's dormitory and pulled out a stack of newspapers full of Socialist Party writing, annotated in his handwriting with his own extremely young, extremely sincere thoughts. I carried the newspapers into the classroom and had every one of them called in, and I held the stack up. Ah Yuan is dead. Your senior brother is dead. Do you know that? The room started sobbing. I tapped the desk because I did not have patience left. There's plenty of time to cry later. Right now, I have one question. I let it sit. Who else? A few hands went up. I smiled. Then the first hands pulled the rest, the way hands do, and it kept going, and my smile went away. Damn it, I said, and slammed my palm on the desk, hard enough that a boy in the front row snatched his hand back down. Always trying to take from others, and my own house gets robbed first. Quit, all of you, quit. I looked at them. Do you even know what you're joining? Only Zhao Xin had the nerve. Master, the party is the hope of this country. I don't want to leave. Hope, I said it back to him. Where, if there were hope, would we be getting butchered in the streets out there? What is a crowd of hot-blooded young people with no foundation going to accomplish? Nobody answered. You're not convinced? Fine, then I'll teach you with the martial arts I gave you. And I gave them the only lecture I actually believe in. A fighter who only knows techniques and hard external forms is a low-class man. He is a small warlord. His strength is borrowed from local gentry, and the day they withdraw it, he collapses. He gets weaker every year he ages, without exception. A real art has a meridian foundation, something inside that generates power continuously. Internal energy is electricity. It is heat. It is a word for how much power the body can actually put out, and where it comes from. Some of you cultivate the 9 yin manual and control 12 meridians. Some of you cultivate the 6 meridian divine sword and can only push chi into your arms. In a real fight, the 6 meridian loses every time, and the reason is not skill, it is volume. In the world out there, the nations with internal energy are the industrialized ones, and even among them, there is a 9 yin and a 6 meridian, and everybody knows which is which. Master, said Xialan, the only girl among the first 7, what do you cultivate? Everything I know is in the library next door. There is no external art in that building, only internal. Some of those books are a few pages, quick results, low ceiling. Some are a hand thick. Those are the arts that hold up a country. Free and unfettered roaming is not restricted to meridians. It aims to unify every muscle, every bone, all the blood in the body. It starts weak. It never stops growing. I looked at them. From an industrial standpoint, that is a complete supply chain, a model more advanced than most of the industrialized nations alive today. So, Master, Xilan said slowly, you are the most orthodox revolutionary of all of us. Clever girl. You're really clever, I said. Do you even know what your master's foundation in this city is? Zhao Xin listed it. Gambling, banned drugs, loan sharking, the women. That's right, filthy, every line of it. In martial terms, that is a demonic path technique. Fast results, fast power, and side effects that arrive later and are not negotiable. That was the closest I have ever come to apologizing to anyone. Then I said, tomorrow, in light of the death of your senior brother, tomorrow I will give you a new lesson. A lesson about what a martial master is in the new era. And then, today, let's send him off. We built a fire in an open field and burned Wei Fan on it, and while it was burning, a young man in a suit came up next to me. Young master, those people are celebrating tonight at the Kinmen Hotel. Kinmen Hotel, I said. I think it's the Deathgate Hotel. I waved the disciples over. The men who killed your senior brother are holding a banquet tonight. I want all of you on the high ground around that hotel. Watch how your master takes revenge. Master, Zhao Xin started. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. I turned to go. Zhu, collect your senior brother's ashes when the fire is done. Now. The Qinmen was 3 stars, built the previous year, brand new inside, extremely proud of itself. The military swept it in advance. What they did not find were the things I had put in it, because their idea of a thorough search and mine are separated by about 80 years of technique. Fords came from every direction at dusk. Dignitaries, capitalists, socialites, laughing, getting out of cars. At the door, invitations for the important ones, body searches for everyone else. Men searched by soldiers, women by women. A few people complained, because these were people who cared about money first and face immediately after, and having a soldier pat you down in front of your peers is a public statement about your rank. Then somebody smoothed it over, because somebody always does, and within 10 minutes everyone had forgotten and moved on to business and the international situation. They were celebrating a successful purge. That was the actual occasion. They had killed the socialists, and this was the party. Upstairs, on the roofs across the street, 46 teenagers who had spent 2 years learning to move quietly were watching every window. I went in through the front as a waiter, disguised as an adult, carrying a tray. I walked to the most important man in the room and shot him in the head. I want to be clear that I did not enjoy the theater of it. There was no speech. Decisive is not a personality trait. It was arithmetic. Once an organization like that gets its purge machinery running, the only 2 options are run or be first, and I was tired of running. The screaming started, and I stopped pretending. I took out the pistol I had brought and shot the men who held actual military command, in order, because they were the ones whose absence would matter in a month. I did not have much ammunition. That was fine. There were a great many pistols in that room, in the coats of very frightened men, and I took them as I went and used them and dropped them. 120 years of internal energy does not make you a god with a gun. It just means your hand does not move, and you can be somewhere else before the recoil finishes. That is enough. The nationalist government's highest military leadership died in that hotel, along with a good number of its senior officials and its biggest capitalists. In life, they had been famous. On the floor, they were the same as the beggars in my alley. And what my students saw that night from the rooftops was the new form of the thing I had been teaching them. Not a man with a knife charging a firing line and dying. Lightness skill and firearms in the same set of hands. Be the shadow that arrives with the bullet, I told them, not the fool with the blade. After April 15th, the whole world went loud, and I had to come out of the dark and finish it, because there is no halfway on a thing like that. One by one, their strongholds in Shanghai came down, and after a month of fighting, the city was in my hands. I did not take a side. That is the honest part. I was not for the workers, and I was not for capital. I was for productive force. Whoever could develop it, I helped. That makes a man a hybrid at best and a warlord at worst, and it also makes him everyone's enemy at once. I did not touch the foreign concessions. I inherited every agreement the last government had signed and honored all of it, and let it be known that if anyone came at me with force, their assets in my city would answer for it. Naturally, the relatives of the men I shot went and found warlords in other provinces, and by the end of July, there was an army outside my city. And when I called for defense, the workers did not come. That stung, and it was correct of them. The last government had been decent to labor right up until the moment it turned and started killing them, and no speech from a new man in the same chair was going to fix that in 3 weeks. So I went through the socialists' own channels and negotiated. Right to bear arms, written into the local regulations of Shanghai, signed. And then hundreds of thousands of workers came out, and the warlord armies, who between them had a few tens of thousands, went home in a very quiet mood. After that, I never lost the city again. Now here is what those 46 children finally turned out to be for. The oldest of them was 20. Putting them into production would have been a waste. So I made every last one of them an instructor, and they taught martial arts to a few 100,000 workers. That was the day it stopped being mine. From that moment, the art was not a rare violence held by a small circle. It went into households. And I know what you are about to ask, because the high-level people asked me too, in a later life. What about foreigners? What if they steal the manuals? Ask yourself what happens if the blueprints for an atomic bomb, written in English, fall into the hands of someone who does not read English. The terminology of the internal arts is classical Chinese, not modern Chinese, classical. It is a philosophical system that starts with the yellow sovereign, and every character in it is load-bearing. Translate it, and you do not get the art. You get a document about the art. Even a country that uses the same characters means different things by them, and more than that. When the workers of a country hold a power that can disrupt an empire's organization through labor action, no empire on earth is going to hand that power to its own workers. They will hold it as a tool for keeping them in line, which means they will never spread it, which means it will never be theirs. I stayed 10 years. I arrived in a city of 2.37 million, where a worker made 20 a month. I left a city of 6.14 million, where a worker made 40. I had thought about succession for years, and my disciples were still too young to run relationships between 6 million people, so before I left, I handed the city over to a government that could. And then, in front of every one of them, I came apart into light and was gone. They made me a legend, which was not the plan, and there was nothing I could do about it from where I was standing, which was on a dirt road at the end of the world. The road is made of weapons: stone, bronze, iron, steel, carbon fiber, every stage of it, all broken, all driven into the ground on both sides like a fence. The dirt path runs down the middle, and outside the fence there is nothing but stars. At the far end, a figure the size of weather rests its arms on a cloud platform, and the size difference makes the platform read as a desk, which somehow makes him more frightening rather than less. As I walked, my 10 years unrolled along the railings on either side like a scroll, and he quantified every piece of it. 3,774,766 karma points. For a first mission, that number was, I later found out, several thousand times what a normal person brings home. I did not spend it on manuals. I looked at his stock, walked past his prices, went up the mountain to the mid-level market where the veterans resell what they looted, bought some cheap medicine and a weapon, and left. Then I opened my eyes in my own bed, 11 years old, in a village that was going underwater in a month, and felt the most extraordinary poverty of my life. In the world of martial arts, I had ended with 190 years of internal energy. In my own body, I had 40. The rest was coming, at the rate the martial god had set, and it would take 3 days to finish arriving. 120 years is the threshold where a martial artist forms a core. I had 190. So on the third day, I walked into the river in front of the village, in the evening, when half of Gao family village was down at the water, because it was July and the concrete was still hot. The river was half a meter deep. I could feel the stones under my feet, smooth, green with algae from years of water. I want to tell you what forming a core actually is, because everyone gets it wrong. True qi is electricity. The human body runs on electricity and does not electrocute itself in water because the surface insulates. Internal cultivation is an ergonomic technology that strengthens that existing system until it does things the factory model does not. When every capillary, every nerve, every cell in the body is unified by that current, something strange happens. My body temperature dropped below the air around me. And then the heat of the summer evening started flowing into me on its own, because that is simply how thermodynamics works when you are colder than the world. That is the beginning of the golden core. Given time, that trick alone would eventually let me stop eating, and once you are not eating, the next thing you draw on is the energy of the universe itself. I glowed. The water spiraled around me because I told it to, and everyone bathing in that river stopped bathing and ran up onto the bank and stood there pointing, and I let them, because I wanted every single one of them to see it. There was a reason for that. China had gone through a Qigong craze in the 80s, and it had been a disaster. It started with one man who had a little genuine skill, brought in to save a leader who was dying and beyond medicine. He could not. But the swindlers had smelled it by then, and within a few years, Qigong masters were political brokers with networks reaching into every level of the bureaucracy. The state crushed it after the millennium and correctly called the whole thing fraud, which left a country where the word Qigong meant liar. I needed to break that word in half in public, on camera, in a way that could not be edited. So a middle-aged man on the bank said, knowledgeably, "That's Qigong," and for the first time in that man's life, he was completely right. Then the reporters came to expose me. The show was called Approaching Science. It had started in 1998 as serious science education done badly for ratings, and had gradually learned to be watchable. And by 2006, it was the state's flagship program for demolishing superstition, and it pulled a 0.8% share, which for that country and that decade was enormous. They sent a location host named Yang Wei, 20 years old. She had won a national host competition the year before, the first woman to take 8 episodes, and her parents had leaned on her to take this unglamorous rural assignment because being publicly on the right side of an anti-superstition story is very good for a career. She drove a van up a dirt road into the mountains, crossed a river on a ferry with the van on it, and was visibly certain the boat was going to sink, and interviewed everyone in 2 villages on the way to me. The villagers told her I could go whoosh from here to there, that I could jump onto a roof, that I could make the river explode, that I could cure all diseases. You could watch her writing cure-all in her notebook with the specific joy of someone whose story is writing itself. My father, when they got to him, looked into the camera and said flatly that martial arts cannot put food on the table, that you cannot go around robbing people, and that it would be better if I studied hard and got a degree and a good job. My father had dropped out of school at 14 out of pride after a teacher insulted him, spent his working life discovering exactly how much the world cares about a diploma, and had developed a terror of his son repeating it. He also told them it was all a scam, and lied about where I was because he was protecting me. Everyone in that room knew he was lying. It was one of the kindest things anyone has ever done for me. They found me the next morning on a purple rock face outside my grandmother's house, sunbathing, at 8 in the morning in August, which Yang Wei found suspicious in itself. And then she got close enough to see my skin. She was a beautiful girl, a television host with a real routine, and she had gotten a little brown that summer like everyone does. A farm kid from the mountains was paler than she was. "Hello, are you Gao Ming?" "I am, and who are you?" She introduced herself and the show, and I said, "Approaching Science. Wei Haoran's program. I watch it a lot." And then I listed 6 episodes by name, in order, because I have a very good memory, and because I wanted her off balance. All right, I believe you're a fan of our show." "I'm not," I said. "I just think the host's patter is funny, and I remember things. I'm not a fan of your show." "You're not? That's fine. I heard from the villagers you're a Qigong master. Is that true?" She had come one step too close. "You're too close to me." I stepped back a meter. "Fake, completely fake. I'm not a Qigong master, but there is definitely a huge conspiracy here." She stepped in. "What conspiracy?" "Somebody in the township government is embezzling the relocation funds. Nobody paid attention to the person who reported it, so he hyped up the Qigong story to drag you people up here so you'd expose them." She stepped in again. "Embezzlement? But we can't handle that." I stepped back. "If you broadcast it, won't somebody handle it? Aren't you reporters?" Step. "Yes, that's right. Do you have any evidence?" I put my hand up. "Sister Yang, I admit you have some charm. If I were 40, I would get divorced for you. If I were 30, I would break up for you. If I were 20, I would pursue you regardless of the consequences. But I am 11 years old, and I am facing a pile of summer homework and the pressure of entering 6th grade. Please forgive me. It cannot be. Stop getting so close to me." The two cameramen behind her lost it completely. Then my grandmother called from the house that breakfast was ready. "Coming," I yelled and turned back. "I'm leaving. My grandmother is calling me for breakfast." And I circulated and went. 100 meters over broken mountain path in a couple of seconds from a rock face to a doorway in one arc. "Shoot, did you get it?" Her voice was shaking. "Got it." They played it back on the little screen and it was perfectly clear, and Yang Wei started shouting that Qigong was real and to go find him. Go, go. I was already sitting outside my grandmother's house with a chair pulled up, having finished breakfast. "Gao Ming, why did you lie? You clearly know Qigong." "I didn't lie. You asked if I was a Qigong master, and I truly am not. I know a little bit of Qigong, that's all." "A little bit?" "Yes." I held up my thumb and forefinger about a centimeter apart. "A little." They ran the story in 3 parts. The first episode was pure setup. Poverty, bad roads, hidden village, unnamed on any sign, villagers all saying, "Yes, it's real." The edit ran everything out of order and steered the audience toward a conclusion. This is a collective lie by a poor village to attract tourists. 0.8% share, an all-time record for the program. Second episode, My Family. My father saying it's fake, obviously lying. Everyone can see he is lying. And then my own interview with the corruption conspiracy, which made the whole country laugh and completely finished off any remaining belief. Every single person watching went to bed certain that the 11-year-old Qigong master was a con. 1.0%, up 25% overnight. Third episode opened with my grandmother calling me for breakfast. And then a small figure on a rock face jumped and covered dozens of meters and landed at a doorway like a man stepping up to heaven. I want to explain why that shot and not another. Invincibility is not proof. Hard Qigong can fake toughness. External arts can break bricks. The only thing external arts cannot imitate is lightness, and lightness with no wires, filmed wide, in one take at a distance where you can see the ground the whole way. Across the country, people jumped up in front of their televisions and started shouting for their families to come look. And then they saw me explain what Qi actually is, saw me hand Yang Wei the manual, and saw the second jump from the mountainside to the valley floor. 1.5%. The station announced a compilation episode for the following night. The compilation pulled 99%. 99. In 1980, the country's first television drama had done 99, and everyone assumed that number was a historical artifact, a thing that had happened once when there was only one channel and would never happen again. Then, a state television program did it in 2006, about Qigong. Now here's the thing everybody outside the country got wrong about what happened next. The state's position was never anti-Qigong. The state's position was anti-fraud. What the state had actually been suppressing in the 90s was officials building factional networks under a spiritual banner. Against genuine skill, the official position was, and had always been, promote it. And the public's eyes were sharp. A wide-angle lens with no cut in it is a fact. City leaders from Chuzhou drove into the mountains overnight to find me, and could not, because my family had already relocated to Mingzhou, the second richest city in the province, and the Mingzhou leadership had gotten there first, and installed us in a nursing home in a small county town while our new house was built. Then Mingzhou said, "Forget the house, have an apartment in the best district. School? Guaranteed admission to the best schools in the city for both children. Money? A salary of 20,000 a month in 2006 for my mother, who was terrified of poverty her whole life and loved money accordingly. So my mother workers on me, and I let myself be worked on, and I reluctantly agreed, thereby demonstrating in front of everyone that although I might be a master, I was fundamentally still an 11-year-old boy. I have been 11 years old for a very long time. I know exactly what it is worth." That autumn, I enrolled in 6th grade at Mingzhou Experimental Primary School as a student and as a teacher. Both. Same building. The martial arts class replaced physical education. I was the lead instructor, and my assistant was the actual PE teacher, whose entire job was to step in if the 11-year-old could not hold a room. I could hold a room. The first class was a Tuesday in September, and the ground was still wet from overnight rain, and I stood on the playground looking at 30 children my own age, and they looked back at me, and both sides were thinking hard. Do you know what I'm going to teach you? A girl raised her hand and said, martial arts. Martial arts is correct, for you, right now. But what I have is not only martial arts. I handed the roster to Teacher Liu and told them to spread out into a circle around me. This is martial arts. And I moved, and every strike was precise and clean, and nothing else. Martial arts uses qi to drive the limbs. Every punch I throw can kill an ox. Then I changed, and the movements stopped being precise and started being strange, and the air around me bent a little. This is the martial way. Qi and body fully integrated. Now I'm going to jump. I went up dozens of meters until 30 children were looking at a dot and came back down. There was a chorus of noise, and the cameraman did not blink, because these classes went out on national television, and every broadcast slot was pulling 99%. But this is not freedom, I said. True freedom begins where the martial way reaches the Tao. And I raised my arms, and the rainwater still standing on that playground lifted off the concrete and came to me and gathered into a ball, and I pushed it out with a palm and left a crack 2 meters across in the wall. Then I taught them what it actually is. Martial arts is knitting a sweater and taking it off to make static electricity. The martial way is learning circuits and rubbing your hands and touching a closed circuit, and a small bulb comes on. Smaller light than you expected, but steadier and longer and much brighter than static. The Tao is finding the switch on the classroom wall. One finger of effort, and the whole room is lit for as long as you like. To get there, I told them, you must first learn martial arts. But martial arts alone will never take you there. So you also have to learn science and understand how the human body actually runs. Then I made them run 2 laps of the 400-meter track. When they came back panting, I asked them to put a hand on their chest and tell me if their heart was beating fast and if they were sweating. A boy in glasses said yes, and isn't that normal? You, come out. The class laughed. He came out nervously. Give me your hand. He did. How many laps have you ever run at most? I've never timed laps. My 400-meter is 2 minutes 8. 2 minutes 8 in 6th grade is a failing grade, I said. Is your heart still pounding? It's slowed down. Are you still sweating? Sweat? It's gone? Run. Go run. Run as hard as you can until you cannot run anymore. He went off half believing it, fast, and everyone waited for him to fade at the half lap. He did not fade. Hard exercise makes your heart race because it has to move oxygenated blood to your whole body, I said while he ran. Sweating is normal too because the heat in sweat is essentially qi that ordinary people cannot control. If it does not leave through the skin, the body goes into revolt. What I did to Gao Wei was build a circuit inside him with qi I can control. The heat in his body is not being wasted now. It is being returned to the work. Count his laps. 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Students and teachers both were shouting by then. Gao Wei, can you still run? I can't run anymore. His face was a color that worried me, and his legs went, and I caught his palm as he came down. A neutral, quiet warmth went into him, and everything the exercise had done to him unwound at once. The red drained out of his face. His chest stopped heaving. The sweat that was about to break went back inside his cells. Back to normal, I said. You'll eat 2 extra bowls of rice tonight. He did, too. His mother asked him why, and looked at his father, and the 2 of them started making plans. Then I picked 3 students who had worked hardest that hour, and gave them a small amount of true qi as a reward, and told the rest not to be jealous, because it would not stay in them, and because getting anywhere in this art depends on your own patience and nothing else. The bell rang. I shot 3 faint currents into 3 children, jumped, and left. Zheng Jun, Xia Meng, and Bai Li stood there punching the air and running experimentally and feeling absolutely nothing, and went home suspecting they had been had. Zheng Jun's parents were both research scientists, which meant they immediately ran a full human trial on their son. Running, jumping, time sprints, nothing. After a couple of hours, he got impatient because he was a straight-A student with a schedule and they were eating into his revision. So he sat down and did his homework. And he read a text once and knew it. That night, Zheng Jun read every textbook for the semester and memorized all of them, and only stopped when the qi ran out, and came to school the next morning with black circles under his eyes and found his 2 classmates in exactly the same condition. Word got out of the children and into the parents. And I want you to understand something about parents in that country. They will not eat in order to make sure their child studies. That is not a figure of speech. That is a documented cultural fact with 2,000 years behind it. Within a day, a mob of them had my parents cornered in the little shop the city had given them at the school gate. My parents, who genuinely did not understand what was happening, looked at a crowd of adults demanding enlightenment for their children and said, "If you want enlightenment, shouldn't you go to a temple?" "Oh, Boss Gao, how can a temple compare to your son? Name your price, we're not short of money." And my mother, who loved money, was immediately tempted and then said she had to ask her son because everything the family now had came from me and my opinion could not be ignored. She was 11 years late to that realization, and I loved her for getting there at all. The next morning, it was in the papers. The day after, it was national news, and people started flying in. So I called a press conference through the school and settled it. Yes, the Enlightenment is real. No, it is not for sale. It is only ever a gift. The principal nearly wept with joy because he understood immediately that the gates of that school were about to be trampled flat, which they were. Tuition went up. People complained, mostly that the school was not large enough and that money alone could not get you in, which was true, because most of the expanded quota went to people inside the system rather than to the rich. And then, in November, I published. The manual I had given Yang Wei on camera was too advanced, so I broke the opening apart into 3 pieces and printed it properly. Body techniques, 6 forms, the road of refining essence. Breathing technique, 1 method, the road of refining qi. Meditation, 1 method, the road of refining spirit. None of the 3 is hard. Fusing all 3 into a single instinctive skill is the entire difficulty, and it is a wall, and most people who bought the book walked up to that wall and turned around. Too hard, they said. It is simply too hard. And a certain number of them, unwilling to quit and unwilling to work, got together and started thinking about how to make me hand power over directly. Which brings me to the 100 million. "Isn't it just that the money isn't enough?" they said to each other. "Doesn't that poor kid just want money?" They were correct that I wanted money. What they did not understand is that with the reputation I had, I was never going to be short of money again. And therefore, the only interesting question left was what kind of money to take. Because here is my actual problem. I could teach anyone, but whether they used it well was their business. And if some man I enlightened went out and killed someone, was I the one who handed him the weapon? Was I an accomplice? Do I go to prison for that? From the beginning, I built the liability out. Everyone may learn from the book. What you do with it is yours. And in practice, the people who succeed with that book are already decent, because the meditation stage will not open for a man who does not know where his next meal is coming from. Poor scholar, rich martial artist. It is an old saying, and it is brutal, and it is true. So they came to my school gate, and the gatekeeper called me, and I came out and found a family of 3 standing there who had faces I wanted to punch. "Aren't you after money? Speak, name your price." 100 million, I said, with no expression at all. 100 million? You might as well go rob someone. The wife, expensively dressed, going pale with rage. Her husband flicked a cigarette butt onto the ground of a primary school. "Little brother, one shouldn't be too greedy. We are sincerely seeking Qigong." "Rob?" I looked at her. She was about my mother's type. My mother is snobbish, and I forgive her because she carried me. This woman I had no reason to forgive. Robbing a bank is slower than selling Qigong. I said 100 million. It's 100 million. Really? 100 million? That was a 5th grader. Braids, plain school uniform, round eyes, standing at the edge of the crowd of students who had come out at lunch to watch the show. Wei Min. I knew that name. Not the person, just the fact, sitting in my head like a stone in a shoe. In one of my previous lives, I had married her, and I had deliberately deleted everything about it except the information itself because I have learned to travel light. At that moment, she was the very low-profile daughter of a man whose family would eventually be worth 100 billion. Everyone's value is different, I said. They cannot afford 100 million, so I am asking them for 100 million. If it's you, 100 million is too little. I would need to add many conditions before I passed anything on. She did not look at my face. She looked at her own small leather shoes. What kind of conditions? Martial arts is an incredible form of violence. To be handed that violence out of thin air, there are requirements on a person's character. First, the recipient memorizes the criminal law of this country, 13,258 characters. You may do it in patches. Second, you register at the Public Security Bureau. If strange killings occur in future, you cooperate with the investigation. The third condition I will state after the transmission. It is not a private matter. The rich boy muttered, "Criminal law? What's the use of memorizing that?" When a person masters this, I said, the human body starts to look like a doll that can be broken at any moment. So the criminal law is very important. Before he uses force, I want him to understand for himself that the purpose of learning martial arts is not to hit people. It is to make other people believe you are a master and decide not to fight you. And most importantly, if a conflict comes anyway, you can run faster and avoid trouble you otherwise could not avoid. The mother started to make a scene, which was a method that had always worked on her husband. "You must be tired to say such things," I said. "Go home and rest well." The soul-shifting great art is essentially hypnosis, and her arrogance went out of her like air out of a bag, and she turned around and walked away. "Hey, wife! Mom, what's wrong with you?" The two of them stumbled off after her, and I turned to the gate. "Grandpa Lee, next time, ask them their purpose first. If they've come for transmission, tell them the tuition is 100 million. Little Master Gao, I understand," he was smiling. "Next time, I won't call you out for people like that." The fifth grader followed me. "They insulted you like that. Why didn't you hit them?" "You can't hit people. Hitting people is wrong and against the law. But learning martial arts and not using it to hit people is very frustrating. People like them, if they don't get it today, they'll come back tomorrow." That's possible." I took out my phone and dialed the police. "Hello. I am the Qigong master Gao Ming. Recently, people have been blocking me at experimental primary school, demanding I forcibly transmit power to others. I hope the police can assist me. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to contact Mayor Gao." She stared at me. Her father could not simply meet the mayor. Does this really need the police? Does this not need the police? But what if the police are useless? Then find someone higher up. What if the people higher up can't do anything either? She had stopped being a curious child 3 questions ago. She was checking the bottom of the thing. "Then someone is trying to destroy you," I said. "At that point, no rule can restrain a Qigong master anymore, and what we would have to do then is cause a bloodbath and go wander the world. That is the beauty of this art. It gives a person the courage to go down in flames. But it can only be used for mutual destruction, never for harming others." She was quiet for a second. "I want to receive transmission. Is your tuition enough? My family is quite wealthy. Then memorize the criminal law first." And she went home and actually did it. 13,000 characters, in batches, over months. One time I sat and listened to her recite the whole thing, and afterward I asked her the only question that mattered. "You have the determination, the patience, and the ability to memorize 13,000 characters. So why don't you go and practice the art yourself? Why spend that money?" "My father says money is the least valuable thing," she said. "If there is anything that lets you use money to take a shortcut and save time, you must take it. Martial arts, I might be able to master it, I might not. That would take a lot of time to find out. I want to skip the uncertain part and get to the part after. There's a difference between wuxia dramas and reality." "Where's the difference?" Her eyes went very wide and very stubborn. "If there is, I'll change it right now." 10 years old. "Forget it. Let's talk after you've finished memorizing. Receiving the power is only the beginning. If you don't understand that, tell your father." "Okay," and she skipped away. The paparazzi at the school gate had all of it on tape, and the whole country had the terms by the next morning. 100 million yuan. A figure most people could not accumulate in several hundred lifetimes, spoken casually by a 6th grader. The public reaction was interesting, and I want to be precise about it because I designed for it. When it is not about you personally, people think rationally, and what they thought was, a scarce resource being out of reach for me is acceptable, but only if it is out of reach for everyone else too. If it is available to others, it must be available to me. There is an old line about it. Do not worry about scarcity, worry about uneven distribution. Giving away the manual for free was the even distribution. Setting the price at 100 million was the no scarcity. 2 halves of one sentence. The ceremony was on a Saturday in December, clear, on the school basketball court, with half the notable people in Mingzhou inside the cordon and everybody else in the stands as background for a documentary. The 100 million was wired by her father with a bank manager present. Then she recited the criminal law from memory in front of the country and swore, on camera, that she would never use what she received for violence. Then she registered as a martial artist on a form I had drawn up myself, which would be held at the Public Security Bureau and which required her to report before leaving the city. In 2006, that looked like surveillance. 19 years later, everyone would have a travel code on their phone, and nobody would blink. As long as the surveillance protects and does not reach deeper, it is necessary. I had thought about it for several lifetimes. Then, the actual transmission, which requires skin contact along the governing meridian, which is on the back. She was a girl, and it was a public square, so her family had a sweater made with a 20-centimeter square opening cut in the back, and she took off her winter coat in December and sat cross-legged on cold concrete, and I sat down behind her and put my palm on her spine. I drank a medicine converted from 1,000,000 karma points and pushed. Nobody could interrupt it. Anyone who touched us would have taken 3 tons of rebound off the core. Half an hour later it was done, and I got up and stepped back and left her sitting there. I gave her 180 years of internal energy in a single sitting. Straight past the acquired stage, straight past innate, into the core realm. She was 10 years old, and she was, at that instant, one of the strongest human beings on the planet. And she could not move any of it. "That isn't yours yet," I said, watching her push at it and get nothing. "To make it yours, you first have to clap with it." "How do I do that?" I drew a circle in the air. The power is cyclical. It always wants to expand. The system always contracts it, and you control that balance, except you have no technique yet. Power that cannot cycle weakens. Clapping is you learning to move with it. You'll lose a little in the process. Most will stay. Even if you can't build a car, knowing how to drive it is enough, and nobody learns to drive without scraping the paint. She very much wanted to say she understood. You have to break the balance first, because you can't hold it yet. So push your own will onto the expansion. Relax. Relax? Open your hands. Let it out. She did, and the entire square heard a burst of bang, 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 so fast and so loud it blurred into one sound, and nobody could count it. Tighten. Lock it back in. How do I lock it in? Imagine swallowing spit you were about to spit out. That's disgusting. But she did it, and the chi came back. Again. Bang, bang, bang. Retract. Again. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen times, faster and faster, until I called it. You felt it, didn't you? Chi moving through your body. I felt it. That counts as an initial grasp. The energy in you isn't simple energy, though. I structured it into a system that runs on its own. To actually master a systematized art, you still have a great deal to learn. I have a third request. It isn't appropriate to say it now. This is your free time. Go. Go show off. Come find me tomorrow. And I leapt and was gone, and behind me, a very rich man in the crowd said out loud, to nobody, that Master Gao's Qigong was truly extraordinary. Now, I want you to picture a 10-year-old girl who has just been handed 2 centuries of power and told, in public, to go and enjoy it. Mayor Gao asked her, kindly, if she would demonstrate for everyone. Her father said, "Go on, make some noise." She swung her arms, and the whole square heard the clap, and she turned into a smear and started running around the 400-meter track. People timed her. 6 seconds a lap. That is 237 kilometers an hour. The national highway limit was 120. The fastest train in the country did 250. She noticed, while running, that the faster she went, the less the earth seemed interested in her, so she hopped the wall of the sports ground and went out onto the road. She did not hit anyone. She could not have. A body running an integrated core has nerve response fast enough that everything in front of her was effectively standing still. Fast. It was so fast. She was a good girl, and she went completely feral. She put a foot on the wall of a high building and ran up it like a gecko. Any fragile surface offers resistance if you are quick enough about it, and she found every tiny crevice and climbed. And then she got ambitious. She got up past 100 meters, and she looked down, and she was a 10-year-old who had not yet made peace with heights, and her chi stalled, and she fell. People on the ground gasped and watched her come. I want to be precise about this too. Even with 2 centuries of core protecting her, 100 meters onto concrete would have crippled her. I was faster, a blur through the air, and I had her, and we were gone before the crowd finished inhaling. A few seconds later, I set her down on a rooftop and handed her a bottle of salted soda and leaned on the railing with my own water. "You're really bold." She drank it and took a long time to get her voice back. "Master, don't call me master. This isn't the old society. On this road, you and I are fellow travelers. Call me Master Gao." "Master Gao?" "Yes, the one who can do it is the teacher. The day you pass me, I'll call you Master Wei." I laughed and then stopped laughing. "From today, your life is going to be different. Some people will leave your circle, new people will come in. It will feel unfamiliar. Don't be surprised. When you have a power ordinary people don't have, you are not the person you were." "My father told me that even without Qigong, my life would be like this," she said, thinking about it. "There's a gap between me and my classmates anyway." "Then you understand, and I'll stop. Come find me tomorrow. I'll give you the textbooks. Also, you can transmit power to others, but not at your level. If you force it, you and the other person both get hurt. So if anyone asks you for it, say no. If they insist, give them my name and tell them to come find me." "Okay." Now here is what I did with the 100 million, and this part matters more than any of the fighting. I would not let my parents have it. My salary, yes. The tuition, absolutely not. They wanted houses and cars and a rich life. I had been rich in dozens of lifetimes. I have played with things that would make your hair stand up. Everything they wanted to enjoy, I had already worn out. I asked Wei Min's father to find me a charity, and he listed several, and I knew every one of those names was going to be in a scandal inside a few years. "There's no way," he said. "Domestic charity is like this. In our circle, we see them clearly. If you actually want to do good, it's better to do it yourself." "Master Gao, why do you suddenly want to do charity?" "That's not charity, that's cultivation." And I explained the part nobody else in that room could have understood. After the martial way matures, a practitioner becomes less like a person and more like an immortal. And an immortal draws in the energy of heaven and earth, which is electricity. Electricity has positive charge and negative. I take the positive and reject the negative, so the negative stays in the atmosphere. It accumulates until it discharges. That process is called heavenly tribulation. Passing one makes you stronger. Failing one kills you. And I cannot balance it with more chi because more positive charge only generates more of the opposite. So I need another road, and the other road is merit. A living person changes matter every moment. If I had not come today, you would not have entertained me, and this cup of hot tea would not exist. Past and future are shaped by what people do. What I want is to use money to leverage those changes, and make more and more of them until the pattern is too disturbed to aim at. So Master Gao does charity to survive the lightning. If Wei Min wants to go further, she walks the same road. Also, do not publicize it. Not publicize a good deed? Mr. Wei, a job that needs hard, patient work cannot be done with fanfare. Charity is not sales. He drank his whole cup of tea in one go and said he had learned something. That winter, I did the mayor's events, lectures at 20,000 a session, and treated people afterward for nothing. Medicine and the martial way are the same spine. My method was to use qi to accelerate the body's metabolism and target diseased tissue directly, and then send them home with a prescription made entirely of food. My public explanation was simple. A lecture teaches knowledge, and knowledge has a price. Treatment heals a body is a person is priceless and cannot be measured in money. By the end of that winter, online I was still controversial. In Mingzhou, in the real world, in front of actual people, nobody doubted anymore. And at New Year, with the whole extended clan gathered at my grandparents' house, my grandparents asked for the only thing they had ever asked me for. Not money. Could I help 2 cousins learn Qigong faster than other people? People in that country are most sensitive of all about learning. They had heard Qigong could give a child photographic memory. Every scrap of pride went out the window. So I made an offer to the whole clan. I will transmit power to every one of you, 3. In exchange, your students spend every summer doing volunteer work with me. I cover all food and travel. I am responsible for their safety. Adults with jobs are excluded. This is for children still in school. Some parents worried about summer tutoring classes. How can a cram school compare to running a charity project, I said. This is a social activity. It will matter for the rest of their lives. In a job interview years from now, when you can say, I managed a project worth $100 million, who exactly is going to compete with you? 154 people from the Gao clan received transmission that new year. And I want to tell you why I did it that way, because it was not sentiment. Doing charity alone has almost no reach, and my time is expensive. Doing it with strangers has an embezzlement problem. But would anyone from the Gao clan dare steal from the Gao clan? Clan law today means social death, and do not underestimate social death. Our whole village had just been relocated. Every family was a transplanted tree with unsettled roots, all of them leaning on the clan network to get anything done at all. And a man cut out of that network in a new town is quietly ostracized until he dies. So I paid the clan first, with the only currency I had that mattered, and bought myself a workforce that could not steal. That summer, and every summer for years after, I took 154 teenagers into the poorest county of the poorest city in the province, Jew Family Village, so poor they had electricity and would not burn it, and sat outside after dinner talking and playing cards until it was too dark to see, and then went to bed and got up at 5. We came in with a bus, a truck, and a bag full of cash in early July when the early rice was ripe. First, we gave every household rice, oil, salt, and meat, and introduced ourselves. Poverty alleviation? They could not understand why a bunch of unrelated people were doing something the government would not begin for another 9 years. For the party and the people, I said, which was not my reason at all, but which is assent with credibility in that country, and which shut down every objection instantly, because in their understanding, people who say that and then actually work are a specific, known type. Then I cut rice, personally in front of everyone, in July, in the sun, because on day 1, nothing else would have worked. I used a sickle, and I could throw chi off the blade, so I went through a field like weather, and my clan members followed behind, picking up and binding. And the incentive I gave them was this: labor consumes energy, and heavy labor makes muscles produce lactic acid. In the evening, I would go down the line, pushing the palace and moving the blood, and the chi in each of them would devour the lactic acid and come out stronger. Work all day, class all night. I want you to see the escalation, because that is the part I am proud of. From cutting rice to building a road. I rented an excavator and bought survey instruments and leveled the rutted dirt, laid crushed stone, compacted it, set forms 20 meters at a time, 6 meters wide, 20 centimeters thick, and poured 30 cubic meters of concrete a day. Half a month later, there was a road running the length of the village and on into the mountains. From a road to an industry, because rural poverty has exactly one cause, and it is the absence of industry. Bamboo. 3 lines of it. Food, medicine, and goods, designed with real mechanics so they came out looking modern instead of rustic. Then I used my city connections to put them in a furniture market, and within 1 season, people who had left that village to work in factories started coming home. And then I gave the whole thing away. The factories went to the villagers because the land is collectively owned, which makes every one of them an owner drawing one income and a worker drawing another. And on the last days, I taught them how to keep it. Harvest on a schedule based on density, not on need. Watch for pests. Adjust to market feedback. And when the groves get big and the houses get renovated and people start coming to look at you as a model, that is your 3rd industry. So learn what a homestay is now. My cousin was on camera duty. Those photographs went up on a board in that village as their own history. And every clan member who worked took a set home along with a bonus, showing the before and the after. Money, honor, and true chi. That is what I paid 154 teenagers with. And by the end of that summer, I had the loyalty of the entire younger generation of my own clan. In ancient times, that would have made me the patriarch with real clan authority. In 2007, it made me something better. A pool of human beings who trusted me without conditions and could act on their own initiative. Also that year, a newspaper story reached me about a family in the Southwest. In 1982, the province had founded the country's first anti-narcotics police force because of the drug trade coming out of the lawless zone in Southeast Asia. In the same year, an officer named Chao Chang was killed in the line of duty chasing traffickers. 25 years later, his son, Zhao Hao, also anti-narcotics, was also killed in the line of duty. A family of martyrs. I looked at the sales figures for my book by province, which is how I measured how many people were practicing where, and the province with the most dangerous police work in the country had the worst numbers in the country. So I went to the city government and asked them to arrange a cross-provincial police exchange and gave them a perfectly respectable official reason about the drug trade in Mingzhou needing expert guidance. Mengla City sent 5 men, their sharpest blade, and they came expecting to teach a coastal city how to do real anti-narcotics work, which they were correct about. Then I beat all 5 of them at firearms and again at close quarters, after which they were extremely interested in what I had to say. Each of them received 20 years of internal energy and a set of textbooks. Meng Le got Qigong. Mingzhou got 2 decades of hard-won anti-narcotics doctrine. Everyone went home delighted. And I got a title. Chief Qigong Instructor for the province. No salary, no position in the establishment, rank nominally equivalent to a first-class superintendent, and absolutely no actual power. I accepted immediately. The moment they said no power, I could not sign fast enough. Now let me tell you what 20 years of internal energy does in the hands of 5 men who were already the best in the country at the most dangerous job in the country. The border with the Golden Triangle. People so poor that processing opium is the only survival available to them, moving product across a mountain frontier with military rifles, grenades, and landmines. If they learn who your family is, they kill your family. If they make you as anti-narcotics, they cut you into pieces. Recorded facts, not hypotheticals. And the regulation is that our side does not draw first. The average life expectancy of an anti-narcotics officer in that province was 41 years, 32.5 years below the national average. Qian Long, Zheng Wei, Deng Chao, Song Wen, and Ma Jie went home and did not tell anybody. They just went to work. An informant gave them 8 men disguised as farmers coming down a mountain path at night with baskets, and 5 officers waited in the dark on that path. Police! Everyone squat down! You have seen a tiger run. In broken terrain, a tiger does better than 20 meters a second. That is what came out of the trees at those 8 men. One reached for a gun. Deng Chao broke his hand at the wrist and put both his arms out of their sockets in 1 3/10 of a second. The whole engagement took 3 seconds. The traffickers had not finished being surprised when they were face down. Damn it, said Song Wen, pulling a grenade off one of them. Caught in the act, with the goods and the men. At the station, they knew they were facing execution and said nothing at all, so Ma Jie used a mind-clouding technique on camera. Its principle is drunkenness. The man goes soft and answers whatever he is asked. They gave up the group behind them so fast that the group had no time to react and got hit 2 days later on a rural road boxed between 2 vehicles. 5 men with pistols in a van deciding to fight for their lives because they were carrying enough weight for a death sentence and knew it. They tried the oldest trick there is. The ones in front pretended to surrender to give the ones in back space to shoot. That works on 5 people. It does not work on 5 tigers with human intelligence. 4 meters, 1/10 of a second, and the traffickers were out of the van with their arms broken before a trigger moved. Several hundred kilograms recovered in one seizure. When that report reached the provincial department finally understood what Qigong actually was. Not just fewer casualties, easier interrogations, and an entirely new dimension of operation, because now you could send men up the outside of a building barehanded to come through the upper windows while the door team went in the front. The Art of War says the orthodox and the unorthodox in combination. In the second half of that year, anti-narcotics deaths in Mengla City were 0. 0. In a frontline city, which meant every other city in the country had to come and learn, whether they wanted to or not. By the end of 2007, I had also been called to a meeting with the highest level of the country, and they did not want to learn Qigong. They wanted to talk about the next 10 years. Because they had done the arithmetic. If the physical quality of the entire citizenry improves, that is a national rejuvenation. And a national rejuvenation like that breaks everything. Every safety assumption stops working. An anti-theft window does not stop a real martial artist. This country has no guns, and martial arts are far more concealable than guns. I had faced this test in previous lives and lost it before. This time, I brought the manuals and the catalog I had been compiling, and I gave them the actual answer, which is a policy. Martial arts and martial techniques are complementary. One generates power, one consumes it. If a man has the art and no techniques, he mostly gets healthier and lives longer. If a man has techniques and no art, he burns himself out hurting people and then he is finished. Only the two together make terrifying violence. So open the art. Spread it to everyone and tighten the techniques. Keep the high-end applications inside the system, and at the same time develop the economy as hard as you possibly can so that people are busy building happy lives and crack down on organized violence without hesitation. Then I gave them the line I actually believe. It is true that a knight can break the law with martial arts, but the ability to break the law comes from injustice. If a society becomes steadily fairer, then anyone who destroys other people's happiness will be attacked by the crowd, not defended by it. They asked the obvious follow-up. Does this not end in absolute rule by violence, since the government holds the most advanced techniques? And I said, as long as the people keep advancing, the government cannot afford to be lazy. Everyone wants a happy life. If violence costs a lot and the honest work pays a lot, people do not go astray. Then they offered me the thing they thought I wanted. Come to the capital. Come to state television. We will open a channel. Your channel. I said no. I said I was 12 years old and it was not appropriate to be that far from my parents. They said, bring your parents. The capital will not miss a few extra mouths. They discussed it among themselves and concluded that they would never again treat me as a child and that my refusal was therefore a position and not a worry. They were correct. I did not want a channel. A channel is a leash with a very comfortable collar. What I wanted was the thing I had spent 150 years assembling and had never once had, all at the same time. Time. A country full of people practicing, and no one, anywhere, who could reach me. Because I had 3 years until the martial god called again, and after that, and after that, and somewhere down that road, on the 9th of September, was a piece of water that had killed me 48 times. And I was finally, for the first time in 5,000 years of accumulated living, ahead of schedule. The martial god called in July of 2009 and put me in a wilderness with grass taller than a man, in a circle where the grass had been cleared, standing with 4 strangers. First mission, solo. Second mission, team. And not just a team battle. 5 of us against 5 of them, 10 years on the clock, or until somebody settles it early. The world was called Tai, boundless, high martial, but the first arc of it is not that high, and the strongest man alive in it at that moment was at the core realm and had not even taken a first turn, which meant that for me, personally, it was a nursery. I looked at my 4 teammates. So, I said, introductions. Kid, isn't your attitude a bit too arrogant? A monk the size of a door, skull necklace, face like an angry temple guardian, pointing at me. When you travel the world, I said, children, women, Taoists, and monks are the hardest to provoke. Monk, the maritime god made me your teammate. If you won't give me face, give him face. Heh, you first, stinky kid, truly impolite. Fine, my name is Li Yong, which was not my name, and which was the name of a movie star I liked, and which I used for 10 years without blinking. What's yours, big sister? The woman was dressed to be looked at, and looking at her was a physical event. Beautiful in a way that was clearly a technique rather than an accident, which told me exactly which manual she ran, the highest grade female cultivation art, which corrects posture and features, shrinks the pores, and rebuilds the muscle until the skin looks like carved jade. It also works on absolutely everyone, and it makes its practitioner terrifyingly fast, because the whole style is an assassin's, charm you and win, or fail and run. Manhwa, she said, not big sister, little sister. The young Taoist next to her flicked his whisk and coughed to cover the fact that his blood had just moved. Liu Bo, Chuanzhen sect. 9 yin manual plus an innate skill, cultivated cleanly, nothing excessive, qi balanced and calm. A seed for the core realm, given time. Wei Jie, no sect, just a swordsman. He looked like a refined young gentleman of the mundane world, and nobody noticed him glancing at Manhwa except me. Brother, I said, your qi is in disarray. Humph. The monk looked at both men with open contempt. I'm the furious monk. My weapon is a staff. I follow the external school. which does not mean hard external forms. It means the hard qigong of the internal arts, the kind where a punch ends the conversation. I gave them the situation. Not far from here, two sworn brothers of the Tianyi sect and the young lord of sword-casting city are about to fight over a red monkey. That is the plot. Do we go and watch? You want to join Tianyi and challenge the other team? Wei Jie asked. They're sons of destiny, said Liu Bo, shaking his head. The kind who live 500 years. Join Tianyi and you'll be allied with them for a while, and enemies eventually. Let's not. We do have a team battle. The martial god pays 200,000 to kill. Too little, said the furious monk. 5 of them is 1,000,000. How do the 5 of us split 1,000,000? Better to go to Fire Cloud Cave and kill the Fire Qilin. Even if we can't kill it, taking the blood Bodhi out of that cave is worth more than 1,000,000. My face did something. The Fire Qilin is the Flame Sovereign's mount. Blades do not cut it. Spears do not go in. It breathes fire that melts metal. It is the single most ferocious thing walking in that world, and this monk wanted to go and pick a fight with it before lunch. I don't recommend it, I said. Why not other spirit beasts instead? Qilin blood never dries, which means the fire never dissipates, which means drinking it drives you mad. But dragon turtle blood adds 4,000 years to a life. Phoenix blood adds 1,000. Dragon essence gives you vitality with no ceiling. Compared to those, the Qilin is the worst of the 4. If we want a big score, we don't need to touch it. Kid, you know quite a lot. I did my homework, I said, and rubbed the back of my head, and smiled like a boy. Here is what I had decided in the first 4 seconds. There are 2 ways to play a mission world. The herb-gathering road, where you plunder the treasures and cash out fast, and the governing road, where you spend 10 years changing how millions of people live and get paid on the size of the change. Governing is more money and far more work, and it is safe. I have died in mission worlds. In one of them, I squeezed so hard that the natives killed me before my own tribulation could. I wanted the governing road. My 4 teammates wanted to be rich by Tuesday. Fine, I would take them shopping first. We got to Fire Cloud Cave late because none of us knew the way, and we asked directions like tourists, and by the time we arrived, the young master of the Tianyi sect was already inside with 2 Tianshan assassins, which was better for me because they set off the trap. The blood Bodhi grows on the walls in there, red fruit glowing faintly, and it does not grow naturally. It exists because 2 men once wounded the Fire Qilin in that cave, and its blood irrigated a vine. That is the entire supply on that planet. The assassins were picking fruit when their master, a man named Wei Guang, pulled a saber out of the ground beside a skeleton and flicked the blade to hear it ring. Then he coughed up poisoned blood and went down on his knees. His own 2 men put down the fruit and drew, apologizing while they did it, because their sect master had personally ordered his death. And then everything in that cave stood up, because something enormous had heard a sword ring. The Fire Qilin came out burning. The pressure of its qi alone locked both assassins solid. One attacked from reflex and was bitten, and was charcoal in 2 breaths. The other ran, and it went after him, because it hunts what moves, which left the blood Bodhi unattended, and 5 people who had been controlling their breathing very carefully. Everyone's concealment is quite good, I said, and walked over to the poisoned man on the floor instead of the fruit. Aren't you going to pick? Gao Hua was already up the wall harvesting, and everyone else followed. Wei Guang, I said, aren't you going to help him? He's no relative and no friend. Aren't you afraid he'll cut you down after? That shouldn't happen. I'm not his sect master. I drew 2 blood Bodhi off the vine with qi. One went into his mouth, the other went into his robe. This cures all poison and adds to your cultivation, I told him. I'm not saving you to be thanked. That saber in your hand belonged to another man's father. He and your master fought over it in this cave, and the Qilin killed him for it. If you ever meet a man named Qin Chang, give it back. That is the whole transaction, and I want to be very clear that it was a transaction, not kindness. I had read the fate of that world the way you read a train timetable. Wei Guang was going to be needed later, and a favor given at the bottom of a cave to a dying man is worth about 400 times a favor given anywhere else. They're coming back, said Wei Jie, and vanished. The others went with him. I did not. Gao Hua reappeared at my shoulder, charming as a knife. You're not planning to take his saber, are you? I can't. A weapon or a person, they're tied to fate. If you can't take it, you can't. Then why are you standing here? Don't tell me you're plotting against the fire Qilin. Qilin blood has a blood demon in it. Using it as medicine is asking to die, but for sharpening a blade it is a supreme object. The reason the fire Qilin sword is what it is comes entirely from one scale set into the steel. I looked at her. What I intend goes a step further. The air was getting hotter. She looked at me and looked at the man on the floor and made a decision and disappeared with a parting line hanging in the heat. Little brother Li, don't die. The other 3 spirit beasts still depend on you. Remember to save some for your sister. I'll trade you blood Bodhi for it. I know. Then I took the poisoned man's saber, and I used the sharpest weapon in the world on the thing it was made from, and the fire Qilin bled. I got the blood. Then I ran, badly on purpose, at a speed calculated to be exactly frustrating, and led it to the cave mouth, where it stopped, because the tomb of the Flame Sovereign is in that cave, and it will not leave. It went back in, suspicious and wounded, and its blood fed the vine, and within a week there was new fruit. Which is the part I want you to notice. I did not kill it. I injured it and left, and the world was strictly better off than if I had never come, because now there was more medicine growing in that cave than before. I have died once at the hands of reclusive immortals in a mission world for exactly the opposite behavior. Steal an egg and the owner asks for compensation and labor. Kill the chicken and it costs your life. Next stop, Honghu Lake for the divine dragon. We took a covered boat out onto green water, and Wei Jie sat cross-legged polishing his sword and complained that the lake was calm and where exactly was the great dragon. So I gave him the lecture, because I enjoy the lecture. The energy of heaven and earth is the electricity made when radiation from the sun cuts across the magnetism of the earth's core. We live very far down from that layer, so only a trickle reaches us. And still, a divine beast lying on the surface of the world, doing nothing, sleeping, not eating, gets stronger every year forever. Then, the geomagnetic field shifted at the end of the Ming, and more of that energy stopped up in the sky, and less reached the creatures under it. Colder weather for us, famine for them. Most of them went to sleep somewhere and stayed there. Then how do we find it? Said Liu Bo. A divine beast is the top of its ecosystem, and predators have territory. If another divine beast's aura appears inside one's territory, the local one wakes up to look, and I took out a bottle. Almost transparent white jade. Glazed jade pure bottle. 42,000 karma points at the martial god's shop. Holds liquid without gravity. Just holding liquid can't be worth 42,000, said Gao Hua. It isn't. Its original function is that in high humidity, it generates rootless spirit water inside itself. That's the expensive part. I filled it with Qilin blood, and I flicked one drop into the lake. Everything alive in that water went mad. The blood demon in Qilin blood does not need much. Fish attacked fish. It became, in about a minute, a refinement. The kind where you seal 100 venomous things in a jar, and whatever comes out is not a thing anymore. Whatever finally won in that lake would have been a new divine beast, not equal to the 4 great ones, but on the road, growing forever. It was also a challenge to the local overlord's territory, which is why the lake stood up with no wind in it. Did you see it? Didn't see it. Felt it. Furious Monk got out his gauntlets. Wei Jie stopped polishing. Liu Bo's hand tightened on his whisk. Gao Hua drew a dagger. I changed bottles. The roar came up through the hull, and the dragon came out of the water, and the sky went dark, and lightning walked across it, and every peasant within 100 miles felt the pressure and knelt down. 60 meters, over 60 meters of it. I read the field through my pores and did the arithmetic. 7 cores, at least. Over 4,000 years of cultivation and 100 tons of force. For the same level, a dragon needs 7 cores, and a human would need 33, because our bodies were never built to fight. They were built to feed a brain, which is also why a human can invent something like the 9-turn elixir, and an animal can only stack, by instinct, over 10,000 years. And 10,000 years is a lot of variables. If a sufficiently unpleasant person turns up in year 9,000, the whole investment goes to zero, like now. Attack! 5 shapes came off a boat that a tail then shattered from underneath. There is a thing an innate grandmaster can do, which is walk on water, and the reason is not mystical. Above 30 years of cultivation, when the limbs put out over 750 kilograms and the feet move faster than the eye resolves, water becomes concrete. It just does. We went in from 5 sides. Wei Jie got there first, ducked the bite, and put a treasured sword into the dragon's neck with 30 years of cultivation behind it, and left a scratch. It rolled and dove and came around with an eagle's claw, and the furious monk put an immovable wisdom king's fist into its ribs and knocked 60 meters of dragon off course. That one hurt it. Combined with Gao Hua's charm art agitating its blood, An animal that had wanted to be left alone decided it now needed to eat somebody to feel better. It went under and came up on the far side and did the thing I had actually been waiting for, which is that it pressurized its chest and narrowed the aperture and spat, and a jet of water came out like a sword blade. White python whip! Liu Bo met it with a whisk and the softness that overcomes hardness, and held and got hit by the tail while he was holding, and went into the air. 80 years of cultivation, mid-innate. I filed it. Gao Hua was faster than any of us and took him out of the dragon's mouth on the way down. Furious Monk landed on the animal's back and started hitting it. It roared and dove and coiled and came up out of the lake with its mouth open, aimed at the smallest and least impressive person on the water, which was me, which was the entire plan. I flipped over the bite, landed on its head as it broke surface, took both horns, and set my breathing to the turtle method. Then I let it try. Free and unfettered roaming absorbs. That is the ugly truth about the technique I run, and it is why I do not tell people what I run. I held on for half an hour while a divine dragon did everything a divine dragon can do, and I drank while it did. When it could no longer swim, I dragged it onto the shore. It looked at me with an expression I did not enjoy, and I closed several of its major points, because dragon points are not human points, but if you can feel the electricity, you can find the junctions. Brother Li is truly full of hidden depths, said Gao Hua, floating over with a charming smile. Took down a divine dragon all by himself. The people who want to share had arrived. As expected, said Liu Bo, whisk flicking, clearly injured. To reach this world at your age, little brother Li is a master among masters. Give me time, I can finish it myself, said the furious monk, unconvinced. I admit defeat. My sword couldn't even get through the scales, said Wei Jie, touching one, possibly sincere. I ignored all of it and pointed. I told you about this dragon, correct? Of course, said Gao Hua, first as always. And I put it down, correct? They did not enjoy nodding, but they nodded. Then how it's handled is mine, and I promise none of you came along for nothing. I went up onto it and worked the points from the tail forward to the throat. 5 glowing objects came out of its mouth. Everyone felt a lurch, and then a craving that came from somewhere much older than any of them. 5 transparent beads in my hand. Dragon pearls. Not dragon pearls, dragon cores. Dragon pearls are far more than this. These are just its cores. It has more than 5, said the furious monk, watching me. I know. I had already opened a scale and taken blood. Compared to this world, we are guests. The martial god bought us the tickets. Who knows what the taboos are here? Too much is as bad as too little. And I hit it once, and it felt itself come free, and it took my push and used it, and was gone into Honghu Lake in a blink. The silence on that shore was extremely loud. Why didn't you kill it? Said Wei Jie. I told you, too much is as bad as too little. We didn't raise this thing. Stealing a few cores is one thing. Killing it could be very expensive. I turned the 5 beads over in my hand and threw one to each of them. That is worth 600 years of cultivation. From this moment, even if you do nothing else for 10 years, you have not lost on this team battle. And I watched 4 people stop wanting a revolution. That is not cynicism. That is management. Someone who has never had anything wants everything. Someone who has just been handed something wants to keep it. If those 4 had gotten nothing on the dragon, they would have moved on me eventually. Paid, they would sit still. What next? Said Wei Jie, holding his. They were all looking at me now. Which is what wisdom and generosity are for, if you are honest about why you deploy them. The 4 great beasts. Better early than late. Next stop, Taihu Lake, for the Phoenix. Shouldn't we stop and refine these first? Said Liu Bo. We have 10 years. Our enemies don't have to give us 10 years. If the other team hears what we're doing, they'll be waiting at Taihu. They packed and moved. They were not waiting at Taihu, and I had been wrong in an interesting way. The other team had spent that entire period walking into the imperial capital and taking over the empire. That is the governing road. They found an emperor obsessed with immortazol and came to him as 5 half-immortals who wanted to become full ones and lacked resources, which meant they had something to want, which meant he had something to give, which is the only stable footing between a man and a power he cannot check. Their agreement was elegant. If the country is governed well, the credit is yours. If it is not, the blame is entirely ours. With that, they took the highest power below the throne and started building an administration out of sidelined officials and generals, and used it to do actual work, and always had a legitimate reason, and never provoked public anger, which meant they had no incentive whatsoever to tell anybody about a divine dragon in Honghu Lake. So we walked to Taihu unopposed. The phoenix is different from the others. They hold territory and enjoy themselves. It only sleeps there. It flies out to eat and comes back at dusk, and if you startle it, it may not return for years, and there is only one of it in the world. Every legend of an undying bird anywhere on this planet is that one animal, so there was no second attempt available. We waited on the island until we saw a red streak coming in against the evening. Its cave smelled of nothing but herbs. Because of all spirit beasts, the phoenix is the only clean one. I had made a net of iron wire and rock wool, because rock wool takes heat and has no strength, and wire has strength and hates heat, and woven together, they hold for exactly as long as you need, and not 1 second longer. 4 of them took the corners. It went up in flames inside the net immediately. I stepped in and closed its points before the wire melted, and then I counted. 6 cores. 5 of us. 6 cores. Take 5 and leave 1, and you have killed it, slowly, and you have taken the last one of something out of the world. We take blood, I said. That's all. What a joke. The furious monk's voice changed. We planned this long. There's a treasure mountain in front of us, and we're not allowed in? What kind of logic is that? I had known this team would break. I had assumed it would be after the 4th beast. I did not argue. I set my stance. If you'll do as I say, do it. If not, let's fight. Kid, you're too arrogant. He looked at the others. What are your thoughts? Saying is one thing, said Wei Jie, and walked around behind me. Monk, we don't understand little brother Li's choices either. But we never thought about attacking him, he said it, looking at Liu Bo. Liu Bo hesitated, and 3 people were watching him hesitate. What are you thinking? Said the furious monk. This kid is a lucky brat who just finished a novice mission and ate some treasures and got handed his power. With the cultivation of the 4 of us, what is there to be afraid of? And he moved his eyes. Furious monk, stop talking. I will not attack little brother Li. And Liu Bo charged me from behind, whisk-lashing at my back. Comply out loud, strike from behind. I stepped off the line, back one, and flicked the back of my left hand at his chest. The other 2 came at the same instant, a fist to my chest and a sword for my ribs. Gao Hua retreated a few steps with an expression of pure surprise, as though the fight had started without her. I want to be exact about what happened next, because it took about 1.5 seconds, and it decided everything. None of the 3 were core realm. Below the core realm, when true qi is circulating, a man's acupoints are the weakest thing about him. Because qi runs in meridians, and the points are the junction boxes for whole regions of the body. They all knew that. They were guarding them. It did not help because the guard depends on being able to react. Left hand into Liu Bo's chest, the danzong. Right hand onto Wei Jie's blade, which took his balance, then the tian qi. Then 2 exchanges with the monk, who came straight in, and I met the punches with my whole body and took the tian tu and the left tian chuang. 3 men's qi went into disorder at once, which meant their circulation slowed, which meant they could keep up with me even less than before. It's decided. Gao Hua's face changed for the first time. She runs a speed art. She was the only one in that cave who actually understood how fast I had been. Little brother Li, spare them! They wanted to kill me. Why should I? I had the monk by the throat, and I opened free and unfettered roaming. In the North Sea there is a fish. Its name is kun. The kun is so vast that no one knows how many thousands of miles it measures. It took a few breaths. The furious monk went limp, and most of what he had went into me. Bei, Ming, divine skill, he got out. Every face in that cave changed. That is the thing nobody forgives. Nonsense, Gao Hua said quickly, which is how I knew she was frightened. The 5 of us are a team. We can't do without you. The fire qilin was the flame sovereign's mount. The phoenix was Fu Shi's. The divine dragon was the yellow sovereign's, all 5,000 years old. But that dragon turtle is at least 14,000. We still need you to find it. How could we kill you? And I thought, very clearly, nobody said kill. The martial god has already sorted us into teams. Killing me is not available to you. What is available is beating me until I say where the turtle is, and if I do not say, continuing. And since I would never make it back to the martial god's realm afterward, whose hands exactly would be dirty? Well said, I told her, but I can't trust you, and you wouldn't want a man who runs this technique standing near you either. I'll leave you a share of the phoenix blood. This is where we part. I drew blood, treated the wound, and let it go. Then I divided the spoils and walked out of that cave without looking back. She thought about following me. She had not moved during the fight because her charm art had bounced off me, and she wanted to see what I actually was before she committed. That was correct. If she had moved, she would only have been offering herself. And then she chose to stay with the injured, because they were assets she could control, and I was not. She was right about that, too. She was extremely capable, that woman, and I had no interest whatsoever in traveling with someone who was extremely capable. There are lone wolves in that realm. Some because they like it, some because everybody makes them one. And the second kind is almost always somebody who runs a technique that can drink his own friends. Once you are seen doing it, you are done. Nobody stands beside you again. I walked out of Taihu light as a coin, and with nobody watching, I stopped pretending to be slow. At full extension, I did not need ground or water. Past the speed of sound, air becomes stone, and you can simply walk on it, provided every part of your body is under control, which requires a core, or you come apart. 340 meters a second. Taihu to Zhoushan is 340 kilometers. 16 minutes. I laughed the whole way. The dragon turtle is 14,000 years old. During the war between the Shang and the Zhou, it was wounded, and a cultivator named Zhao Hai collected its blood and made a medicine out of it and drank it. After that, Zhao Hai stopped changing. He has been alive for nearly 4,000 years, and for nearly 4,000 years, having taken the benefit, he has stood guard over the animal he took it from. I felt him from a very long way out. 4,000 years. It did not matter how good I was, and the moment I felt him, I understood that my luck from saving a man in a cave had run out. That is not superstition, it is bookkeeping. In exchange for that, I had received dragon essence, dragon blood, phoenix blood, and qilin blood without a single complication. Was that not enough? So I sat on a cliff and made an honest offer to the world, and waited to see whether it took it. In a few years, a man is going to come out of the east and invade, I thought, and Long and Huan, as they are, will not stop him. If I take this, I will give part of it to them, so they can. Then I sat until dawn. And when I read the island again, one signature was missing. Not dead, gone. Which meant the plot had accepted my terms. The turtle was floating on the sea, the size of a small mountain. Its back is the hardest thing I have ever seen. Its limbs are softer, and reaching them meant a long time underwater with an animal that would not appreciate it. So there was one method left, which was to injure it violently. I decided to try talking first. "Hello, dragon turtle," I said, standing in front of a head shaped like a dragon's, and shouting because it was very large. The head moved, eyes opened. It looked down at the small thing in front of it. It could not speak because a turtle's throat does not do that. It vibrated the air with its own chi instead, which is a much better trick. "Who are you?" "I'm an alchemist. I need your blood to refine a pill called the 4 Symbols Heavenly Creation Pill." "4 symbols." A pause. "You have the others?" "I have." "Then it seems you must have it. So, human. Do one thing for me, and I will satisfy you." Which was the moment I stopped being nervous and started being fascinated, because that is not the answer of an animal. That is the answer of somebody who has done this before. "What is it?" "I want one of your 4 Symbols Heavenly Creation Pills." I stood there. "What do you want it for?" It did not answer. It just looked at me and asked what my choice was. "All right," I said. "I promise you." "Good, come here." And it bit its own tongue and gave me blood. I did not leave. I refined it right there in front of it, because it seemed like the polite thing to do, and because I wanted it to watch. Essence blood cannot be refined with fire. Fire destroys the cells. You refine with water, and the secret of water refining is dissolution, and there is no heat to manage, only time and dose. What comes out is a pot of red liquid. Agitate it cold, let the vapor go, shake the pot, and it rolls itself into beads. 8 of them, dark red, odorless. The Qilin blood carries a blood demon, I told it. So this medicine has a demonic nature in it. When you take it, be careful of that power. Aren't you afraid? Fortune favors the bold. Then so am I. I flicked the pill into its mouth and left. Now let me tell you what that pill did to me, because it is the most extreme thing I have ever done to my own body. Dragon, phoenix, Qilin, and dragon turtle. Each of those essences doubles a human being's fundamental essence. I swallowed one on a cliff at sunrise, and after that, 1 year of cultivation gave me 180 years of internal energy. 20 is the theoretical human ceiling. The blood demon came with it. That is a high-dimensional thing with its own awareness, and once inside me, it started eating 20 of my 180 to grow. It grew far slower than I did, so it would never catch me. I also could not get rid of it, so I put it somewhere. Somewhere easy to control and not important. The root of descendants and an eye were both considered and rejected for reasons I hope are obvious. I chose my left arm. I herded all of it in there. Then I used that arm to pull every trace of the demon out of the remaining 7 pills. Within a short time, my left hand had a complete demonic nature of its own, and an eye split open on the back of it and looked at me. And the pills were clean. Genuinely clean, which they had never been in the history of that world. Which meant that for the first time, the 4 symbols heavenly creation pill was actually the thing it claimed to be. Then I tore off my own arm. The moment it left me, it stopped being mine. It moved with intention. I tried everything I know to destroy it and could not, so I bought a box of profound iron from the martial god for over 100,000 points, sealed the arm inside, carried it to a volcano, and dropped it in. 100,000 points to burn one arm in the earth's fire, and I considered it a bargain. What I did not know, and would not know for a long time, is that when the profound iron melted, the demon inside it made a bargain of its own. It gave up its freedom to survive and merged with the metal and became 2 swords. Swords cannot walk. And if the destiny of a world does not want 2 swords to emerge, they will lie in a volcano forever. But cause returns to effect quickly. If I ever over-harvested, if I ever took more from that world than I could repay, then a fated person would appear carrying 2 swords to settle the account. Which is precisely why I had been careful all along. Not virtue, fear of the invoice. Then I sat still for 3 years and let my arm grow back, which it did because of the phoenix. By the end of it, I had 790 years of cultivation, and I had finished my first turn of the golden elixir. Now I have to explain the elixir, because everything after this depends on it. 120 years of qi makes a core. The orthodox road from there is to make another and stack them in the major points, forever. That is respectable, and it is arithmetic. My road is the other one. Contract the whole thing, let the emptied network grow a fresh core, and have the new one wrap the old. An elixir enclosing an elixir. However many layers, that is how many turns you are. The change is not additive, it is multiplicative. 9 turns is 122,000 years, which by weight is about 3,000 tons. Which sounds enormous until you read the old records, where the Jade Sovereign is said to have cultivated for 1,750 kalpas, and a kalpa is 129,600 years, and you understand that you have not yet touched the outer wall of the building. Stacked cores, however many you make, mean you jump higher. The elixir road means you fly. After my first turn, my body did not need to move. The elixir reversed itself, inside to outside, cutting the field lines of the earth, and generated a force that pushed away from the ground. Not lightness skill. Flight. 3 years, and outside my cave everything had gone the way I read it would. The old sectmaster fell. The old sword saint died standing up, killed by his own single core running out of body to live in. And a man came back from the east, 20 years after being thrown out of that country. And this time he did not fight fair. He poisoned the one man left who could beat him, took him alive, and sent invitations to every sect announcing the date of the execution. They all went, and they lost. I was there. I stood on high ground and watched the whole thing and did not move, because there was a famous scene going on, and I did not want to be in it. When Long and Huan were about to die, the old man they had come to rescue stood up in his prison and did something nobody had ever done. Between life and death, he compressed true qi past the point where it stops being true qi and becomes something denser, with a natural magnetism that makes metal answer it. He used 1/10 of it and put 10,000 swords into the invader's face, and 10,000 swords ran out before they got through, because the invader followed the stacking road and simply had more volume. At which point, the man from the east announced that in this martial world, he was the legend. Then the sects dragged him down by weight of numbers, and the survivors ran to a cave. And in that cave, they were going to do the thing that would have ruined everything, which is that they were going to let one of them be possessed. Entering a demonic state means allowing an outer world demon into your body to run it, efficiently, systematically. Demons are higher dimensional. It works. It is the fastest route to combat power that exists, and Qin Qiang was going to take it, because he was the simplest of them, and simple people come back from it more often, which is when I finally moved. I put on rags to cover my face and flashed into the middle of them and knocked every single person in that cave down, including a badly injured old man who is one of the 2 or 3 most respected human beings in that entire world. "Who are you?" everybody shouted. I did not answer. I took out a bottle, fed the 4 symbols heavenly creation pill to the 2 of them in front of everybody, split the dragon essence in half, gave them that too, and left. Total elapsed time, under a minute. No speech, no name. And I want to be clear about why no name. Not humility, arithmetic. I had left my team. In a team battle world, an individual who has left his team cannot rise. There is no fame available to me here worth the cost of being visible. And not seeking fame meant I could finish the delivery in under a minute instead of standing in a cave for an hour explaining myself to people who would not have believed me. Dragon essence is the fastest chi-raising substance there is. Half of it raised the 2 of them by 300 years each on the spot. They could take it because they only got half, because their own qi was already substantial, and because the pill was busy rebuilding their bodies and eating the overflow. And then, at exactly the moment they finished absorbing, 1,000 of the invader's soldiers attacked, which was excellent timing for everyone except the 1,000 soldiers. Wei Guang went up and pulled every drop of standing water out of a dry cave and put a palm technique through the front rank. He used to be a man who could not beat his own master anywhere without water. Now, he did not need it. And Qin Qiang, who has never once in his life let anyone outrun him, went forward alone and kicked, and what came out of the kick was a tiger made of wind, and the 2 commanders of that army watched a white tiger eat them. The invader lost his army, and then he lost an arm, and then he lost the fight, in the capital, to the 5 people I had walked away from. That is a scene I did watch, from a rooftop, with a great deal of professional interest. Because they had spent 3 years turning the Imperial Guard into something that had never existed in that world. Every soldier chose one of 200 manuals based on personal compatibility. The 5 of them handled the hardest part, which is the very beginning, and gave each recruit qi directly. After that, it is only training, food, and medicine. 3 years later, every ordinary soldier in that guard had over 30 years of cultivation. 30 years is mid-acquired stage. In the old novels, that is roughly an abbess of a famous convent. They had an army of abbesses. So when the man from the east came to the capital with his monsters got taken apart by a formation, and when he charged the formation personally, a bearded man with an undying skill met his fist and did not die. And then a monk pointed up, and the world went white. And then a Wudong sword took his arm off, because his qi is solid and hard, and a Wudong art is the one that dissolves hard things. And when he turned to run for home, a woman was standing in his road, and she said nothing at all and put a fist through his chest. Then she stepped over him and put her hands on her hips and told his surviving forces to kneel, and they knelt. I watched all of it and thought, that is the road I want, and those are the people I want to work with. So I went and got a job the traditional way, which is to say, I attacked the workplace. Except somebody got there first, because the moment I got near their compound, a woman sitting alone in a garden opened her eyes and said, "Come out, I see you. You spotted me, even like that? Not you." She was not looking at me. She was looking at where I had been, someone else. And out of the bushes came an old man in a mask of ice silkworm silk, chuckling. I knew him instantly, and I have rarely been so unhappy to be right. Gao Heng. 2,000 years earlier, the first sovereign sent sent him east to find the elixir of immortality. He went looking for the dragon turtle and found the phoenix instead, made the elixir out of its blood, drank it himself, changed his name, and had been alive ever since. 1800 years, accumulated the stacking way. But I was not the boy who had just made a core. I was one turn short of a second, and an elixir and a stacked core are tofu and iron, and when tofu meets iron, the iron does not lose. Because of killing intent, the nun said mildly.
You want to kill me. I felt it, so I found you. She runs an art that sees the future. If he was going to ambush her, then he had already ambushed her. You have 5 people, he said, walking toward her, but the other 4 listen to you, correct? She pinched her fingers, calculating something, then turned and looked at me. Do you know the fastest way to join a team? What way? Merit. Merit to the team. She pointed at the immortal, and Merit is standing right there. She had scheduled me. Gao Heng attacked because he had noticed his own luck sliding for weeks and had correctly identified her as the cause. Awakening eye! His eyes went wide and lightning came out of them, and she gave ground 3 steps. And I let go. First time in that life at full extension. The first turn opened and the geomagnetism of that world moved, and 790 years came out at once, and it was not weaker than an old monster with 1800. Gravity bent, small stones came off the ground and hung around me. His gaze struck the outside of my field and scraped a spark off it and did nothing. Then I used something I had only just worked out, an eye technique I comprehended while fighting the Qilin demon in my own arm, and my pupils went red and 3 commas turned in them, and the mental counterstrike made him freeze for 1 instant. 1 instant is a great deal. I put a palm into his chest and blew him from inside the imperial city out through the capital gate, shattering the gate on the way. He tore off the ruined clothes, and his injuries closed as I watched. He was an alchemist before he was ever a fighter, and hard qigong was never his. Then he used the 4 symbols art. The phoenix blood was his, and fire was his best manifestation, and the shape of a fire god formed behind him and got more solid and more real until he was inside it, 10 meters tall, and the whole street filled with a sense of ending. A fist the size of a cart came at my face. He was trying to beat skill with mass, which is a good plan against most people. I put every one of my 790 years onto 1 fingertip. A core realm martial artist can spread qi through a whole body. He cannot put it in 1 cell. I could. Same force, smaller area, higher pressure. When his fire god's fist met my 1 finger, the finger went through, and the fire god came apart from the knuckles backward, the way a watermelon comes apart from the entry wound. 2 masters, 1 finger, 1 punch. Over. Then, 1,000 years of internal energy lost its container and spread outward, and everything close was blown flat. I walked over to the old man kneeling in the road with dead eyes and put my finger on his forehead. Who are you? Gao Ming. I did not say it to him. I said it to 5 people on a wall. He started to say something else, and then free and unfettered roaming opened. In the North Sea there is a fish, its name is kun. It transforms into a bird, its name is peng. When it flies in a rage, its wings are like clouds hung from the sky. The phoenix blood in him meant his qi returned to him from another dimension whenever it ran out, which is why he could fight at full intensity forever. I stood there and took every returning drop the instant it arrived. A few minutes. 2,600 years total in my body. My first turn contracted, and a new core wrapped it, and then another. Second turn needs 480, third needs 960. His 2,000 odd carried me through the third, and stopped halfway to the fourth. Heaven, earth, gods, humans, ghosts. 1 turn already makes you a ghost. 3 makes you the thing every cultivator in every age has wanted. As long as I did not personally go and die on purpose, I was not going to die of time. Then the sky went dark on a clear day, and the clouds arranged themselves into the shape of an eye. I looked up at it, and it looked at me. I understood exactly what had happened. Killing Gao Heng had annoyed that world. With the martial god's guarantee, that world could not touch me for the killing. But I had drunk him, and drinking him had put that world's flavor on me. Cause and effect, and the collection is prompt. A silver snake came down out of the sky and landed on me. I held it. My feet cracked the paving. Stay, said the lightning. Not a word, a meaning. No, 2 more came down, one after the other, saying the same thing. No. Maybe 3 turns was too small to hear more than that. Maybe that was all it ever says. And then the clouds ran out of charge and cleared, and the sky went calm. And everybody who had watched the whole thing from beginning to end stood there staring. And somebody in the crowd said, "An immortal. That's an immortal." I pulled the 3rd turn back inside my body and walked to the palace, and the Imperial Guard closed around me with weapons, and the woman with her hands on her hips told them to let me through. I walked past her and reappeared next to the nun. "The Great Nirvana Sutra," I said, "the art that lets you see the 3 worlds across and the 3 worlds down." I never expected to meet somebody who actually learned it. "Information," she said, moving one finger, "is very often the difference between life and death." "But power is what completes the information, isn't it?" "Yes, that is why I am not alone." And 3 men landed on the roofline behind her. "You know why I'm here." "Yes, you are one of us now, and I will explain all the arrangements." Which is how I joined Qian Lei's team, an event I have privately described ever since as Russia joining NATO. We spent the next 7 years running an empire, not conquering it, running it. Every policy was chosen so that it could survive our departure, which is a far harder constraint than winning. The martial world objected to 2 things: breaking the sects and giving the art to everybody. You have to understand how that world was organized. The dynasty was the empire on paper. Outside the capital, the land was grazing ground for sects. And there is a moment in that story where the people of a whole region go to a famous martial artist and ask him to please talk to the sect that rules them and see whether they might collect sedatively less tax. Tax. That is the word they used. If martial arts are technology, then sects are monopolies, and the monopolies were going to have opinions. They asked the obvious question: if everybody practices, who grows the food? Qian Lei's answer was that people who practice can open more land. That arable land was limited, but modes of production were not. That there is fruit on the mountains and protein in the water, and where the soil is truly dead, you plant sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes reached that country in 1593. It was 1550. She had found them in the southern seas 3 years earlier and had been quietly building the supply chain ever since. The old masters who had seen what our guard could do went home and stayed home. The ones who refused were taken apart, one sect at a time, by an army I led personally, and I razed mountains and pulled down temples for 7 years and spent the 7 after that on agriculture, and the 7 after that watching the 2 of them feed each other. I do not enjoy the first 7. I am not going to pretend I do. Then the martial god pulled us out, and over the following 2 decades that empire became something that had never existed anywhere, which is exactly the product he sells. At settlement, the herb-gathering half of my mission had produced a little over 100,000 points, which is contemptible. The 7 years of governing produced 24 million. A normal person earns about 1 million on a mission like that. And then I found out what he does with a good employee. The 4 symbols heavenly creation pill had not existed in his catalog before. Now it did. 3 million karma points each, and the ones he sells do not contain the power of the 4 symbols, because he cannot make those, because there is only one man who has ever taken blood from all 4 and lived. 24 million sounds enormous. It buys 8 pills. I bought nothing. I collected my private messages instead. One from Gao Hua, which I did not open, because she is far too high a grade of woman to be worth the time. And one from Qian Lei, which I accepted, which teleported me directly to the top of the mountain instead of the foot. The 5 of them were waiting on glazed brick. "You're looking for me urgently. Is something the matter?" "How many missions have you experienced?" I held up 2 fingers, because teammates can check, and lying about a checkable number is how you get killed. 2? So besides the novice mission, you've done one? Gao Ying looked at me like a rare animal. It's 2, but my elders told me about this place, so it isn't entirely unfamiliar. Which was the cover story I had built years earlier and never had to use before. There are 2nd and 3rd and 4th generations in the martial god's realm, children of chosen ones. People who grow up knowing the rules and arriving with a map. That is a much better lie than the truth, which is that I am 5,000 years old, and I have simply been doing this for a very long time. He has elders, said Baishan, and he gets matched with us on his 2nd mission. He shook his head. Some people work themselves to death to reach the mountainside. Some people start there. Then the bearded one got to the point. Brother Gao, do you know about team mode? Not really. Then I'll explain. Normally, the martial god matches you individually based on how you performed. If you find teammates you like, you can activate team mode, and it averages your evaluations to assign the next world. He neither rewards it nor punishes it, but it is much better than being a lone wolf. To activate it, each person pays a price per mission. The Golden Orchid Scroll, said Gao Ying. 10,000 points. I've covered it this time, but finding you wasn't only about that. The scroll needs your personal signature, and then it has to be burned to the martial god, so we all land in the next world together. I forced out a drop of blood and pressed my finger to it. And here is what that scroll actually is, and why it mattered far more than a shared taxi. Harming a sworn sibling costs 1 million karma points and a public announcement across the entire realm. Social death. I had spent one mission standing next to 4 people, any one of whom could have killed me for 200,000 and a shrug. From that day, I stood next to 5 people for whom killing me cost 1 million and a permanent reputation. That is not friendship. That is a contract with teeth. The friendship came after, which is the correct order for everything. When it was done, and the martial god had given us 3 years off, we sat on that mountaintop and told each other where we were from, which nobody in that realm does casually. A nun from a convent nobody has heard of, whose whole order wanders the world looking for a ruler who can end a chaotic era and has never found one. A princess whose mother personally invented an art that lets a woman wield the chi of a son of heaven. A monk sent by his monastery to guard that princess until death as the price of a deal between a temple and a throne. A Wudong swordsman from the early Ming on his 7th mission. And Gao Long, who was nobody. A commoner from the warring states who stumbled in. His undying art came from one of the 9 cauldrons cast by Huang Di, and he had only ever found 1/9 of it. He had bought the other 8/9 in that market, piece by piece, over years, out of his own earnings. Its absolute ceiling is under 10 tons. History outgrew it centuries ago. He was the only one of us who had built everything he had out of nothing. He said almost nothing that whole afternoon. Then, when we broke up, he went straight off to spend his entire 24 million replacing the technique he had spent his life assembling, because he had finally saved enough to buy something better. I liked him immediately, and I never stopped. I came home to my own bedroom in July of 2009, 14 years old, with 3 years to burn and 2,600 years of chi arriving over the next fortnight, which caused a small problem in the sky over my city. Returning chi drives the elixir forward, and an elixir turning over generates weather. In 2 weeks, I went through 4 consecutive tribulations and came out the other side at the 4th turn with 3,860 years. You could see them from the ground. People assumed it was an unusual storm season. By then, the country had changed in a way that is hard to describe from inside it. 3 years of book sales, medical work, and teaching had turned into an income of several hundred million a month, personally, net, in 2009. That is not a company. That is one 14-year-old. And what nobody outside was tracking is that by then, the number of people in that country who could hold true chi was no longer a novelty statistic. In October, at the end of a lecture, a woman with a press badge waved at me from the emptying seats. "Great Grandmaster, do you still remember me?" Yang Wei. 3 years older, a full location host now instead of a temporary one, because she had won the argument with her own career by being present at the biggest television event in the country's modern history. "Great reporter," I said, and looked at her badge. "Great host." We had dinner, and my student came and found us halfway through and sized her up like a customs officer, and the two of them started a small, quiet war over a table I was sitting at, which I enjoyed enormously and pretended not to notice. Yang Wei asked how much I made. "Hundreds of millions a year," she said. "That's the rumor." "Rumor, pure rumor." I put my hand up. "It's hundreds of millions a month." She had to put her cup down. "With your achievements, you'd be considered a success, wouldn't you?" "That depends on the standard. For me, income isn't the standard." "Hundreds of millions a month. Very few people stay this calm after getting rich that fast." "Actually, after living expenses, too much money is useless. Not just useless, it creates burdens." Her face and the cameraman's face both went stiff, because that is a monstrous sentence, and there is no way to say it that is not monstrous. "You don't believe me," I said. "Fine. The money I control is credit the government issued against people's labor. For the government, it's a liability. Sitting in a pile with me, it isn't circulating,
which means I am functionally damaging the economy of my own country. If I don't spend it fast, watch. Sooner or later, they'll come and find me about it. You understand economics, too? One method understands all methods. What is Qigong? It's electricity circulating in a body. It's money inside a person. Once you understand how it moves in there, everything from curing a disease to running a country looks like the same diagram. Then I told her the two places the money was going. The first was poverty alleviation, which was already running. The second was chips. Chips? Most of the technology this country is short of can be brute forced with enough people and enough money. Chips can't. You can pour everything you have into it, and if you haven't put in more than a decade of continuous work, you still cannot make them. But they sell us chips. What if they stop? I said. You know what a monopoly is. If you have it and I have it and yours is better, you sell to me. If you have it and I don't, then whether you sell to me is a matter of your mood. But it's a family affair now, isn't it? The two countries. That was the phrase the whole internet was using that year, and I want you to remember that we are talking about 2009. I have already seen their arrogance, I said. The family affair is our wishful thinking. I choose to be prepared. I heard that kind of technology needs a lot of money, which was her polite way of saying, please do not set fire to all of it. First, returning money to circulation is good for the country. Employment, taxes, everyone benefits. Second, I have no plan to invest this year and profit next year. My personal expectation is that I invest every year continuously and it becomes profitable in 20 years. She swallowed and started doing the arithmetic and gave up on the arithmetic. I named the company I wanted to back. She checked with her cameraman, and neither of them could think of a single reason that company would be involved in chips. Around 2004, they formed a mobile chip team, I said. They released one this September. It isn't mature, and it hasn't reached market. That one? It isn't finished. I know, but the department hasn't been dissolved. They're still working. Chip development is very expensive, and that company is 44th on the national list with over $120 billion in revenue, so they can afford the loss. I'm not valuing the chip, I'm valuing the nerve. Now I want to tell you about a man named Wu Jie. Because of everything I did in that country, this is the piece I would keep if I could only keep one. August 2009, a hot night in an old residential block in my city. Bad wiring, a stairwell packed with honeycomb briquettes and cardboard, and a fire that got out of control on the third floor and went up. Wu Jie was 28, married 3 years, with a 2-year-old daughter, living on an ordinary salary. He lived on the ground floor. He got his wife and daughter out and stood in the yard with the other residents and asked where the people upstairs were. Nobody had seen them. He stood there for a few seconds, looking at his wife and his daughter, and then he went back inside, filled a plastic bucket, soaked a winter quilt, wrapped himself in it, and went up past the fire, knocking on doors. Most people were asleep. They woke up furious, and then they woke up terrified and started running. He did not just knock. He carried the old ones and the small ones down on his back under a wet quilt. The heat stopped hurting after a while, which is not a good sign, and he did not know that. He got 20 people out. When the fire service finally stopped him from going back in, and he sat down next to his wife, she screamed because the quilt had been wet and the air had not, and almost every part of him had burned. 90% of his body surface. In burn medicine, that number is a sentence, not a diagnosis. Skin is the barrier between a person and every bacterium in the world, and without it, people die of infection while everything else about them is fine. He went into shock, and then into a drug-supported holding pattern where his body was slowly dying and the medications were the only thing arguing. The country raised 2.5 million yuan for him, ordinary people in ordinary amounts. His wife wrote down every name and number she was given, and a lot of people refused to give either. He was still burning through it and losing. I read his file at the hospital where I held an honorary post, handed to me by the nurse who ran my cases. Then something happened that I need to explain. I knew that name. Not from that year. From memory. As I aged in each life, older memories decompressed, and Wu Jie was in mine, and in the version I remembered he fought for 4 months, and then he died. And I understood, standing in a hospital corridor, what my own earlier self had done to me. Death and rebirth is not a welcome process. Everything you built goes to zero. Starting over is not something a person can absorb indefinitely. So a much younger version of me, worried that a much older version would eventually stop bothering, had planted tasks in my own inherited memory. Little impossible things, saved and labeled, waiting. A man with 90% burns who should be dead in 4 months. And if I could save him, then this version of me could also, someday, beat the thing that had killed all the others. Fate can be changed. That was the whole message. That was the only thing my past self had been trying to say to me across all of it. Where is he? Inpatient 2, room 8024. He transferred here from the first hospital after hearing about you, doctor. Has the fee been paid? It has. Society raised the money. Refund my portion. Refunded? Yes, and after this, put me in touch with the municipal fire brigade. Compared to this one ordinary man, firefighters face this more often. I'd like to do something about that. Doctor is truly benevolent. Benevolent. I did not look up from the file. I'm just coveting their good deeds. Which was true, and which was also the only way I have ever been able to say the other thing out loud. A 90% burn patient lives in a sterile room. I walked into it without a suit, which is a violation, and I said out loud on camera that it was a violation and that nobody should copy me. Every doctor in that hospital came and stood at the observation window, because when I work, I explain, and my explanations are worth more to them than the miracle is. They cannot see through a body the way I can, but a hospital is not short of imaging equipment. I put a finger on his chest. The heart is the center. No intervention in the human body is faster than one that starts at the heart. The reason the 2 great meridians have such glamour in novels is simply that both of them pass through it. The martial way cultivates spirit and life together. Spirit is mental. Life is material. The material is already here. I pointed at the bank of IV bags. The spirit is missing, so my chi will be the spirit. First, we repair the 2 great meridians. The usual method is to stimulate stem cells and let them divide. I'm doing something else. I understand how these cells are supposed to run, so I can reorganize the inactivated dead ones back into living ones. That's... The head of the burn unit had forgotten he had an audience. That's bringing back the dead. That's regenerating flesh on bone. Change his bags, I said to the director. But he hasn't finished. Then every bag on the rack started emptying at a rate that made no sense, and he stopped talking and went and got more. Repairing the main lines is like building high-speed rail across a large country. If there is a rebellion in the provinces afterward, the center can now get there. So after the main lines, we go to the 12. You could watch it. The charred, swollen thing on that bed started to normalize, limb by limb. Clean and change the catheter bag. Somebody did it immediately, and the director did not make a face, which I noticed and respected. There are limits. Tissue that has been completely burned to carbon cannot be talked back into existence, so anything missing has to be supplied from the body's own raw material, which means stem cells, which means nutrients, which is why we went through bag after bag while people watched through glass. New skin came in with the correct elasticity and pushed the dead tissue aside and appeared. Inside his own head, Wu Jie had been in a burning building for weeks. That is what he told me afterward. He had been carrying people out of it the entire time, and the voices calling for help never got fewer, they got more, and the fire on his skin got worse the longer he stayed. There is a hell in Buddhism, the 18th and the worst, and it has no instruments of torture in it at all. It is only the truest possible experience of the most painful thing, repeated forever. Then, he said, water came down through the roof of the burning building and put all of it out at once, and he was so cold he shook, and the dim, numb, painful thing that had been his consciousness went sharp and clear. This is a dream, he thought, and then his eyelids moved. Doctor, he said, in a voice like a hinge. What happened to me? You were sick, I said. I cured you. Then I walked out of the sterile room and told his wife to keep him on light food for 2 days and then eat normally. His family came at me, and I pushed them off and left, because I had a list, and the list had 120 names on it that day. 1 patient every few minutes. It does not matter what they have. If they are not dead, I can put them back. I want to be honest about the miracle, because everyone gets it wrong in the same flattering direction. Healthy people are all healthy in the same way. The way system files on a computer are all identical. A sick person is a corrupted install. I am not creating anything. I am repairing data and restarting the process. It is assembly line work. It is only a miracle because the machine is too complicated for the people who live inside it. They gave him $2.5 million, and he spent $630,000 of it because I refunded my fee. and then he told his wife they were giving the rest back. She was reluctant. She agreed anyway and got out the notebook where she had written down every name and number people had given her when they handed over money. Most of the entries were fake. People had given false names or no names or numbers that went nowhere, because that is what people actually do. Only a very few had told the truth. Those few, when she called them, refused to take a single yuan back and told her that a man who survives something like that needs money to recover. They had also seen him on television and knew there was damage that had not come back. He was 28 and in his prime, and his upper body strength afterward was roughly that of a woman. That is what got him, not the fire. That. So he went and bought my book in a shop like anyone. And a man who has experienced that much pain has an unfair advantage in meditation. He had the breathing technique in 3 days and reached stillness in the meditation immediately on the first attempt, which almost nobody does. Not long after that, he felt chi. Then he lived like an ordinary person again. And over the following years, he gave away the remaining $1.5 million in pieces to people in his city who needed it, until reporters found out and made him famous a second time for something much smaller and much better. His daughter grew up and became a doctor, and a firefighter in that country eventually took my art and the physics of fire and invented 2 techniques. One that tears the air open to make a vacuum and starves a flame instantly, and one that controls smoke and steam and smothers it. After that, the job stopped being what it had been. That is the entire reason I refunded a fee. Now I have to tell you about the worst night of that life, and it started with a girl asking me to see a movie. Wei Min was 14 by then, in the year everything went sideways, and she came to find me on the school field, where I was sitting cross-legged trying to think my way through a problem I had picked up in a conversation with Yang Wei and could not put down. "Master Gao, what are you thinking about?" "What's wrong?" "I want to ask you to see a movie." "What movie?" "The Ring." The 3-dimensional version. The original is about a high school girl and her classmates watching a mysterious videotape and dying one after another a week later, and a journalist deciding to find out why. "A horror movie," I said. "Kid, your hormones are showing." Then I nodded. "Fine, set a time." We went on a Saturday. The lights went down, the film started, and because I now had a 4th turn and a level of spiritual perception that is genuinely not appropriate for a cinema, I started seeing things that were not on the screen. My spirit went into a shot of a well, down the well, into the water, deeper, deeper, and it showed me a life. Her mother's name was Suzuki Hana, and she was a natural psychic, and she was real in that world, and her ability made her famous in the worst possible way. There was a scientist who studied paranormal phenomena and treated her as his best subject, and there was a demonstration in front of hundreds of scholars in 1943 where she chose characters she had not been told and matched them correctly 3 times. And because she had been sitting with her back to the room, the newspapers called her a fraud the next morning. At 25, she drank poison. Her daughter was 3, and the scientist adopted her, and he was guilty about the mother, so he raised the daughter well and educated her properly, and sent her to every school she should have attended. Then something in the crystal shifted, and I saw the part nobody in that world ever knew. In the depths of the ocean, a green light with a will inside it had come to Suzuki Hana, and she had accepted it, and that is where Suzuki Sakura came from, the great Dream Master's daughter. I was sitting in a cinema seat in 2010, with popcorn on my left and a girl on my right, and I had just been shown the child of the thing that had killed me 48 times. Her whole life ran past me, and I could not stop it. Because a person's self is memory, and the longer she lived among people, the more she became her mother's daughter rather than her father's. 2 personalities and 2 bodies. Kenshin, who came from the father, brutal, kept down with medication for years. Sakura, who came from the mother, who grew up gentle and beautiful and popular. She joined a theater troupe. Her telekinesis was too strong and completely untrained, so when her emotions moved, light bulbs in the room exploded, which frightened her colleagues, and a woman in that troupe was jealous of her looks and wanted her role, and the director wanted her and had been refused, and between the 2 of them, it became convenient to call her a demon. They beat her to death with a stick and argued in the hospital corridor about who was going to pay for it, and she woke up. She ran with a man who admired her. They caught her on the road home. He was held while it happened. They beat her to death a second time. And that time, her mind reached far enough to touch the thing at the bottom of the sea, and it opened her, and everyone in that road died. She went home shaking and told the only father she had what she had done, and he listened to her, and he did not feel her fear. He felt his own. He injected her with smallpox under the name of a new medicine. Then he told her he was taking her somewhere safe and took her to a well and put a knife into her head and pushed her in and rolled the stone over the opening. She pulled the knife out of her own skull and tried to climb, and the stone was on the outside and heavier than a body can push from below. She was in that well for 30 years without food. She died in hatred, and her body went, and her mind attached itself to the virus and stayed. Then a camcorder was left near that well, and she copied herself onto it, and anyone who watched the tape got a phone call, and 7 days later they died unless they had made a copy for someone else. At which point, I was face to face with her at the bottom of a well, about 40 centimeters away, and she was looking at me with the specific patience of something that has waited 30 years and then some. And I said, "Thank you." I meant it, and I will explain why in a moment, because it is the single most useful sentence I have ever said to anyone. Then I fought for my life. She had already put her virus in me. I could feel it. My spirit came back into my body in the cinema, and I brought the elixir up to cover the intruder's consciousness. On the screen, at exactly the moment where she should have come out of the television, the film stopped. Everyone groaned. Somebody said, "It's stuck." It was not stuck. She was swaying in the frame, muttering one syllable over and over. "Saki. Saki." Then the camera pushed in on her, and through a screen of black hair, in the darkness where an eye should be, a single written character appeared. And then, in Japanese, a full sentence. "I found you." Every person in that room felt their skin move, which is not a metaphor. It is the oldest circuit in the body reporting an unknown predator. I moved first. Except she was not a ghost. I want to be precise about my mistake because it nearly ended everything. In my world, ghosts exist. They are ordinary. A person with 1 year of internal energy beats any ghost alive. The genuinely dangerous ones existed once and were removed in the last century by the People's Army with artillery, because when the report says there is something unclean on that hill, the answer is to flatten the hill. I thought I was fighting a ghost, so I did not go all in. She was not a ghost. She was the daughter of an old god, and the daughter of an old god at 40-something years of age is, in the classification I later got from a librarian with a lizard's body, a 4th-tier pseudo-deity. And she suppressed my 4th turn like a hand over a candle. Free and unfettered roaming could not help me because absorbing her power was the single stupidest thing available. So I used the other technique. The one you use when you have decided the account is closed. The heavenly demon disintegration. Great art reverses your own chi through your own body. It destroys the practitioner. It drains every function a human being has, and it converts all of it into one output. In 1 second, my hair went white, and my body went to bones, and I looked like a man about to die, because I was. But at that point, even a 4th turn short of a 5th is 5,000 years of internal energy, self-consistent and complete. On the screen, a figure made of golden light took hold of her and held her, and she did not resist, and the two of them went backward and fell into the well together, and the film closed. Every phone in that theater got a piece of it. A pirate recorder got all of it. I turned to the girl next to me. "Carry me. Take me back to the school." She hesitated because the person speaking to her did not look like anyone she had met. "Hurry." She carried an old man across a city. I told her there were demons in the movie and that I had been drained subduing them, which was 2 true sentences arranged into a lie. Then I ate. Just ate, enormous quantities, because a body without chi still runs on food, and my skin filled back out, and my face came back, and my hair stayed white. "Master Gao, what exactly happened?" "You aren't qualified to know yet. Work hard." And I sent her back to the cinema to watch the film again. Then, alone, I stopped being careful and started spending. I had a little over 3 million karma points from the first mission, and 24 million from the second, and I had been saving all of it because my plan had always been to stay weak, farm points in low-risk conditions, buy the last turns outright, and meet the Great Tribulation at 9. That plan died in a cinema. The martial god dislikes people buying chi directly, so his price is 10,000 points for 1 year, which is a rate no ordinary chosen one can survive. I burned my way up to 2,000 years, which is 3 turns and a bit, and my balance dropped to about 4 million. Then I sat in an empty room and said out loud to nobody, well, 48 lifetimes, and I had never once had a random event ruin my whole strategic position. Not once. I had been killed on schedule for a century and a half, and this was the first time the universe had improvised. Wei Min came back that night, having watched the film a second time, and asked what the difference was. That time I did not brush her off. I made her a promise instead. In 2020, when I am 25 and she is 24, I will tell you everything. Until then, keep it. She would spend years trying to investigate it and find absolutely nothing, because the woman she was investigating was at the bottom of a well in 1998, and I had just put her there myself. Because that is where my 4th turn went. The film had opened a passage. When I burned that elixir, it did not simply stop existing. It went through the screen and down the tunnel and came out in a village in Japan in 1998, in a well in the ground, next to a corpse and a virus. And it had my memories and my judgment and one job. Now, let me tell you what a man with no body does with a vengeful god at the bottom of a hole, because everything I am is downstream of the next 6 years. Love does not move everything. If you are a starving man about to rob someone, and somebody jumps out and says, "Do not rob, look how wonderful that rich person's life is, you should go and consume instead," you would be entitled to hit them. So if you tell a vengeful spirit to believe in love and it does not tear you into pieces, that is not because love works. That is because it likes you already. The first step is not education. The first step is preventing the other party from hurting themselves. So I suppressed her. Completely. Held her down at the bottom of a well and did not let her move. The second step is communication, because exchanging information is the cheapest way to make a shared memory. I talked. She did not talk back for a very long time. I do not know how long, because there is no light down there. Eventually she started answering, mostly, I think, because there was nothing else in the universe to do. 6 years of that. Then, one day, I said, "Sakura, do you want to go out and look at the world again?" And I took her out. Still suppressed. Suppression was not negotiable, and I never pretended otherwise. I came out of a well into 2004 carrying a body that could not stand up, because muscles do not survive 30 years in the dark, and we sat in that village for months while she learned to walk. Then I took her to the city. And step 3 took 4 years, and step 3 is the one nobody expects. Eating, singing, dancing, games, running, shopping. She was forced to accept every ordinary thing a person does, and she hated all of it at the beginning, and got used to it, the way anyone gets used to anything. For board games alone, I taught her 9. Army chess, Western chess, 5 in a row, animal chess, Ludo, Chinese chess, shogi, Go, drafts. I was a man made of chi holding down an old god's daughter, and I spent 4 years of that arrangement teaching her Ludo. In 2007, I gave her a new body. It came from a stillborn infant, which sounds monstrous until you understand that her virus revives what it touches, and the child had already gone. It grew 3 times a day, and within a short period she was an adult. Step 4 is granting partial trust. Before, I had suppressed her, all of her, which is an accurate description of a total lack of trust. Now I moved the suppression. I stopped holding down Sakura and started holding down only Kenshin, which meant that for the first time since she was 7 years old, the gentle half of that woman could simply live. I made a living, in that country, doing the only work I was qualified for. There was a kendo dojo in Edo with a 19-year-old heir whose hands shook when he gripped anything, 2 younger sisters, dead parents, no students, and a black syndicate that wanted the land because property prices were recovering. I rented a room there at double rate, and the older sister took it because the household finance ran out in weeks, and she had already worked out that she was going to have to leave school. When they kidnapped the younger sister, I walked their negotiator to their headquarters in the red light district and told the heir to stand behind him. "If anything happens to you, I'll punch his head in." Then their boss put a pistol against my chest, and I kept walking into it until his back was on the wall,
and I took the gun out of his hand and sat down on the step and asked where the child was. Then I closed my hand. The pistol made a small, mournful noise and sparked once as a round went off inside it, and then it was a lump of metal. The child came out immediately. That is how I acquired a dojo, a chief disciple named Suzuki Hiroshi, and eventually over 1,000 students in that city, and how a man with no legal existence became a person the mysterious side of that country had to account for. Because Japan is full. It has never been cleaned out the way my country was. There were no campaigns there, no artillery, no smashing of the four olds, and so everything that ever accumulated in that archipelago is still in it. 8 million gods and monsters is not a poetic figure, it is a census. There are 7 professions that handle it. Ninja, who mostly do corporate espionage and assassination, and whom nobody competes with because nobody wants to. Shrine maidens, priests, and sumo, who are attached to the imperial house and out of reach for ordinary people. Onmyoji, who are expensive. Monks, who are cheaper and in a permanent price war with the onmyoji. And samurai, who are usually seen at gang fights. I made the samurai a real option again in 3 years, and every onmyoji and monk in that city hated me for it, which is the most normal business rivalry I have ever been part of. The high-tier jobs I took personally. There was one, from a conglomerate chairman worth over 10 trillion, whose only daughter had gone to a party and come home wrong. 6 people at that party. 5 of them dead by their own hands within weeks, according to a police force whose competence explains why detective fiction is that country's national literature. 1,500 million yen for whoever fixed it. Onmyoji went. Monks went. Psychics went. They disappeared or died suddenly. The survivors recommended me, out of pure malice, describing me as a true master. On the drive there, something followed the car, and I opened my eyes and light came out of me and filled the cabin, and in the light there were shadows that looked very much like 6 arms, and outside the car something screamed and left. At the mansion, in a basement built to survive a nuclear strike and papered with talismans that were being eaten from the outside in, a psychic read the daughter's memory and found what was hunting her. It was not a vengeful ghost, and it was not a monster. It was a demon of children, a thing made out of the accumulated resentment of every child who has ever been abandoned or beaten, and what it wants, more than anything in the world, is a complete and happy family. A 5-year-old girl in that city had offered it her own body in exchange for protection. So it killed her father's mistress, and it killed the 2 colleagues who were going to expose him, and it killed the old friend who had a secret with her mother, and finally it killed the father, and took most of his head and 1 shoulder with it. Everyone else went in with talismans and swords and got torn apart. I went in with 4 students, stood at the end of a corridor, and drew. It came at me with a mouth full of broken teeth. 1 step. 1 cut, which was also a great many cuts. It came apart into a sea of blood that went down the corridor and over the railing, and my 4 students were drenched, and I was not, because chi repels. Then I walked to the apartment door and knocked, and a very tired woman opened it and saw the corridor behind me and recoiled. "I'm a classmate of your husband's," I said. "I borrowed a lot of money from him years ago to start a business, so we haven't been in touch. I heard what happened. I've come to repay my debt." And I put 5 thick envelopes into her hands. "He didn't lend me quite that much. The extra is interest and goodwill. Please accept it." She took it. She had a child and no income and a dead husband, and my money was rain after a drought. Outside, my chief disciple asked why I had given a stranger that much money when I had clearly never borrowed anything. "Do you think she didn't work that out?" He blinked. "Most family tragedies," I said, "are caused by productivity failing to meet a family's needs. If I do not solve her economics, then that demon, which is rooted in the human heart, will attach itself to that little girl again inside a year. There is an old line, if pulling out 1 hair could benefit the world, I would not do it. People quote it to mean selfishness. It does not mean that. It means, do not be the kind of person who has his hair pulled out by other people in the name of benefiting the world. If you want to benefit the world, pull out your own. That woman knitted me a haori that winter, white wool over a black kimono, which is a slightly ridiculous combination, and which she made me put on and turn around in while she laughed at me and apologized without meaning it at all.
She asked what our family crest was. I said the left triple comma, which is a war god's crest, and my chief disciple pointed out that it belongs to a very famous clan, and I said that if that clan had a problem they could come and find me. She took the haori away to sew it on. I sat on the veranda that night in a white wool haori with a red crest on it, in the snow, with her leaning on me, and I want to record that as accurately as I can. It was cold out. It was not cold. Then, in November of 2010, my main body's country held a school exchange, and a young man from Edo came to Mingzhou with 9 students and challenged my student to a duel. Yes, I sent a disciple to fight my own disciple. Because Suzuki Ren, which is the name I was using in Japan, was a 4th turn's worth of true chi wearing a person, and had been alone with a pseudo-god for 12 years, and had worked out things the main body had not. Chief among them, the reason a body and mind technique existed at all. The theory is called Heaven and Man Transformation, and it comes out of the Yellow Sovereign's canon, and I had been chewing on the phrase for 2 years without cracking it. Ren cracked it in a month, because he was living with a woman whose chromosomes did not sit still. Human beings do not have 2 sexes. We have 2 common ones and several rare ones, and the rare ones have names in the old books that everybody assumed were mythology. The technique uses electricity to stimulate the sex chromosomes in every cell in the body at once. There is a real condition in the real world that occurs in about 1 person in 4,500. It is rare enough that most societies never bothered to understand it and have been cruel about it by default, the way people are always cruel about things that are rare and unexplained. In the oldest cultivation texts, that body is not a defect. It is the one arrangement in which yin and yang both exist in a single person, which means the practitioner never hits the wall that stops everybody else. There are arts in that tradition a man can only run by cutting something off. There is a whole famous manual about it. With this, you cut nothing off, and the output is thousands of times higher. My ordinary cultivation ran at 20 days of chi per day. This runs at 360. Multiplied by the 4 symbols in my blood, that is 9 years of internal energy for every day I am alive. So the first thing I did with the most powerful technique I have ever built was announce publicly that I could cure intersex conditions permanently, free, because I could, and because I was doing it to myself every morning as routine. Some wanted to be men and became men. Some wanted to be women and became women, with fertility intact, which no surgery on earth can give. And a very small number asked what I did, and stayed as they were, and started cultivating, and outpaced everybody. For myself, I ended up with 6. The male body, which I was born in and mostly wear. Gao Mei, the divine maiden, beautiful enough to stop traffic, whom I use when I need a room to stop arguing. Gao Fang, ordinary female, cute rather than stunning, who can walk down a street without an incident. Gao Xuan, a single X, a body that never goes through a second development, who will look about 9 forever. Ananda, male body and female face, the calmest of us. And the Sovereign, 2 meters of bronze-colored muscle with a temper attached, whom I built specifically because I needed a villain. They share one memory. They are one person. But the body shapes the thinking, and after a while, they stopped being costumes and started being people, and every one of them began drifting away from the rest. That is not a fault in the technique. That turned out to be the entire point. Now, the villain. By 2011, martial arts schools had appeared all over my country, and a great many of them were fraudulent. Men who had felt chi once from my free book, and then hung a sign and claimed to be my closed-door disciple, and charged $10,000 a month to students who wanted a shortcut. I could have made a statement. Statements do nothing. So the Sovereign walked into the largest of them and asked whether their school had the consent of the martial world to operate. Kunlun Mountain, he said when asked his name. D from Sovereign Gaozu. Huang from the first Sovereign. I am the Sovereign, and I wish to challenge the chief instructor of Mingzhou. But starting a fight with no words would be rude. I hear the master of this school is that instructor's disciple, so I came here first. The master of that school was a middle-aged man with a crew cut and dragons tattooed on both arms, who had spent his life in organized crime until my anti-narcotics program made that career untenable, and who had then discovered that impersonating my disciple paid better. He gave the Sovereign a lecture about transforming force and 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, and how he did not want to break a young man's heart. Master Zhao, said the Sovereign, I'll stand right here.
My feet will not leave the ground. Attack however you like. Then he stood 10 meters away and raised his right hand. The palm print in the wall behind that man was 2.5 meters tall. Every student in that room had their phone out. That was the entire design. Then the sovereign went to every fake school in the city, one after another, and destroyed all of them, and told anybody who asked that he was coming for Gao Ming next. Which meant that the frauds, whose businesses were gone, drove their expensive cars to my school gate to demand that I control him, on camera, hoping to shame me into it. They had not considered that I also had cameras, and that I would use them to explain, calmly, that these men had been beaten because they were impersonating my disciples, and that I would now be taking that up with them separately. The sovereign broke their reputations. I broke them again. And then I announced a date, the 6th of March, 2011, the day of the awakening of insects, which I chose because it is the day the thunder wakes the sleeping things, and I have never once been subtle. There had been rain overnight. There were puddles. Children were splashing in them and had not yet considered what their mothers were going to say. The road outside the middle school where I taught was closed by the police. People had been sleeping in tents at the intersection for 2 days and had all been moved on. At one end of the road there was a 16-year-old boy. At the other end there was a 2-meter bronze giant. There were 9,740 years of internal energy on that street, split between them, and when they walked toward each other, the fields interacted and produced a magnitude that had never been recorded in that world. So the heavenly tribulation turned up uninvited, because it thought something was being born. It started to rain. Neither of us got wet. And then 2 shapes vanished from the ends of a road and met in the middle. I gave that fight half an hour. I want you to know that it was choreographed, and that both participants were me, and that it is still the best fight anyone in that country had ever seen, because both participants were me. The sovereign fought as a Buddhist because I had built him with innate killing intent, and the 72 arts of Shaolin sit correctly in a body like that. Bright fist, Vajra hand, 1,000-hand palm, flower-plucking finger. I did not show a sect. My technique is called free and unfettered roaming, which is a Taoist name if you have ever read anything, so I fought like a Taoist, and everything I threw had yin or yang or qi in the name of it. At the end, I put a crater in the road, and he escaped injured. The footage that went online in 2011 was substantial. The high-speed footage that state television ran afterward turned it into something else, because at frame rates like that, you can see that the environmental damage is real, and that the palm prints in the parked cars along that street were left by strikes neither of us aimed. The good news traveled overseas. The bad news was that a number of people in my own country, watching that, became quietly and correctly frightened, and the government came to talk to me again. I was expecting them. 5 years earlier, what I had shown the public was a man jumping onto a roof, which fits inside the old wuxia framework and is therefore comfortable. What I had just shown them was 2 people who, if you told a viewer they were immortals, would not have provoked an argument. So I gave them 3 reasons. Every human being on Earth wants a healthy body, and researchers learn English to read the literature. Anyone who wants this seriously has to learn High Classical Chinese first, and the philosophy inside it will reshape how they think. Internal energy is not free. Most people generate it out of food, that is demand, forever, and medicine is a vast market, and human capability goes up while human cost goes down. And however well an ordinary man shoots, he cannot shoot like a grandmaster. Recoil absorbed, stability at a dead sprint, terrain that stops everyone else. No thermal signature worth the name. Any one of those breaks the military common sense that has held since 1945. The word for that is not risk. They came away feeling much better, which was the objective. And when the foreigners started arriving to ask me to teach them, I refused every single one because I did not have the time. I had millions of lifetimes at stake every minute. But Wei Min could. She was 15 that year. She had been personally taught by me since she was 10. She had graduated and did not know it, and it was time for her to open her own gate and take her own disciples. Which is when I stopped appearing in public, and she started. The martial god called in 2012, and this time he put the 6 of us down together, outside a city gate with peeling characters on it. Jinling, Nanjing, in other words. Short haircuts on everyone, rustic clothes, no hardened roads, early 20th century. What a strange Jinling, said Gao Ying, stroking her chin, delighted by everything, as usual. Martial God, said Qianlei, and his voice came into all 6 of us at once and gave us a date. The 4631st year of the Yellow Sovereign's calendar, 3 years after the Japanese army entered the northeast. The Kwantung army had just used the last Qing emperor to restore a throne up there and renamed the puppet state. 1934. Baishan counted on his fingers and said it was 510 years after his own world, and observed that the Ming had evidently fallen. I had to explain it, because I was the only one of the 6 who came from anywhere near that century. Ming fell. A hunting and fishing regime came down from the northeast and unified the country. 22 years ago, the last emperor abdicated. Then a party rose and took the north, and defeated foreign forces who had interfered in the Civil War and founded a republic. Except in this world, they had not. That is the part that made my hands cold. In my history, there was a specific organization that walked a knife edge through that decade, used the contradictions between the great powers against each other, founded a country, and kept the enemy outside its borders. In that world, it did not exist. There was a similar party, weaker, without the leader who makes the difference, still struggling in the mud, which meant the central government of that world was the weak one. Concessions everywhere inside the country. Most of the territory occupied, the rest carved up by local powers. 6 of us, 1 country coming apart. 11 years until the war ended in my history. And a problem I found in the first week. I sat down to cultivate, opened heaven and man transformation, let yin and yang turn, and drew in the chi of that world. And I was somewhere else. A pure white space. A giant jade disc under my feet, white in every direction. On one side, nothing. On one side, a jade fork. On one side, a jade knife. And on the 4th side, a beautiful woman the size of a landscape, in white, asleep, face down in front of me. Dining table, I thought. And she started to wake up. I have met the dream eye. I have watched a green light at the bottom of the ocean turn and look at me. I have never in my life been as frightened as I was standing on that plate. I cut heaven and man transformation, expelled every particle of borrowed chi and got out, and she smacked her lips and went back to sleep. I told the others immediately. Do not absorb the natural chi in this world. There is an immortal in this world, and this world is her nursery, and when something in it is fat enough, she will pull it out and eat it. Gao Ying went white, which I had never seen. She had already been drawing it in for days, because every high martial art does. So all 6 of us went on rations, so to speak. No topping up from the environment. Whatever we spent, we replaced through diet, which is agonizingly slow, and which shaped every single decision we made for the next 10 years. We founded a gang. Gao Long was the only one of us who looked like a triad boss, so Gao Long was the boss, and the Hongxing Society opened for business in Jinling, with the 6 of us and a lot of beggars, children, and unemployed men bought with karma points converted to local silver. Within 3 months, it had a structure, and if you look at the structure, you will notice something. Security, procurement, cultivation of medicinal plants, processing with machinery as soon as volume justified it, medicine, literacy for new members and schooling for the children we adopted, and intelligence run by the monk who can read a room, which is to say, a police force, a ministry of commerce, agriculture, industry, health, education, and a security service. Every one of them had 2 names, the flowery one and the functional one, because a gang with a branch openly called the police department sounds like a rebellion in progress, which it was, just not yet. I went to university, not metaphorically. I paid tuition and enrolled at Jinling University at 17 years old, with my hair long and tied back, because I had realized that living in the market only taught me one layer of that era. The boys in my class took one look and called me little lady and told me I had come to the wrong place. Indeed, I said, perhaps I shouldn't be sitting down there. Perhaps I should be standing here, and I pointed at the lectern. That got the room going, which was the point. Then the teacher walked in and asked why there was noise, and looked at my hair for a moment and decided to deal with it after class, and told me to introduce myself. I wrote my name on the board, and then I looked at every face in that room, and Nearing applied about a gram of pressure through my eyes, and watched which ones tightened and which ones did not. I noted the calm ones.
That was the entire exercise. My family runs a martial arts school, I said. My father is a martial artist. He says there's no future in it, that 10 years of the art can't beat a pistol, so he sent me here to study. He believes that if I study, I'll become strong enough to drive out the foreigners and take back our rivers and mountains. I don't think that's right. If I study only to end up like all of you, then when there are too many people like me in this country, it really will be finished. That is an insult. Everyone in the room correctly identified it as an insult. A large, short-tempered young man came at me, demanding to know what I was playing at, and when the distance was right, I picked up the water glass off the desk and threw the contents at him. It got him. It also got about 8 people behind him. Then I pushed the teacher aside and ran, and they chased me across a campus, and the girls at the women's university next door filled every window that had an angle to watch it happen. I stopped in the middle of the sports field and let a dozen young men swing at me for a while without hitting a single one of them, and one of them stopped being sloppy. Wu Jun had come out with the mob, and then something competitive woke up in him, and his movements got organized and got fast, and the whole field ended up watching the two of us. "Which sect are you from?" he said. "How can you be so disrespectful?" "Rules? What rules? You aren't an ordinary person. I can feel your chi. So why would you use this in front of ordinary people and lord it over them? Unless," and his face changed, "unless you're from the reverse world." That is when I learned that the world I was standing in had a second one folded inside it. They call the people in it gifted individuals, and there are 4 kinds of power in it. Families joined by blood, sects joined by inherited technique, religions joined by belief, and gangs joined by nothing except shared interest, which is why they are the most chaotic and the most common. And in that era, every one of them was quietly losing to ordinary people with better organization. Every year, relatively weaker. In a foreseeable amount of time, irrelevant, unless somebody worked out how to stop being human. I got my beating out of the way at a proper university. And then that night, they sent me a love letter in a woman's handwriting and surrounded me in a small wood, because gifted individuals do not settle things where ordinary people can watch. "No way," I said. "That's still not finished? You still want to come?" "Nothing like that," said a young man stepping forward, with no hostility at all. "We just want to spar with Brother Gao." Spar? In this day and age, if I have to spar with everyone who asks, I'll be exhausted. No. Then what would make you willing? I looked at the ring of eyes around me and smiled. There has to be something in it. I'm just starting out. I don't know much about your world. I'd like to learn about it from you. Just that? That's enough. No problem then. He came forward, and everyone else stepped back to give us space. Qin Xuan of the Wu family. A small sect, not worth mentioning. Gao Ming. We fought for dozens of exchanges in a wood at night. Then his palm went gold, and he hit me with it, and I went 10 meters. And before I landed, he pulled me back in with a second art that drags a body whether it agrees or not. Trees came down. People started to hear it. "Brother Gao, I'm going to use everything." His whole body lit up. He moved like a falling star, and the friction fed him, and a wrathful guardian appeared behind him, blurred and enormous, and came at my face. If it is a dragon, it coils. If it is a tiger, it lies down. I let the yin and yang in my palm settle into pure yang. Subduing dragon, flying dragon soars to the heavens. A roar came out of that palm that shook the wood, and a dragon of true chi went through his guardian and broke it, and then, with him underneath it and nothing in its way, my flying dragon looked up at the sky and dispersed into nothing. Because if you throw flying dragon soars to the heavens, and do not follow with arrogant dragon repents, it is not the dragon subduing palm. It is just a flying dragon nobody is holding, and it goes. I let it go on purpose. "I concede," I said, and bowed. And Qin Xuan, when he could stand, bowed back. Then somebody came to see what the noise was, and 30 people scattered like birds. After that, I was inside their world, and I spent 3 years teaching martial arts to university students, which was supposed to give the Hongxing Society fighters. It did not. What it gave us was better and stupider. Those students went home and talked to their parents, and their parents had positions, and suddenly the entire class of small officials who make life difficult for a growing business was being handled at a level I could never have bought. We paid for that. A percentage went upward to people with influence, which in that era is not corruption, it is the price list. By 1937, the Hongxing Society was the largest organized power of gifted individuals in that city. 1 day of qi out of every 20 poured into 100 people at once, sitting in an open field holding hands. And I gave away every art I had, everything except heaven and man transformation and the avatars, which cannot be taught out loud, and which are mine. By the time the local martial world decided to collectively deal with the prodigal fool giving away treasures for free, I was cultivating at 1.5 years of qi per half year, and they were 3 years behind and closing at 0. The ones who attacked me and lost left their techniques with me, which was fair, and their techniques taught me something that changed how I understood that whole world. Every miraculous thing those people could do was borrowed from the immortals' polluted energy. Every single one. So after 3 years, I worked out how to run 2 separate qi systems in one body. The 8 extraordinary meridians carry my own true qi, which is mine and hard to replace. The 12 regular meridians carry the world's spirit qi, which is free and poisoned, which drew a red line. As long as I never spent more than 50 years of the borrowed stuff, my own reserve was never touched. All 6 of us adopted it. 50 years of somebody else's qi as a working float, spent on everything, including the arts we had confiscated from the sects that came at us. I called the borrowed layer the external elixir, and my own the internal. Then the 7th of July, 1937 happened, and the country I was standing in started to die. Beidou fell in 2 days. Jinmen at the end of the month. The speed of it is the part nobody conveys properly. Whole cities in days. In September, they were beaten badly enough at Taiyuan to break the myth of invincibility. In November, after 250,000 casualties, Shen City fell. On the 1st of December, they came for the capital, for Jinling. I sat at a table with 5 other people who had, between them, run empires. "They've reached us here," I said, and I could not make my face work properly. "Although the war is raging," said Gao Long, tapping the table, "I'm a bit unwilling to just run." "Can the people of Jinling be evacuated?" said Bai Shan. "Probably not," said Gao Ying, who had spent 3 years at that university learning things that were not martial arts. "I've read the newspapers. The firearms of this era are genuinely formidable. Jinling's walls are tall and thick, and I estimate they will not hold long." Qianlei's brows drew together and her fingers moved, because she was about to spend her precious true qi on the future. I put my hand over hers. We looked at each other, and neither of us said anything, and she stopped. "Let's act," said Li Tao, the monk. "I truly cannot bear to watch." "We act," I said, "and we retreat. Both. We select the skilled, split into 6 routes, engage them, and delay them so that the people can get out. Then we split up and went to our own organizations, and my organizations tried to volunteer. The farmers of the herb halls, the workers of the crafts halls, the university students, every one of them stood up and said they wanted to stay and fight the Japanese army with Mr. Gao. "Nonsense," I said, because that is what a crowd does. That is fervor in a large environment. And if any single one of them had sat down alone for 10 minutes and honestly compared the 2 sides, they would have packed a bag. The chairman's instruction is to trade space for time. You cannot be spent here. Those whose names I call, stay. Everyone else, go home, pack what you can carry, do not disrupt the organization, and get out of this city. Yang Jun, Mr. Gao, how did you make that list? I'm not convinced. It's based on your usual performance, I said, and glared at a boy full of youthful zeal, and used 3 years of accumulated authority to break up my own organization in 10 minutes. I had grown a beard by then, and deliberately not shaved it. Then I took the ones I had kept, and I went underground, literally. I used qi to run an earth escape technique through the ground beneath that city for 6 days without sleeping, because my qi does not run out. And when I came up, I had built the underground fortifications of Jinling, tunnels in every direction, for moving people and supplies, for fighting a besieging army from underneath. I want to be clear that I hoped never to use them. If the city held, they would be a very expensive basement. From the second day, 3 of us went outside the walls to break the Japanese advance. The first days were reconnaissance. On the 7th, as I finished the tunnels and began moving what could not be carried underground, and Qianlei and Gao Ying started organizing civilians out of the city, we started. 3 men, 3 routes, at night. Night is when human beings are worst, and gifted individuals are better than special forces. There was no suspense in it. Sleeping men died in their sleep. Camps are not undefended. It did not matter. The methods available to us have no counter in that period. Security teams were removed silently. Between the camps, we posted men who specialize in hidden weapons, whose only job was to make sure that a soldier getting up at night to relieve himself never got as far as shouting. Everything accounted for. One unit at a time going silent on the radio. Japanese command noticed and sent a large force to the places where the signals had stopped and found evidence of what we were. And because the killing rate was too high, the Japanese army stopped being able to sleep. On the 11th day, an army that was about to assault the walls of the capital withdrew instead. The chairman was delighted and assumed some unit of his had done something magnificent and inquired, and no army in the field could tell him what had happened. The intelligence came out soon after, and the way it came out was extremely elegant. Japanese forces at Jinling published in the newspapers a detailed history of the failures of civilian armed groups over the previous decades. The argument was that the Hongxing Society had grown too large, that its armed forces were sufficient to hold the emperor hostage and command the lords, and that the army had not even retreated yet. So on whose authority exactly had the Hongxing Society begun evacuating civilians before the government told them to? That last one was true, and every word of it was designed for one reader. He came and found me, the only hallmaster still inside the city, and asked me to hand my organization and my army to the government. I want you to appreciate the position. His 100,000 troops had not managed what the 6 of us had managed in a week, and he wanted me to kneel. Cooperation, I said. The same relationship you have with the other party, nothing else. Otherwise, we both lose, and you are attacked from inside and out. He backed down, because his army could not beat Japan. I found out much later that he wrote a note in his diary about settling accounts later, which I regard as the most human thing that man ever did. After that, he consolidated his forces inside the walls and left everything outside the walls to me. And when the Japanese pulled back, a portion of the civilians we had organized out of the city turned around and came home. At that point, there were still over 900,000 military and civilians inside Jinling, not counting the 130,000 we had actually gotten out. The second assault came a month later, and this time they brought their own gifted individuals. 7 professions in that country: monks, onmyoji, shrine maidens, priests, sumo, samurai, and ninja. The religious ones had no reason to come and die on the continent when they could stay home and be paid. The sumo cannot survive artillery, being too slow. The samurai had joined the army years earlier and had already failed to matter. Which left the ninja, who had the lowest status of all of them and the most urgent need for military merit and plunder. Their techniques are not like anything else. Each of them practices exactly one thing from childhood and pays an enormous price for it. Eye techniques that take hold of a man's mind, which do exist, and which film and animation have exaggerated beyond all recognition. A chi that fires a poisoned needle as fine as an ox hair, silently. Men who remove their own limbs and crawl on iron scales and kill with a longsword held in the teeth. Men who inflate their bodies and bounce physical attacks off. Men who walk through a wall to reach your back. Too many. And the fatal weakness of all of them is that they only work once, because once a technique is known, preparation eats it. We handled the ninja easily. Both sides took losses. Theirs were worse. And then the war changed, in the way that actually decides wars. The Hongxing Society was not stingy with manuals, so when our people were captured, the ninja tortured the manuals out of them, and those manuals reached the Japanese military. And the Japanese military did not hoard them, they handed them to ordinary soldiers. Chinese text translates into Japanese with very little loss, which is a fact I had discussed with the leaders of my own country in a very different tone. Soldiers with talent surfaced within weeks and were pulled out of their units into special operations. And after that, the Hongxing Society's fighters and the Japanese special forces ground each other in the streets of that city for months, and nobody could criticize anybody. In April 1938, more men arrived from Japan who had learned it, and the balance tipped. On the 12th of May 1938, we failed to hold Jinling. The city fell, and the Japanese army carried out a massacre inside it, as retaliation for the assassinations and for the resistance. In my history, that number is 300,000. In that one, it was 100,000. I have thought about that difference for a very long time, and I have never once been able to decide what it is. 200,000 people are alive who would not have been. 100,000 are dead, and I knew the date, and I got there 4 years early, and it was not enough. I know who the 100,000 were, too, because we tried. Factory owners who would not relocate and would not work for an organization with our politics. Surrenderists who in those years had watched leadership change hands so many times that most of them genuinely believed that if they behaved honorably, nothing would happen to them. And the lumpen who saw an emptying city and stayed to loot it. We had persuaded or compelled everyone else out. The evacuation was not a rout. I want to say that clearly because that was deliberate. The 6 of us did not let ourselves look desperate, and the 6 of us taught martial arts on the march, every day, without exception. Training to do and tasks to complete is the only known treatment for a column of people with nothing to think about but what they left behind. And the food was distributed on a plan, honestly, with everyone fed first, which is why most of them stayed with us instead of scattering, because walking into that countryside alone in 1938 was worse. The Japanese army came after us because 100,000 had not satisfied them, and because I had personally given their command a very bad month and they had not forgotten. They had trucks, we had feet, so 3 of us stayed behind to cover. Gao Ying, Qian Lei, and Li Tao took the population, broke it into small groups, and put it into the mountains. Gao Long, Bai Shan, and I went back and fought ninja in the dark for a month. I want to describe the arithmetic of that month because it was the most constrained situation of my entire life. The ceiling of that world was high. The average was between innate and acquired, which meant that in ordinary circumstances, the 3 of us were mice in a rice bin. But chi was for saving lives and could not be replaced because of a woman asleep on a plate. So every time I took a fight, I was spending capital I could not earn back. More and more of them came, not only ninja, every category. And after a month of grinding, I could feel that the men I was killing had stopped being easy. So I disbanded my own squad and used the oldest trick I have, which is to be the loudest thing on the field, and let my people break out in another direction. They let my people go, which was not mercy. They wanted me because I knew the routes into the space under Jinling, where most of a modern city's means of production was sitting too deep to find by digging. And because I had personally handed out more martial arts manuals than any other individual alive. Capture me, keep me, question me indefinitely, and their entire gifted world gets 30 years of development in an afternoon. A living library. Without reserves, under pursuit by masters, I think that might genuinely have been the end. I had calculated that too, of course, and I got out. And that was one small segment of one campaign in 1 year of a war that went on and on. 1 year. 2. 3. Operating alone behind the lines, blowing up one thing today and a different thing tomorrow. 4. 5. 6. By the 2nd year of it, my whole manner had changed, and I did not notice, and other people told me later. 6 years of going deep to gather intelligence and destroy factories, and in 6 years I met a great many gifted individuals of that country, because the invaders had not treated them courteously either. For the sake of inherited techniques, they had simply attacked and taken. So the mountain sects came down. And I want to tell you what a long war does to people, in order, because I have watched it happen to a nation, and I would rather nobody had to learn it fresh. In the first year, everyone thinks we will win soon. In the second year, we can win. In the third year, perhaps we can win. In the fourth and the fifth and the sixth, it stops being a sentence and becomes weather. And people's confidence comes down in a straight line and never once goes back up. And against that background, some people go on working anyway and appear not to know what despair is. Those are the only people worth anything, and they are how I met the other 35. By 1944, through nothing but personal reputation accumulated over 10 years of not leaving, I had gathered the outstanding young people of a dozen sects around me. 2 of them mattered. Li Cheng of the Zhengyi sect, big ears, extraordinary bearing, a high-ranking priest destined to become the celestial master of his order, who had come down the mountain that year specifically to run away from becoming the celestial master. And Wei Yuan of the Baozhen sect, whose lineage descends from the philosopher who said that if he could benefit the whole world by sacrificing a single hair, he would not do it. That school had declined until it became the sect people joined in order to have a philosophical excuse for whatever they had already decided to do, and Wei Yuan had walked in, beaten every faction inside it, and made himself its master. And in early 1944, with everything getting worse,
Wei Yuan brought the group a piece of intelligence. In the Qinling Mountains, there is a place called Tongtian Valley, and it hides the secret of becoming an immortal. And perhaps, if we could unravel it and become immortals, we could end the invasion. I did not need it. I want to be honest about that. 9 turns of the golden elixir reaches the primordial spirit stage, and the primordial spirit stage is essentially immortality, and I already knew the road. And yet, when I silently thought of that valley, my own true qi resonated, and a thought surfaced that was not exactly mine. I must go. That is not a feeling. That is a hand on your back. Go, I said. Half a month of walking got us there. There were monkeys on the outer slopes, and the closer to the valley, the more intelligent they were, which everyone noticed and nobody said out loud. And when we went in, all 36 of us stopped talking. Because every one of us had qi, and every one of us had to drive it with our own will, which makes us all acquired. Inside that valley, the qi in your body circulates by itself. There was innate power in the ground. Tongtian Valley used to have an owner, and the owner ascended, and it has been empty since. Its structure is a set of immortal meridians laid into a landscape, and any living thing that walks into it gains circulation. Which raised the obvious question, which somebody asked immediately. Could an ordinary person with no talent at all walk into this place and come out gifted? And he said, before we went further, all of you have to accept a restriction, a binding, so that nothing learned here can be spoken of outside. I found the restriction charming, in the way you find a child's lock charming. It would have come apart if I looked at it hard. I had been in that world for 10 years and had spent almost nothing, and my body had accumulated about 1,800 years, which is a third turn. So I let him put it on me. At the end of the valley, there was a pavilion, and in the pavilion, a wooden box, and in the box, paper. What is this? The runes of Tongtian Valley, the correct ones. Correct? What does that mean? An ordinary person who walks through this valley once becomes gifted. That seems like a good thing. It is an endless disaster. Imagine an ordinary man suddenly handed enormous strength. Does he uphold his original intention and cultivate diligently? No. He lords it over other people. Not everyone, but given the ability to oppress others and live comfortably, the vast majority would. I did not want to see that, so I altered some of the runes in this valley. Now, if someone walks in and wholeheartedly accepts the power of this place, that person eventually dies. The correct ones are only here, and he waved the paper and laughed. 35 people were impressed by his caution. I was impressed by something else. If we had refused the restriction and only obtained the information about the valley, then everyone who came here afterward would have died, and he would have been able to say, truthfully, that he had told us. We copied the runes one section at a time. They looked like tadpole script and read like another language, and most of the group simply could not see anything. You can't read them one at a time, I said. Piece the copies together and hang them up. They did, and a gigantic and extremely strange circuit diagram appeared on a valley wall. I had never seen it before, and I recognized it instantly, because it was my own golden elixir drawn flat. The others did not see that. They tried to circulate their qi along it, and discovered that their single-threaded circulation could not do what the diagram was asking. 24. That is the number I deciphered. 24 separate streams of true qi running 24 different patterns in one body at the same time. With a third turn's computing power behind my eyes, I broke the whole diagram into 24 local ones, bit by bit, and put them on the wall. Now here is the problem I had, and it is the reason the next part of this story happened the way it did. I already knew the answer. Becoming an immortal in that world means being eaten. The moment you ascend, you are a newborn crying in a dark house, and something enormous walks in and takes you. Should I have simply said so? Set aside whether anyone would believe me. What do I say when they ask how I know? 35 adults, all shrewd, all survivors of a 10-year war. One lie needs 100 more behind it, and I did not have 100. So I did the only thing available, which was to make them find it themselves. We kept going. Some of the sorcerers among us could unfold an inner landscape, a shared internal space, and pull everyone into it, where a person's mind can touch the supreme techniques directly. Inside it, questions cost. Wei Yuan asked the one everybody wanted. Immortal. What must an adept do to become an immortal? And an enormous orb of qi appeared over us, hanging like a small sun, beautiful and wrong. It took all 36 of us hitting it at once to break it, and when it broke, the insight scattered, and everyone in that valley suddenly knew something they had not known. Those are the methods, somebody said. Those are the methods of becoming an immortal. Almost everyone was ecstatic. Li Cheng was not. Because Li Cheng looked at the method and realized it was structurally similar to a spell his own sect uses, and remembered his master's face on the day his master tried to hand him the celestial master's degree, and remembered that he had run down a mountain to avoid it. What exactly is the celestial master's degree, he thought, and did not say. A new orb appeared, larger than the first. Who asked that? Said the sorcerer, holding the landscape open. It was me, said Li Cheng, and he did not hesitate. I want to know what the degree of my own sect actually is. Do you want everyone to know the answer? Asked one of the healers. I want to know. And I said, let's become sworn siblings. That is not sentiment either, that is procedure. We had shared life and death. We were about to share the core secret of every school in the room. Either you formalize that, or somebody is going to feel exposed and act on it. We agreed to swear. Then somebody asked how to determine seniority. By cultivation? Too utilitarian. By age? Age works, said a large man from a Vajra sect. I was born in the 18th year of Xuantong. There shouldn't be anyone older. 52. I did the arithmetic on my own body and thought, well, I'm 55 this year. Every face in the valley turned and looked at a 17-year-old. So I let go of heaven and man transformation, and my chi shifted, and 35 people watched a young man become a young woman in front of them. This technique reverses yin and yang, I said. With it, I've mastered maintaining a youthful appearance. It isn't an illusion? Grab it, offered somebody unhelpfully, and one of the women promptly did, and I removed myself from the situation with more speed than dignity. This is no longer martial arts, said a Wudong man, eyes enormous. This should be called an immortal art. Probably not yet. It opens the hidden treasures in the bloodline and enlightens the yin and yang qi. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. You'd give away a peerless technique like that? Won't your sect blame you? This is a technique I comprehended myself out of the Yellow Sovereign's canon, I said. I am the founder. Should we call you brother or sister? Brother. I've spent more time as a man. And Gao Fong went away, and the sovereign stood there instead, 2 meters of bronze, in a valley in the Qinling in 1944. Then you're the boss, somebody shouted, delighted. They ranked us by age, which put Wei Yuan 5th, and Li Cheng 28th, and me at the top by a margin nobody could argue with. We needed 3 sacrificial animals, a rooster, wine, and a register, and the nearest town was hours away, so most of the group went shopping. During those days, one of us leaked what had happened in that valley to the outside world. And inside the valley, over 3 days, 36 people opened up completely to each other and privately handed over their sex techniques, one at a time, treating each other as family. Both of those things are true, and both happened in the same 72 hours, and I want you to hold both. Then I asked the inner landscape a question that seemed harmless. After achieving immortality, what is the world of immortals like? How do immortals live? I chose the phrasing deliberately. It is a small question. It made a small orb, which we broke easily, and nobody thought it mattered. The ultimate outcome of achieving immortality is being eaten by the ancient immortal. The valley went quiet. Who is that immortal? I asked. Why does she do this? And a fireball appeared that made everybody step back. We broke it together, and the central secret of that world came out. Qi cultivation was never native. It was brought by immortals from outside. In the ancient world, when the qi of that planet was abundant, they came in numbers to harvest, and they nearly drained it, and they would have left a dead rock. One entity fought them and destroyed them, and was badly injured doing it. Eating ascending immortals was partly to heal, but healing was secondary. The reason she kills every new immortal is so that from the outside, that world looks like an ordinary planet. Because a newly made immortal is a newborn. It cries, and the crying carries a very long way, and she does not have the strength to defend that world a second time. She warned the ancient cultivators. Then she started eating. Which is why the true sect leaders of the great schools, the ones who hold a degree, know. That degree is the container that stores this information, passed to one person per generation, and Li Cheng had guessed enough at his master's expression to run. And which is why the entire gifted world of that country now wanted the 36 of us dead. The small sects wanted our techniques. The great sects did not care about techniques and cared enormously about stability, because immortal arts would reshuffle every power structure in the country. And the ones who held degrees wanted us dead for the plainest reason of all. They were protecting everybody. We did not know any of that yet.
What we knew was that some of the group had collapsed because they had spent their entire lives on a road that turned out to end in a mouth. Wei Yuan took it hardest. Everybody could see he had wanted it. If we can't become immortals, we can't defeat them, I said. And if we succeed at becoming immortals, we die. So we ask the inner landscape for something else, not immortality. The spell-casting methods of immortals. With those, the gap between us and the enemy stops being absurd, and we become the last straw. Immortal methods, said Wei Yuan dully. Are those something mortals can use? Isn't primordial qi already an immortal method? I said. The abilities that naturally gifted people wake up with cannot be explained as ordinary technique. Look at my heaven and man transformation. That should be called a dharma. Master the dharma level, which sits above technique, and we become the force that ends this invasion. Can we? Yes, we can. And 35 people who had been sitting on the ground stood up. The next inner landscape pulled in all of us, and the orbs of the 24 dharmas were tough, and we broke every one. I will give you the ones that decided things. The first. Everything in the world is transformed from qi, so everything can be returned to qi. It is the origin of the other 23. The second. The repair of essence and life with the derived ability to cut the 3 corpses out of yourself. The seventh. To see the 3 realms and the 6 paths, and every transformation inside them. The ninth. Change of form at the genetic level, which is what my heaven and man transformation grew into. The 10th. The 6 paths of devas, which is what my avatars became. The 16th. The golden elixir, 9 turns, which I already had. And on the far end, the 24th. Moving mountains and filling seas, which is control of gravitational waves. Nobody comprehended anything. Not one of 36 people could execute a single dharma, and I watched 2 of the proudest men in China try and fail, and then I told them why. How did Tripitaka get the scriptures? Did the monkey simply fly him west to pick them up? No, 81 difficulties. Every immortal and Buddhist mount in the sky came down to the mortal world personally to cause trouble on the way. Why would they do that? Because of karmic burden. Because fortune and misfortune are one object viewed from 2 sides. Nobody circumvents that. And if anyone did, then a long enough run of fortune would produce a misfortune on the other end that nobody could survive. You have not mastered these because none of you are worthy of them yet. So how do you become worthy? You undergo tribulation. We tell them we have immortal arts, and we let them come and take them. That's opposing the entire gifted world, somebody said. We'd die without a burial place. So I told them about the Long March. I told them about an organization that was nearly annihilated by encirclement and fled with enemies on every side. That in the autumn of 1934, 10 years earlier, they had started walking. Through 14 provinces, over 18 mountain ranges, across 24 major rivers, through the grasslands and over the Great Snow Mountain, 12,000 kilometers, 380 engagements, 700 county towns taken, over 430 cadres above battalion level killed, average age under 30, hundreds of enemy regiments routed, 2 years of it, and that when I learned how much misfortune those people had consumed, I understood exactly one thing, which is that they would be the future masters of that land, and that whatever the government in the capital looked like at that moment was illusory. They are the future of that country, I said. We are the future of the gifted world. Or we are nothing at all. Are you ready? For years of exile, constant fighting, and comprehending immortal arts in the space between living and dying? Nobody spoke. I am 55. I look young. In age and experience, I am the most seasoned person here, and by rights, I should have stopped this whole thing at the entrance to that valley. But fortune and misfortune are one object. The fortune has already arrived. There is nothing left for me to stop. You call me boss, so to everyone out there, I am the chief villain of this story. I accept that. All future malice comes to me first. Last question. If you're not ready, then forget the immortal arts. Don't study them and find a deep mountain and hide. If you are ready, I want to hear it. We are ready, said one man. Too quiet. We are ready, more of them. Louder. We are not rats crossing a street. We are ready. Let's go, I said, and pointed. We did not hide our tracks. That was the entire strategy. Groups came at us in waves for months, and there is strength in numbers, which is a sentence people say without understanding. Whether it is attrition or a free-for-all, more people means more variations, and 36 people who cooperate can hold a shape. We fought what I called limited combat, which means that at every moment somebody's entire combat space is sealed off by somebody else, so the healers in the back never get touched. If your healers survive, the fight can go forever. We did not kill on purpose. That was my instruction. We were consuming misfortune and accumulating fortune, and killing generates the wrong ledger entry. If somebody died by accident, that was between them and their own luck. 2 months in, Li Cheng, who had the strongest fortune of any of us, comprehended the first dharma. The healer comprehended the second. A Wudong man got the third. The great witch of Liangshan got the fourth. A rogue cultivator got the fifth. A Maoshan man got the sixth. One of Wei Yuan's own people got the seventh. A craftsman got the eighth. Wei Yuan's talent was extraordinary. His primordial qi already carried the characteristics of the first dharma, and one more step would have evolved it. He never took the step. Timing and fate, and he was stuck. I comprehended the 9th and the 10th on the first day, because I already had both of them under other names. Then the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, and the 22nd. And not one person in that group of 36 died in 6 months against an entire country, which is what kept morale where it was. The gifted world lost a great deal to us and killed almost none of us and grew frantic. And then, while I was working through the dharmas in order, a voice I had never heard sound urgent arrived in my head. The disorder of Jia Shen has been invaded. The invaders are a reincarnation squad from game space. Chosen ones, please neutralize the invading reincarnators. Game space? The 5 of them started talking at once through the scroll. And the martial god, who never explains anything, explained. Game space is a high-dimensional life form like him, residing in the 6th dimension. Because every high-dimensional being became one differently, every space operates differently. His realm gives chosen ones 10 years in a world and lets them develop. Game space gives its people a brief stay with mandatory main quests, and acknowledges side quests they generate themselves, and pays them in currency to buy strange things. And the reason it is called game space is that it has infected its own people with its nature. It assigns a health bar to whatever it wants. Attack the target, empty the bar, and that existence has all of its variables locked. And a person who has lost their variables becomes the property of game space. Can I see my own health bar? You cannot, but I can show you the one I have assigned to you based on how far the space has encroached on you. That's good. I shouldn't have to deal with game space itself, should I? I will hold it, defeat its reincarnators. He went quiet. So did I. And in a valley in Shinzo, a black dot appeared and expanded and vanished and spat out 7 people. They came from a single world, and they all had Western faces, and they never used their real names, because names are dangerous in high places, so they called each other by profession. Storm Sorceress, who was their captain, Forest Shaman, Shadow Weaver, Raging Berserker, Night Killer, Huntress Archer, Shield Warden. Their space runs a tournament. 64 teams a generation, 5 rounds, and the champions go home rich. They had already won 3. And they had come to that world because a game had been made about it. I want to say that again, because when I finally understood it, I had to sit down. There is a game about the 36 of us, and there is a film made as a prequel because the game got popular. And in the film, the gifted world hunts the 36, which forces 8 of them to comprehend 8 immortal arts in desperation, by which time most of the 36 are dead. All 36 were alive because of me, which the space noticed, which is why it sent players. Their brief was to kill the 8 unique skill bearers, 3,000 coins each and a key for a full set. Then, halfway through the operation, both gods made contact with each other and sat down at a table, and the chips on that table were the variables they collect, and the cards they were playing with were us. 6 of ours, 7 of theirs. Their mission updated in front of them. Kill members of the hostile reincarnation squad. 1 key and 10,000 coins each, and another key for a clean sweep. Progress 0 of 6. And their god stopped talking to them, and my god stopped talking to me, and both of us worked it out at about the same moment. Which is how, on a grassland in Wolong Valley at dusk, I ended up surrounded by every major sect in China and 7 people from another universe. Let me set the scene properly. The 35 had cleared ground and built a fire and were recovering, and I could hear the encirclement forming through the earth because the 23rd Dharma had given me sound. Brothers and sisters, I said, adjust your state, we're surrounded. United we live, divided we die, said the meow girl from the meow border. United we live, divided we die, said the others. I climbed to the highest point and looked around, and there were hundreds of figures in the tree line, and more that I could only feel. All of you who came to encircle the 36, I called, amplifying it. You've already arrived. Why hide? You're clearly the righteous faction. We're merely thieves. That got them. What a sharp tongue. Yang Cheng of the Shenxiao sect has come to experience the methods of the great hero of Jinling. And then names, one after another, 30 or 40 of them, sects large and small, until the grassland was a phone book. We fought them from dusk into the night, with a formation that let only a limited number reach us at a time, and I was the loose piece, moving anywhere that started to fail. 3 hours. The moon got high. Everybody looked finished, and the 7 had still not come out. So I changed the plan and left the formation. You've been following us for months. What are you looking for? Immortal techniques? Ultimate skills? Is this what you want? And I used the first Dharma in front of all of them. Every eye on that grassland lit up. You want it badly. What a pity. If this is all the skill you have, you'll never have it. Hua Xuan creation returns every breath of air I take and every substance I touch to primordial qi. If you intend to exhaust me, I will stand here without food or water and fight you for a year. Immortal binding rope! Something came out of the soil at my feet and took my ankle and pulled, and dragged me into open ground away from the 35, and everyone rushed in. Boss! I did that on purpose, I sent them. Recover. I'll use this to get familiar with the Dharmas. Enemies on every side. I put my body to high speed and went through them. And on contact with one of them, I felt something wrong, because my qi recovery rate had become so absurd that the 7 watching from the dark could not stand it any longer. The corpse in front of me detonated. No blood, green mist spreading fast, and a shockwave that put me on the ground. Even corpses explode now? I coughed. Is this a Shang-Chi technique? No, they manipulate corpses. They wouldn't do that to one. In the eyes of the 7, my health bar dropped by a 5th. A poison blast only took a 5th, said a voice from nowhere. He's a tricky one. And 7 people walked out of somebody's shadow. Hey, I said, disappointed on purpose, and loudly. You people wanted my immortal technique so badly you hired foreigners? If one of you had stolen it one day, I'd have called it bad luck, meat rotting in the pot. What is this? You've called in outsiders to smash the pot? Moral high ground first, always. Who called in outsiders? Roared a short-tempered man from one of the character gates, turning on the whole grassland. Which rotten-hearted scoundrel is colluding with foreigners? 40 sects immediately started denying it, at volume. Let's make a deal, I called. Among these 36, I am the eldest and the leader. Whatever they know, I know. Whatever they don't know, I also know. Thank you all for showing up and helping me pass this tribulation, but these outsiders I do not acknowledge. How about this? Everybody stop. Catch your breath. You must be exhausted. Give my brothers and sisters a way out, and keep surrounding me if you like, but keep your distance, because I want a word with these uninvited guests. You wanted to see immortal techniques? Not one. I'll show you all of them. You wish you colluded with demonic. You're confident, I shouted over him. If my dealing with demons is good and evil being irreconcilable, what is your dealing with foreign gifted individuals? I never thought the gifted world produced traitors. I thought that only happened to ordinary people. If I get out of here, I will personally tear the mask off every hypocritical great sect standing on this grass. Damn it, said the short-tempered one. Don't let me find out who hired those 7. And he withdrew, and everyone who did not want that smell on them withdrew with him. In 1 minute, that grassland held 36 of us and 7 of them. Boss, they left you a path, take it. Some of you have comprehended, and some haven't. This is going to be intense, so keep your distance. It's easier for me. And watch, you may find your comprehension advances. They went, and on the other side, the 7 were having a very bad evening,
because their god had stopped translating for them and stopped answering when they called. I will not narrate the whole fight, but I will give you the shape of it, because it is the only time in 50 lifetimes I have fought people from outside my own cosmology. The Shadow Weaver opened, 10 curses at once, everything he had, all on me. Damage amplification, weakened vision, weakness, attack reversal, so anything I did came partly back. Fear, confusion, lifesteal, forced aggression onto the paladin, aging, elemental resistance stripped. My chi went dim and unstable in 1 second. Then the barbarian charged and brought a hammer down and broke my arm through my own protective chi. Watch closely, I said, with a broken arm cheerfully, because I had an audience of 35 students. Second Dharma, dual cultivation of body and soul. Essence and life came back at once, and every one of the 10 curses came off. Then I cut out the 3 corpses. Greed, anger, and delusion are innate in every person, and that Dharma lets you separate them. They came out of me as black mist and split into 3, a gaunt old man, a terrifying old woman, and a beautiful young girl. They went through the warlock's bone wall as though it were weather and into him. And the man stopped fighting and started standing in the middle of a battlefield, surrounded by cool weapons and keys and beautiful women that only he could see. Then the barbarian doubled his weapons, tripled his speed, went berserk, and came at me with 2 axes, while the witch used weak homing lightning purely to stall me for her teammates, and the real damage came from the Amazon, whose arrows tracked and never missed, and arrived variously on fire, freezing, exploding, or multiplied. I was taking wounds, recovering fast, but frozen wounds recover slowly, which she had worked out immediately, which is why she is the one I respected most. Third Dharma, Heluo Chimen. 4 plates of heaven, earth, God, and man turned over that grassland, and every spellcaster watching from the tree line stopped breathing, and every player except the warlock knew instantly that something was wrong. The witch teleported straight up into the visible sky and started falling. The paladin dumped 9 auras at once: prayer, defiance, cleansing, vigor, meditation, salvation, and 3 resistances, and pulled his whole team out from under the 3 corpses and the 4 plates. The druid summoned everything he had: ravens, an oak sage, spirit wolves, dire wolves, thorns, a bear, and a creeper that eats corpses to restore his power, until he was standing inside a wall of spirit beasts, all feeding back into him at 3 or 4 times his own strength. And with that stacked on him, he turned a first-tier fire spell into a tornado of flame and swallowed me. I let him. Because through Daluo insight I could see the witch in the sky finishing something. Her 6th-tier lightning mastery on top of every buff her team had, applied to a 3rd-tier spell, which is why what came down looked bigger than anything in her arsenal. Everyone on that grassland went blind, and out of the flames I said, quietly, commanding ghosts and serving gods. And every spiritual entity within a kilometer felt the floor of its world tilt, and the shamans in the tree line who borrow their power from spirits tried to run. The lightning came down, and the druid spat blood and internal organs, because I had used the 4th Dharma to seize his own spirit beasts and stack them into the path of the strike, and he had been running life share to keep them alive. He got the skill off in time to survive. Barely. The dust cleared and I brushed myself off and looked at them. Sage Great Thief, I said, which is the 5th and which shifts a body toward an immortal's physique. Then I crossed the field, punched the paladin's shield hard enough to remove him from the map, and was met by the barbarian, who stopped me by not caring whether he lived. Which was brave, and which is the exact wrong response to that Dharma, because it is the one you cannot be close to. He noticed his own health and his own energy draining while he was still swinging. You noticed, too late. I covered him in it and drew it back, and he was simply not there anymore. In a few minutes, the barbarian gone, the druid unconscious, the warlock still lost inside his own greed, and 4 of them left. And then I killed the paladin with his own weapon, and the Amazon with her own arrows, and consumed the assassin. At which point the warlock, still fighting 3 ghosts, took out a red bottle. It looked like a healing potion. The liquid in it was more like blood, with a faint gold light down inside it. The witch teleported him clear of me, and he drank it. The blood of Jesus. From a game in which you play as him. The divine blood that came out of him after the spear, which can enchant an artifact with divinity, or, drunk, grant his power for a short time. He had many. The relevant one is resurrection. The divinity suppressed my 3 corpses, and then he brought back the barbarian and the assassin whose bodies no longer existed, revived the paladin and the Amazon, and healed the druid. A miraculous item, I said, and I meant it, and then I stopped looking at the bottle and started looking at something else. Fate had begun to turn. I could feel it in the chi. Don't save your unique items, said the storm sorceress in a Cheongsam, looking at me. You'll die. And the Amazon raised her hand and summoned a building. Valhalla. Every Valkyrie in it. Nobody commands Valkyries except one god, but she had a talent that acts as a bridge, so she persuaded them. A palace came down out of the sky at me, and then an army of women on winged horses, beautiful and lethal. That was my honest first impression, and I have not revised it. Commanding ghosts and serving gods can't even touch them? Fine. 6th Dharma, Jade Sovereign Talisman. No altar, no auspicious day. Every Taoist in the tree line who has ever drawn a talisman watched a man conjure them out of empty air and throw them like litter. 5 thunders, 5 elements, everything offensive I had. An army of Valkyries met modern ordnance. I need time, said the witch, taking out an hourglass, and at the right moment, hold him. The 4 revived ones came at me and did not last, and the warlock brought them back, and they came again, and eventually, through sheer refusal, they held me still for a moment. Overtier spell, said the witch. The Amazon put an arrow into me that exploded into a storm of extreme cold before it arrived, and a glacier began to grow with me at the center of it, and took the paladin and the others in with me. Then the sky opened, and a spell formation the size of the valley unfolded, and began pouring down light and heat. Skyfall. From another game entirely. The glacier went in an instant. Which is when I used the 9th Dharma, and became Gao Mei, because in the divine maiden state, running the 10th, I am an absolutely rational self, and the fastest caster I have. And she cast the 11th, 5 elements great escape, an earth immortal's technique. She went into the ground half a second before that light landed. The aftershock melted and shattered the earth above her. She came out severely injured and healing. The witch stood at the edge of a crater looking for remains. And Gao Mei came up silently behind the warlock, saw everything with Da Luo insight, put a heart-piercing fist through him, and used the Samadhi true fire of the 12th Dharma from inside his chest, which drove the other 6 back. Samadhi true fire burns in air, water, and soil. The usual explanation is that it burns everything. The better explanation is that everything except that fire is unreal, which is why nothing can put it out. Her hair wove itself into clothing to cover her because she had arrived out of the ground with nothing, and she blew a breath of wind at the storm sorceress. Samadhi divine wind scatters flesh, souls, and true spirits. If true fire melts everything into one, divine wind blows everything into many. That transformation between one and many is the entire secret of alchemy, and I had just used both halves of it in 4 seconds on 2 people. The witch turned black and carbonized and blew away, and her soul went with her. The 12th Dharma, said Gao Mei, clearly, to an audience of hundreds of Chinese cultivators on the cliffs. Run, said the paladin, and did the only intelligent thing available, which was to sprint into her arms and put his hand over her mouth. The posture was absurd. His face was not. Fate has started turning, she thought. I have to answer it correctly. 13th Dharma, controlling the 5 thunders. Thunder is not lightning. The trigram for thunder means vibration, and the 5 thunders are the 5 great vibrations a world makes when it changes. Lightning, a volcano, a flash flood, an earthquake which makes every animal in a province run at once as though ordered to. And divine thunder, which is the will of gods, which in practice means human words with enough weight behind them. She called the first one down, and it killed the paladin while he still had his hand over her mouth and pushed him away. This is a mistake, screamed the assassin, whose soul had understood the arithmetic. God of games, look what you've done! I have one last egg, said the druid. Take the power and run. 4 beams of colored light, the 4 horsemen. The barbarian became war and rode a ghost war horse and turned to flee. The assassin became death on a pale horse and accelerated. The Amazon became fury on a black horse. The druid became strife on a white one. Not one of them tried to fight. Their psychology had already broken. They just wanted out of that valley.
And they were fast enough. In seconds, they were at the cliffs, climbing straight up. But fate had been turning the whole time, and I had been using dharmas I did not know in the order they were written. The 14th generated in her body on its own. Primordial yang import. It can pull a life out of a body or put one in. She put it into the charred paladin. He opened his eyes with no mind of his own and walked to the warlock's ashes and picked up the divine blood that had not finished dissipating and drank it. And with the last of the egg's power, the dead warlock and the dead witch came back too, under her control. She knew mind teleportation better than the woman who owned it. She teleported the paladin and the warlock up onto war, death, and fury and tangled all of them. And then the 15th Dharma opened, and her soul left her body and crossed the valley and went straight into strife. No external wound, she simply took him. Then she walked the cliffs, past every Chinese cultivator on that ridge, and left them with an image of a woman in white robes with an immortal's bearing, which some of them would still be describing on their deathbeds. She took all 7 souls and offered them to the martial god. In the high dimension, he received 7 souls and laughed out loud, and used them to take game space apart at the table. And game space deformed with rage, and then looked down at the woman in the valley and started calculating something new. Down where I was, with the 15th complete, the 16th unsealed itself. The golden elixir great Tao. She floated up. Bright moon, clear sky. A celestial maiden ascending to the moon. Every one of those cultivators would remember it and sigh for the rest of their lives. And they would be right to, because it was genuinely beautiful and I was inside it. Do you believe in true qi? She said it in everyone's heart at once, ascending. I greatly admire whoever first created the technique of cultivating qi. The meridians of a human being are intricate, and a single wrong step kills. What courage does it take to be the first? Human beings are destined to become immortals, and those who swore brotherhood with me are the causes that carried me here. Destiny brought me to this road. Every technique is here. Heaven, earth, and man are in harmony. So I invite all of you to witness the transformation of a mortal body. Let me say it once more. The mortal body is about to transform. And then she named the stations of my life out loud, one at a time, as she went up, and every one of them was true. A spiral staircase, which was my birth. Stars aligning, which was the first time I woke up remembering. A wall of sighs, which was an irresistible tsunami. Deep sea emerald, which was the green light at the center of it. A fantasy world, a moon god's palace. A tree of wisdom, a merfolk island. A martial god's realm, a fire cloud cave. Yunmengzi, a phoenix mountain, an island in the eastern sea, a forbidden city where I killed a 2,000-year-old man and drank him, an immortal in a well, which was the night I met my wife. Heaven and man transformation, extraterrestrial incarnation. Tongtian Valley, Wolong Valley, supreme radiance. And then, 9 turns of the golden elixir, the martial way reaching godhood. The year is Jia Shen, and there is great fortune under heaven. Infinite light came out of her, and midnight became brighter than noon, and specks of it drifted down with small tails, and the living lifted their hands and caught them, and stood there receiving insight out of the air. I want to explain why I did that, because it is the least honest and most necessary thing in this account. I knew that becoming an immortal in that world meant being eaten. I said so in a valley, and I meant it. And I ascended anyway, in public, in the most theatrical manner I could construct, because I had found the loophole. The qi of that world has a will in it, and the will is hers, and it is a growing medium. To escape being livestock, you must never let your own core be open to it. So I ran everything on the borrowed layer, and my own true qi stayed sealed underneath it and untouched. And at the exact moment of ascension, I expelled every trace of the world's coordination from my body and replaced all of it with my own. Spirit qi does more. It runs all 24 dharmas. My own true qi at that stage only ran 16. 16 was enough. 16 made me untouchable in that world. The pull toward the moon faded, and simple true qi filled her, and Gao Mei slowly became Gao Ming again, and came down and landed on the grass. And that should have been the end of it, except GameSpace had lost far too much at that table to accept it. The whole squad was dead.
which appeared to end its access. Except that the divinity in the blood of Jesus had not finished dissipating inside the paladin's corpse, and a god used it as a ladder. The corpse floated. It began to glow. I did not wait. I threw Samadhi True Fire, and it wrapped the body in a dragon of flame and turned it to ash in seconds. The gold in it would not burn. Tempered by True Fire, it got brighter. Then something cracked, and there was a long metallic ringing, and a shape resolved. Golden hair, blue eyes, a face built to Eastern proportions. The god of games had come down personally, in a body designed by somebody who had done market research on me specifically. Gao Ming, she said, and her voice did something unfair.
Do you want to experience a broader world? Up in the high dimension, the martial god said, so you're not admitting defeat, you want to snatch him back? And GameSpace sneered and started descending anyway, and he put down what he was carrying and went for her, and the two of them started tearing at each other in a place with no floor. Down where I was standing, she was completely unaffected, and she circled me. The martial god is quite good to his subordinates, she said. It's just that he's a bit stingy with the important ones. No way, I said, and recited the terms. Work once every 3 real years, 10 years a mission. No quest system, just personal influence measured across a world. Influence one person, even by causing them to eat 1 extra late-night snack, and that is a point. A normal person makes 4 digits on a novice mission. I made 7. A normal person makes 6 on a real one. I made 8. No, she said kindly. You are at a disadvantage, an enormous one. Come, Big Sister will do the arithmetic for you. Karma accumulates. The cause a man leaves becomes an effect for his children, and it runs down the generations until the variables exhaust and history returns to its own road. An ordinary human being generates well over 100. He throws you in there to create enormous variables, and when he harvests them, he hands you a fraction. And the costs, I said, because I was a businessman for several lifetimes before I was anything else. She laughed and turned her back on me, which is a very good move. He does pay the will of each world. Compared to what you generate, that is nothing. 1%? It is 1,000th. So? So I need you, and I am more generous than he is. 30%. I made my face do something appropriate. 30%. Is that too little? No, I think it's too much. It feels like you're trying to harm me for my wealth. Then she told me why I was worth it, and this is the part I took seriously. Everyone standing at the top, she said, was once an ignorant cultivator, and when they got to the top, they found the top was not the end. There is a greater endeavor past it, and they are not qualified to touch it. Hers is one of the lower 3 roads. Heavenly position, which is acting on behalf of something above you so that everything you do goes smoothly. Magic, which is gathering all controllable matter onto yourself. Wish power, which is achieving yourself through wishes and then feeding on other people's. Every one of them depends on a resource outside you. That is the ceiling. The upper 3 are gene lock, cultivation, and dream lock. Gene lock is the contraction of time, the self presenting as convergent. It takes terrifying courage. Dream lock is the locking of time, the self presenting as confined. It takes perseverance. And cultivation is the diffusion of time, the self presenting as diverse. You have the characteristics of cultivation, she said. You should already be fairly far along. The realm where you look at nature and see straight through to what it is. Diffusion of time, the self-presenting as diverse. I have 6 bodies. I had been building one of the upper 3 roads for 4 years and calling it a costume change. Is it difficult? Not at first. Harder and harder after. Normally, the martial god's realm would never produce it, because his realm is too comfortable. That you pushed cultivation this far in that environment, I cannot imagine what you would do in a harsher one. Want to try? No ritual is needed. If your heart belongs to me, I can pull you in. And I said nothing, because I was tempted, and I want that on the record. 50 lifetimes, 5,000 years, working for one employer the whole time. Was I succeeding? I could see the end of success from where I was standing, and here was a better rate and a shorter road. That's the taste, she said suddenly, delighted. Your time has spread out. You've genuinely considered it. My other timelines agreed? I said you have great potential for cultivation. You cannot do it yet. You will soon understand the charm of time. And she put one finger on my chest, and a black hexagonal die appeared there. This is a mark. When you're willing, it will guide you. Goodbye. And her divinity ran out, and she withdrew, politely, before the martial god could reach her. He came and looked at me afterward, and found timelines missing.
He had already said his piece, and it had not worked, so he chose not to escalate it, and to handle it coldly, and preserve the ones that were still clean. He and I did not discuss it. Not that day. Not for years. What I was thinking, if anyone is curious, is that I still intended to clear his realm and face the thing under the ocean first. If I ever went to her, it would be afterward, or in the next life. And then the immortal came. Not the great dream master, the other one, the woman on the plate. Because GameSpace had been extremely careful to hide every choice it made while it was in that world, and the moment it left, she noticed the hole where it had been standing and looked down and saw me. Her descent was almost instant, because her essence is the chi of that world, and that is everywhere. White mist, and out of it, a woman. Long black hair moving without wind, a crown of white flowers, not silk robes, animal skins, skin like milk. A figure that makes it very hard to think, deliberately, and features arranged with a perfect symmetry that the eye reads as safety. That is the trick. The charm is the camouflage. She approaches you and your instincts do not fire. Mine fired. I went into the ground immediately. Da Luo insight, and everything in that world became transparent to her. She raised one hand. It was a small gesture. Like a woman with a hoe going after an earthworm, 100 cubic meters of earth turned over. Subduing dragons and tigers, which is the 22nd, gravity converted into electromagnetic force. One punch, hundreds of cubic meters of soil went to fragments. I was badly hurt and healed and stopped using Earth Escape, which is quiet and slow, and simply ran. She did not chase me. She turned around and looked at the cultivators on the cliffs. I had shouted a warning the instant she appeared. The 35, after 10 months of running together, moved on the first syllable. Everyone else was still admiring her. She used primordial yang import, and several hundred people watched their colleagues be emptied one at a time until there was nothing on that ridge but dried husks inside loose clothing. The ones who were far enough away and ran fast enough lived, not because they were fast, because she stopped being interested. They were the fruit course. I was dinner. She used the 17th Dharma, and the world in front of my eyes started flickering, which is what shrinking the ground looks like from inside. I thought I had escaped. A beautiful face expanded in front of me at close range, and I want to be clear that beauty at that moment was worse than teeth. I got a hand up. Her fist was faster, and because she was folding space, she was hitting me from every direction at once. And I started learning. I did not decide to. Under a beating designed to kill me, I began studying the technique that was being used, because that is what my body does now. Inside a few minutes, I understood the 17th and used it to get away. I ran. She followed. I was cornered. 18th Dharma, riding the clouds. I stamped and went up and covered an absurd distance. She had to come up after me, because shrinking the ground does not work in the air. I had learned to fly 90 seconds earlier, and I still could not lose her. 19th, earth-shrinking golden light. A flash, and I was running at a speed that has no useful comparison. She used it too. 20th, Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. I shrank and hid, and Da Luo insight found me. 21st, standing upright without a shadow. I went into imaginary space where you can be seen and not touched. She hit me with an imaginary fist. 22nd, I stopped running and hit back and was suppressed. 23rd, shaking mountains, infrasound and ultrasound, nothing. 24th, moving mountains and filling seas, gravitational waves, and I moved a mountain onto her and she moved it back onto me. And then I went past the 24, because there are more, and nobody in that valley knew it. The 25th, calling wind and summoning rain. I changed the weather and it did not obscure her perception. The 26th, vast seas into mulberry fields. I went underground and moved continental plates against her. Nothing. And the 27th, shifting stars and changing dippers. I reached up and took hold of celestial bodies, and I chose a meteorite 3 kilometers across, and I put it on a course for that planet. That was my offering. I wanted the kinetic energy of a small world, delivered at once, into the thing chasing me, because nothing I could generate personally was in the right order of magnitude. And the moment I used it, her expression changed. She stopped hunting, and crossed an impossible distance in no time at all, and put her arms around me. I felt my body let go. I wanted to sleep. It was not painful.
That is the part I resent. And in the last second of consciousness, I redistributed the true chi inside the object I had called down, so that it would come apart at a specific altitude into two pieces on two specific bearings. That is the last thing I can do, I thought. And then I died on a grassland in 1944, 49 lifetimes in a world that was not mine, killed by a woman who has been protecting her planet from things like me for 14,000 years. 6 years later, in the summer of 1950, two objects came out of the sky over two Japanese cities and ended the war in the Pacific. I did not know that until much later. I was not there. I was busy being extremely surprised about something else. I did not reincarnate. Every previous death in every previous life ended the same way. Darkness, and then a naming ceremony, and then 3 years of being unable to hold a spoon. This time, I opened my eyes in a house in Mingzhou in 2012, and I was already awake, because the man who died on that grassland was not the only one of me. When the other 5 got the news that the main body was gone, the 6 paths had not finished separating, which meant the main body's death was not death. It was closer to brain death, which for an ordinary person is the same thing, and for me was paperwork. So Ananda, who is the calmest of us, reverted to Gao Ming and became the new main body, and the other 4 kept walking. Which means my 49th life was not over. It was barely half done. And it means something considerably more useful, which I understood about 4 seconds later. From now on, every mission the martial god assigns, I can throw a main body into it. If it goes well, wonderful. If it fails, I do not have to start again at 3 years old with a fifth of my memory shaved off. I had just removed the cost of dying. The 4 of them came home, and 43,000 years of chi converged into one place, and my elixir turned over and went straight to the 7th turn, at which point the tribulation arrived. People in my city looked up at a clear sky going black in the afternoon and made a sensible decision to be indoors. Thunderstorm, heavy rain, and to keep it away from anybody, I went up into it. A 7th turn elixir is a very large charged object, so every scrap of lightning in those clouds came to me enthusiastically. And while I was standing in it, an airliner flew into the same cloud. Weather prediction in that decade was good, and airlines do not push through severe systems. But my storm had not existed 20 minutes earlier and had not been observed by anybody, and a scheduled flight went straight into it. The lightning found the aircraft and shut down its engines, and 100 tons of metal went over the top of its arc and started falling. Wei Long, Wei Min's younger brother, was on that plane. It was July, school was out, and the family was going south on holiday. 4 of them. Wei Min felt the center of gravity go wrong before anyone else did, and then everyone felt it, and then most of that cabin started screaming. She lost her composure too. I want to record that because she never forgave herself for it, and she should have. She was 16. She had never been in a situation she could not personally solve, and this was one. In the cockpit, 2 pistols were looking at a dead instrument panel with cold hands. 2 engineers unbuckled to go and check something and were immediately weightless and tumbling. The observer had already stopped trying. I let go of the sky and grabbed it. Free and unfettered roaming takes the creation of heaven and earth for its own use, and I reached up and took hold of the lightning like a handful of vines. An enormous amount of electrical energy arrived in me at once, and I digested it, and released it, and damaged myself, and repaired myself, all simultaneously until it balanced. Then I flew to the front of a falling airliner and stopped, directly outside the cockpit glass, and used a 7th turn elixir to hold the whole aircraft in a magnetic relationship with my own body. And it steadied, and began, slowly, to turn and descend. Inside, the cabin crew started talking, and people started to breathe, because whatever else was happening, the floor was level. In the cockpit, 5 men looked through the glass at a person standing in the air in the rain with lightning in his fist, and none of them ever entirely recovered. A student of mine, Jiang Jun, was in the departure lounge, bored, annoyed his flight had been delayed by the storm, looking out of the window. He said something extremely unprofessional, out loud, and got his phone out, which made everyone else in that lounge look, and then 100 phones came up. I heard him. My hearing has been excellent for a long time, and when I saw an entire terminal filming, I turned my head away. Not out of fear of exposure, I was already exposed. I simply did not want to be on camera at that particular moment. I put a plane that should have hit the ground onto a runway, and then I went straight up like a shell. Wei Min saw my back through a window and recognized it immediately and said nothing to anybody. Then I finished the tribulation. The 7th turn does something the earlier ones cannot, which is take the charge instead of only surviving it. Before that turn, opening yourself to heavenly lightning is just a very fast way of being cooked. I went into that storm with 50,000 years and came out with 60,800, which left me 400 short of the eighth turn. One tribulation, 400 years from the next one.
Then I went home and slept, and woke up to a phone with several hundred unread messages on it from officials, family, students, disciples, and friends, all wanting to know whether I was alive. I went out, ate breakfast, photographed it, and posted the photograph. That is the entire reply. I am not answering 400 people individually. I have limits. That summer I found out what had happened to the sovereign. He had gone north, into the snows, and then west, and I had lost contact with him entirely. An avatar of mine does not simply lose contact. So I flew a commercial flight into Russian airspace, got off it in the air, and went looking at speed. Their air defense network noticed something moving over their country that was not on any schedule, and issued a warning, which I could not receive because I am not equipped with a radio. So they fired a missile at me. I could see from about 4 seconds ahead that it was proximity fused, so I flicked a finger at it from a long way off, and it detonated in the air. In a command center somewhere, people cheered, and then stopped, because the contact was still there. They went to unlimited self-defense and fired 10. I did the arithmetic and decided that continuing to destroy Russian ordnance over Russia was going to become a diplomatic event, and accelerated instead. At Mach 20, nothing they had could stay with me. Then I flew over the Kremlin, which caused their president to go underground, and start opening safeties on things much larger than missiles, which I did not learn about until later, and which I regret. I searched the entire western steppe at low altitude until dawn and found nothing. So I went home the slow way, on an airliner, like a person. The sovereign was dead, confirmed, so I made another one. And the moment the new sovereign existed, something happened that I had never seen, which is that two bodies with identical genes produced a resonance. Faint. But the more energy I put into it, the clearer it got. I flew the equator and then spiraled north, and the new sovereign pointed like a compass needle. It took us to the great desert of Africa, which is a place where nothing lives, and he pointed at sand. I moved several 100,000 tons of it with chi. An hour later, there was a crater, and in the bottom of it, a smooth golden sphere the size of an eyeball. He picked it up and knew what it was instantly. I fed a thread of chi into it, and it opened like a vault under pressure. The new sovereign could not have absorbed 1/100th of what came out, so I took it, all 60,000 years of me holding the door, and drank it, and with it came the truth. Here is what happened to my avatar. He went north, and he was tested at a television studio by a psychic show, and he took 10,000 rubles off a bearded host to hide in a car boot. Then he went west, and he swam in a lake outside a city in Ukraine, and when he came out it was night, and his horse and his clothes were gone. He had gone through a singularity into the year 1500. He came out of a lake in his underwear in the 16th century, and the first thing he heard was a woman screaming. He put a stop to that. Then he found out what he had walked into, which was a country where the church ran on witch trials, a system with exactly two functions, seizing the property of widows and access to young women. So he stood in a square in front of a whole city and killed a bishop, and then invited them to organize an army and come and kill him. They sent 100 men. He took a spear off the nearest one and used it as a staff. Then he put the next bishop on the Crusader cross outside the door and said something I am proud of. Your Lord also died this way, so as one of those closest to him, you should be granted resurrection. If you are not, he does not care about you, and you are a group of hypocrites he disregards. He never denied their God. You cannot deny something that is not there. He denied the church. Then he opened the dungeons and put every coin the church had taken in indulgences out in the square, and did not give any of it back, because he had checked the future first, and returning an absolution turns it into a debt. Instead, he offered the survivors work. The ones their families would not take back, and there were many, because relatives reject the ones who survived in order to stop feeling guilty about the ones who did not. He made into an order, and taught true chi, and sold it as a power only believers can hold. Rome was too far to march, so Rome instructed the nearest Catholic power, and 300,000 men crossed the border. He beat all 300,000 personally. Then he took back the rest of the country and stopped fighting and started reforming, because winning had shown him everything that was wrong. He married a landlord's daughter named Ilara in 1501, and they had twins, and 6 years later, a son. All three inherited pieces of what I am. The elder girl could see 10 years into a person's past. The younger could see 3 days forward. When they touched, the halves multiplied instead of adding. The boy got the 4 symbols in his blood and grew up, and over 30 years brought every country in Europe into one empire. And their mother was an ordinary woman. She practiced. She was healthy for her century. Bearing those particular children in an ordinary body took what it took, and afterward he spent his own vitality extending hers, and the most he could manage was that she left the world young and beautiful. Martial arts do not grant eternal life. They grant a long one. That is the one wall I have never gotten through for somebody else. After she died, he handed the throne to his son and walked out into the world, and what he did for the next 200 years is the reason I was standing in a desert holding a golden bead. He completed the 9-turn golden elixir. Then he tried a 10th and discovered that 9 is the ceiling. So with nowhere left to grow, he asked a different question. How do I control more force without more chi? 100 years later, he answered it. Runes. A rune is a golden elixir built to do one thing only: sit at its ceiling forever and never grow. It collects electricity, converts it into chi a body will take, and cultivates at 360 days per day. One rune costs 10,800 years of true chi to make. He made 12. 40 years of work. Then he put them on a body already running heaven and man transformation, and produced 144 years of chi per day, and invested the product, and produced again, and invested that. He turned martial arts into industrial capital. 10 sets. 120 runes on one man, and a thing floating in space noticed. Red Cloud God is a red nebula wide enough to swallow 3 Jupiters, and it is one eye of something 2 million light-years long, and it hunts with thought from light-years out. Its entire behavioral logic is to find a civilization and end it. It offered my avatar supreme divine power at the cost of every other civilization in reach. He refused, so it reached in to take him. He had 3 options: hold it, fail and have his soul scattered and his body worn, or feign death. He took the third, and the way he took it is the reason I have never been able to be casual about that man. He destroyed his own mind, deliberately, to separate the elixir from the runes. With nobody driving it, the elixir was an inert ball of metal. The runes were still humming. So a nebula the size of a solar system chased the noisy thing, ate 120 runes, and then started causing trouble on Earth. And the 9 ancient gods of the dream world had to gang up and call in a favor from Andromeda to throw it back out. 250 years later, a man and his own duplicate dug a golden bead out of a desert, and I inherited a finished 9-turn golden elixir and the entire technology of runes from a version of myself who spent 2 centuries alone building it and then annihilated his own mind to hide it somewhere only I would look. I gave the elixir to the sovereign and took his 60,000 years because I wanted the rune technology and he wanted a road. He sat down in the sand and started his breakthrough, and a phantom formed around him and kept shifting, and after a long time he settled on a shape, an asura. In the old descriptions, they have 9 heads and 1,000 eyes and 990 hands and stand taller than a mountain. He discarded all of the ornamentation, bronze skin cast rather than grown, no extra eyes, no extra arms, and having discarded it, his martial god body came out at 56 meters tall, and it was still forming. Then he named himself, because a title protects a true name, and rose and drifted up out of the atmosphere to cultivate in vacuum where he could absorb cosmic radiation directly. 13,918 years of chi per rotation of the Earth, per day. Which is why the martial god does not let anybody at that stage stay in his realm. I felt something leave me and something arrive, and I looked down and there was an old plain sword in my hand. Martial god? And for the first time ever, his voice came into my ear instead of my mind. Gao Ming, you are now at the primordial spirit stage. The young ones in my realm cannot withstand you. This place is no longer suitable. That is a sword of the chosen. It is a qualification. Give it to whoever you like, and she may enter and cultivate. Which is how I found out how Gao Ying, a second generation, got in through her elders. And how I was fired, politely, with a leaving gift. I had one more thing to finish before I gave that sword away, and it took me until 2013, and it was the hardest technical work of my entire existence. Suzuki Sakura had a golden core in her, and it was not finished. An incomplete core and a complete one are as different as an egg with a hole in it and an egg without. And the reason she was still herself, still speaking, still able to hold a conversation,
was that the core was holding her human consciousness up over her instinct. Kenshin, the other half, had almost given in, and then a voice from the deep sea reached her and made Kenshin strong again, which meant I had to strengthen the core, which meant building 9 turns inside a body that only looks human on the outside and whose internal structure has nothing whatsoever to do with a human being's. For myself, I know every millimeter, so 9 turns was easy. For her, every layer multiplied the work, and I had to derive the whole structure from scratch as I went, and it took years, and I did it in a house, in the evenings, badly, with a small child eventually walking around the room. I am going to skip ahead slightly and tell you why I was doing it in a house, because it is the answer to the entire question of what I am for. I organized a martial arts tournament, 20,000 entrants, which is more people than have ever entered any Olympic Games in history, because a 2-month promotional film I shot in 3 days had made the whole country insane. I let Wei Min run it. She was 17 and it was a test. I offered as first prize a pill worth 120 years of internal energy, which meant that if she entered, she would obviously win it, and if she presided, she could not enter, and I wanted to see which she chose. She presided. 9 rounds. It started with 20,000 people running through a city toward one stadium from every direction at once, which produced aerial footage of what looked like an invading army, and ended with 8. The champion was a Xingyi man who ate the pill on the spot and went from the top of the acquired stage into the core realm in front of a national audience. The one everybody remembers is a girl called Wei Mei, whose parents were government employees who had bought my book the week it was published and made her practice, and who at 18 could punch at 500 kilograms. She came 4th, and when she got home, there was an army captain in her living room asking whether she had considered a military academy. That is what the tournament was actually for, not spectacle. A national talent search with cameras on it. And while 20,000 people fought through my city, I was at home, and Wei Min came to shout at me for not helping, and found me on a chair in the courtyard reading a book while my wife fed me grapes. She stomped over. "Master Gao, you're so leisurely. Aren't you ashamed not to help me?" "A rare guest," I said. "I thought host Wei was so capable she didn't need me. Didn't you say you wanted me to complete it independently? Then why did you come over?" She got very angry and turned to leave, and I floated a document to her. "Amin, please help me. I came up with a suggestion for the competition, and nobody adopted it, and my heart aches." She looked at it. She very nearly slapped it out of the air on principle. She took it. "Since you're unappreciated, then I'll help you, this one time." "Wait. What now?" And this time I did not joke. "This tournament is a test. Complete it and I'll let you graduate. And there is a graduation gift, a unique treasure." She was gone before I finished the sentence. "I don't like it," said my wife, burrowing into my arms and doing a very bad impression of a girl. "I don't like it. My heart feels sour." "What's wrong? I can't handle you like this." "You like her." I stopped for a second because she deserved a real answer. "I like every pretty girl," I said. "Liking is one thing. Choosing somebody and acting on it is another. There is only you in my heart." Which is true, and which I could say, because the woman asking me had spent 30 years at the bottom of a well and 18 years being talked back into a life, and if there is one person on this planet who is allowed to check, it is her. When the tournament was over, I gave Wei Min the sword and told her to draw it, and she did, and she vanished out of my house into a plain white room, and a voice that had been in my head since I was 11 started explaining the terms of employment to somebody else. Her novice world was 1930s Foshan. She spent 10 years there. She opened a school by defeating 9 schools in a single day, which is the traditional method and the one that builds a reputation. She founded a lineage. She refused to hoard because that is what I taught her, and because she had watched me hand a manual to a television host on live broadcast. And she taught the workers in a garment factory she part owned, and dressed as a worker one day a week, and stood on the line with them. And when the Japanese army came in 1938, she did not defend a city. She took the countryside because cities are acupoints and roads are meridians, but the countryside is the flesh and blood where qi is actually produced, and she cut the invading army's hand off every time it reached into it. By 1940, she made contact with the people I had told her about and gave them everything. She came home with 543 million karma points, which is roughly 100 times what I made on my first mission, and which made the martial god visibly reassess his hiring practices. She spent 100 million of it on a grotto heaven for her personal space because a plain white room is not good enough for a girl who has just conquered a war, and because it multiplies cultivation by 64. She bought a matched pair of blades and gave me one of them, and did not blink at the price. And when she got back from her second mission, where she had unified a divided country and been asked to become an emperor and had done it, she came to my house at 3 in the morning in a rage because the martial god had paid her 54 million instead of 500, and she had done the arithmetic and she knew exactly what had happened. She flew across the country to shout at me about it, and when she landed and saw me sitting on a bench in a park in the dark waiting for her, all of it went out of her at once. "I suffered a huge loss," she said, sitting down. I laughed at her for a while, and she punched my shoulder, and I said ouch, and she knew perfectly well she had not used any force. Then I explained. "You've been domesticated by karma points. They are credit. He and the local will of each world initiate the production, and take the karma and hand you a number. Every chosen one who walks into that market for the first time hypnotizes themselves into treating the number as the point. If receiving a small number makes you angry, then you are tamed, and your anger will evaporate the next time he hands you a big one. And that should not be a chosen one's way of living. If not the points, then what am I for? I come from a wealthy family. Since I was small, whatever I wanted, my parents bought. There is very little in this world that can move me. His realm is a completely new platform. My background is worth nothing there, and I like everything in it, especially the things that money in this world cannot buy." "Besides money," I said, "do you have no dreams?" "Getting a lot of money, does that count?" "Everything has roots. You came from wealth, so logically, you shouldn't be desperate for money. Which means what you actually want is something that looks like money and isn't." She waited. "Freedom, the freedom to do as you please." And she smiled and then covered her mouth, and only her eyes were left, and they curved. I turned her face toward me and looked at her properly, which strips a person of every layer of prestige and aura they have assembled, and she was furious for about a second and then looked away. "There is nothing wrong with having that dream," I said, "and nothing wrong with being angry when you are treated unfairly. What is wrong is denying your dream when you hit an obstacle, and raging impotently when you meet injustice instead of doing something about it." Then I tapped her forehead 3 times. "It's time to cultivate, Amin." And I left, and she sat on a bench in the middle of the night in a city on the far side of the country from her own, and did not notice for some time that I had gone. Then she stood up and bowed toward the place where I lived, and said thank you, and went home, and began pursuing the 9th turn. That is what I am for, not the fighting. I have told you a great deal about killing people at speed, and I do not want that to be the part you keep. By 2016, the school Wei Min ran had 600,000 registered members, which sounds enormous until you spread it across that country, at which point it is a rounding error. The number that matters is the other one. Every ordinary person in that country was technically an outer disciple, because I gave the book away in 2006 and never once charged for it. Wu Jie learned it from a bookshop. The anti-narcotics officers of a border city learned it and stopped dying. Firefighters learned it and invented 2 techniques I could not have taught them. A girl in a provincial town whose parents made her practice ended up in a military academy. And a man who spent his entire first life as a poor farmer's son, watching his father get cheated out of tens of thousands of yuan and nearly lose the house, spent his 49th making sure that this specific thing was free. I got married in a way that had no paperwork attached, because my wife has no legal existence in any country on earth and never will. And in April of 2014, during a summer of poverty alleviation work in the West, we had a daughter. I named her Gao Qing. Shi is the generation character for her cohort in my clan, and Yu means rain, and she was born during a rain shower, which is 2 birds with 1 stone, and about as much poetry as I had available that week. Then I measured her, the way I measure everyone. She had inherited the 4 symbols from me. She had inherited 4-dimensional power from me. And from her mother, she had inherited a portion of what an old god at the bottom of the ocean handed to a woman in 1940. I sat in a room with a medical report on a newborn, and I will tell you honestly what my first thought was. Do it again. Have more. Have as many as biology allows. Sacrifice myself if it comes to that, and leave behind a bloodline that can fight the things I have spent 5,000 years failing to fight. I abandoned that idea within a week, because after she gave birth, my wife's mental state got worse.
and my own four-dimensional sight, which had reached a week ahead, got shorter. The children cost. Of course they cost. Everything costs. I have been paying for a cat for 40 years. So the plan became one child, possibly two, and everything I have poured into her. She started walking. She started talking. And at 2 years old, she tugged my trouser leg and said, in the voice of a small child, that Mommy's head hurt again. I went in and found my wife crouched on the floor, holding her skull, and put my hands on her head and worked her nerves back down, which was routine by then. Ming, she said afterward, I heard that voice again. I knew what she had heard. That is your father's voice, I said, and pulled her against me. He is calling you. Do not answer him. The moment he gets an answer, he will have your location, and Qing will be in danger. Do not answer. I will block it. Do not answer. He and I will have to settle this eventually. Must you fight? That depends on my father-in-law. If he wants to wake up and end the world, then yes. And that is not for you to worry about. Protect Qing. Okay. We moved inland, as far from any ocean as it is possible to get in that country, which is a strategy I first tried in my third life. And in 2017, an actress I had worked with a decade earlier turned up at my door in the West, in a place where the military watched everybody who came near me, and asked me to be in a film. I said no twice. She would not go away, and it took me an embarrassing amount of time to work out that a national film star had not found a man protected by the state by asking around. She had been found, and put there. I picked my daughter up and carried her inside and set her on the bed. My dear daughter, what is going on with you? And a 2-year-old looked at me with her mother's eyes and answered inside my head. It's time. I can keep my past, present, and future consistent now. Go, Papa. Take me with you. The four-dimensional power she inherited from both of us had already, at 2 years old, finished overlapping her future onto her past. Theoretically, she has had all of it from the moment she was born. Your mama can't go, I said, and I can't abandon her. I can help her, and I need to see you in this film. Are you a riddle person? Can you not simply speak clearly? If I tell you, the timeline will shift. Dada, help me. So I made the film, and rewrote the script, and made 2 more after it, and cannot tell you why, because she still will not say. What she did tell me, once, when I pushed, was one sentence. She told me the date I am going to die. 2020. I am 25 that year, which I already knew. Every road I have walked in 50 lifetimes runs into the same 2 walls. The lesser one at 25, which is the son. The great one at 55, which is the father. That has never been the frightening part. The frightening part is that after so many reincarnations of saving myself, this was the first time somebody else was doing the saving. And that she is 2 years old. And that she has already looked at every version of the future in which I live, and found something in one of them, and has been quietly moving pieces around my life since before she could walk, because she has decided that the man who has died 48 times is not going to do it a 49th. I have spent 5,000 years learning that nobody is coming. I do not know what to do with a daughter who came. So here is where the 49th life stands. I have 60,000 years of true qi, a 7th turn going on an 8th, and the complete technology of runes recovered from a version of myself who lived and died in the 18th century and left it buried in the Sahara for me. I have 5 other bodies, one of which is currently the size of a building and floating above the atmosphere, absorbing radiation at 14,000 years a day, and the other 4 of which are somewhere I am not going to describe yet. I have a student who has conquered 2 worlds and out-earned me 100 to 1, and still flies across a country at 3 in the morning when she is upset. I have a country of 1 billion people, where a thing that was a fraud when I was born is now on the school curriculum, and where the most dangerous job in the province has a survival rate it did not have before. I have a wife who was a curse on a videotape, and who I got out of a hole by talking to her for 6 years, and who knits. I have a 2-year-old who can see the end of the world and is not telling me because it would change the answer. And on the 9th of September, 2050, the ocean is still going to stand up. That is 34 years away. Before that, in 4 years, the sun is coming. And for the first time in 50 lifetimes, when he arrives, I will not be facing him with everything I have. I will be facing him with everything we have. Which is a completely different sentence.
and I have waited 5,000 years to be able to say it.